John W. Campbell. The place stank. A queer, mingled stench that only the ice-buried cabins of an Antarctic camp know, compounded of reeking human sweat and the heavy fish oil stench of melted seal blubber. An overtone of liniment combated the musty smell of sweat and snow-drenched furs, the acrid odor of burnt cooking fat, and the animal, not unpleasant smell of dogs diluted by time, hung in the air. Lingering odors of machine oil contrasted sharply with the taint of harness dressing and leather. Yet, somehow, through all that reek of human beings and their associates, dogs, machines, and cooking, came another tint. It was a queer, neck-ruffling thing. A faintest suggestion of an odor alien among the smells of industry and life. And it was a life smell. But it came from the thing that lay bound with cord and tarpaulin on the table, dripping slowly, methodically, onto the heavy planks, dank and gaunt under the unshielded glare of the electric light. Blair, the little bald-pated biologist of the expedition, twitched nervously at the wrappings, exposing clear, dark ice beneath, and then pulling the tarpaulin back into place restlessly. His little bird-like motions of suppressed eagerness danced his shadow across the fringe of dingy gray underwear hanging from the low ceiling, the equatorial fringe of stiff, graying hair around his naked skull, a comical halo about the shadow's head. Commander Gary brushed aside the lax legs of a suit of underwear and stepped toward the table. Slowly, his eyes traced around the rings of men sardined into the administration building. His tall, stiff body straightened finally, and he nodded. 37, all here. His voice was low, yet carried the clear authority of the commander by nature, as well as by title. You know the outline of the story, back of that find of the secondary pole expedition. I have been conferring with Second-in-Command McGreedy and Norris, as well as Blair and Dr. Copper. There is a difference of opinion, and because it involves the entire group, it is only just that the entire expedition personnel act on it. I am going to ask McGreedy to give you the details of the story, because each of you have been too busy with his own work to follow closely the endeavors of the others. McGreedy? Moving from the smoke-blurred background, McGreedy was a figure from some forgotten myth, a looming bronze statue that held life and walked. 6 feet 4 inches, he stood as he halted beside the table, and with a characteristic glance upward to assure himself of room under the low-ceiling beams, straightened. His rough, clashingly orange windproof jacket he still had on, yet on his huge frame it did not seem misplaced. Even here, 4 feet beneath the drift wind that droned across the Antarctic waste above the ceiling, the cold of the frozen continent leaked in and gave meaning to the harshness of the man. And he was bronze. His great red bronze beard, the heavy hair that matched it, the gnarled, corded hands gripping, relaxing, gripping, and relaxing on the table planks were bronze. Even the deep sunken eyes beneath the heavy brows were bronzed. Age-resisting endurance of the metal spoke in the cragged heavy outlines of his face, and the mellow tones of the heavy voice. Norris and Blair agree on one thing. That animal we found was not terrestrial in origin. Norris fears there may be danger in that. Blair says there is none. But I'll go back to how and why we found it. To all that was known before we came here, it appeared that this point was exactly over the south magnetic pole of Earth. The compass does point straight down here, as you all know. The more delicate instruments of the physicists, instruments especially designed for this expedition and its study of the magnetic pole, detected a secondary effect, a secondary, less powerful magnetic influence about 80 miles southwest of here. The secondary magnetic expedition went out to investigate it. There was no need for details. We found it, but it was not the huge meteorite or magnetic mountain Norris had expected to find. Iron ore is magnetic, of course, iron more so, and certain special steels even more magnetic. From the surface indications, the secondary pole we found was small. So small that the magnetic effect it had was preposterous. No magnetic material conceivable could have that effect. Soundings through the ice indicated it was within 100 feet of the glacier's surface. I think you should know the structure of the place. There was a broad plateau, level sweep that runs more than 150 miles due south from the secondary station, Van Wall says. He didn't have time or fuel to fly farther, but it was running smoothly due south then, right there, where that buried thing was. There was an ice-drowned mountain ridge, a granite wall of unshakable strength that has dammed back the ice creeping from the south. And 400 miles due south is the South Polar Plateau. You have asked me at various times why it gets warmer here when the wind rises. Most of you know. As a meteorologist, I'd have stacked my word that no wind could blow at negative 70 degrees. That no more than a 5-mile wind could blow at negative 50 without causing warming due to friction with ground, snow and ice, and the air itself. We camped there, on the lip of that ice-drowned mountain range for 12 days. We dug our camp into the blue ice that formed the surface, and escaped most of it. But for 12 consecutive days, the wind blew at 45 miles an hour. It went as high as 48 and fell to 41 at times. The temperature was negative 63 degrees, rose to negative 60 and fell to negative 68. It was meteorologically impossible, and it went on uninterruptedly for 12 days, 12 nights. Somewhere to the south, the frozen air of the South Polar Plateau slides down from that 18,000-foot bowl, down a mountain pass, over a glacier, and starts north. There must be a funneling mountain chain that directs it, and sweeps it away for 400 miles to hit that bald plateau where we found the secondary pole. 350 miles farther north reaches the Antarctic Ocean. It's been frozen there since Antarctica froze 20 million years ago. There never has been a thaw there. 20 million years ago, Antarctica was beginning to freeze. We've investigated, though, and built speculations. What we believe happened was about like this. Something came down out of space, a ship. They saw it there in the blue ice, a thing like a submarine without a conning tower or direct veins. 280 feet long and 45 feet in diameter at its thickest. Van Wall, space, yes, but I'll explain that better later. McGreedy's steady voice went on. It came down from space, driven and lifted by forces men haven't discovered yet. And somehow, perhaps something went wrong then, it tangled with Earth's magnetic field. It came south here, out of control probably, circling the magnetic pole. That's a savage country there, but when Antarctica was still freezing, it must have been 1,000 times more savage. There must have been blizzard snow, as well as drift. New snow falling, as the continent glaciated. The swirl there must have been particularly bad, the wind hurling a solid blanket of white over the lip of that now buried mountain. The ship struck solid granite head-on, and cracked up. Not every one of the passengers in it was killed, but the ship must have been ruined. Her driving mechanism locked. It tangled with Earth's field, Norris believes. No thing made by intelligent beings can tangle with the dead immensity of a planet's natural forces and survive. One of its passengers stepped out. The wind we saw there never fell below 41, and the temperature never rose above negative 60. Then, the wind must have been stronger, and there was a drift falling in a solid sheet. The thing was lost completely in 10 paces. He paused for a moment, the deep, steady voice giving way to the drone of wind overhead and the uneasy, malicious gurgling in the pipe of the galley stove. A drift wind was sweeping by overhead. Right now, the snow picked up by the mumbling wind fled in level, blinding lines across the face of the buried camp. If a man stepped out of the tunnels that connected each of the camp buildings beneath the surface, he'd be lost in 10 paces. Out there, the slim black finger of the radio mast lifted 300 feet into the air, and at its peak was the clean night sky. A sky of thin, whining wind rushing steadily from beyond to another beyond under the licking, curling mantle of the aurora. And off north, the horizon flamed with queer, angry colors of the midnight twilight. That was spring 300 feet above Antarctica. At the surface, it was white death. Death of needle-fingered cold driven before the wind, sucking heat from any warm thing. Cold and white mist of endless, everlasting drift. The fine, fine particles of licking snow that obscured all things. Kinner, the little scar-faced cook, winced. 5 days ago he had stepped out to the surface to reach a cache of frozen beef. He had reached it, started back, and the drift wind left out of the south. Cold white death that streamed across the ground blinded him in 20 seconds. He stumbled on wildly in circles. It was half an hour before rope-guided men from below found him in the impenetrable murk. It was easy for man, or thing, to get lost in 10 paces. And the driftwind then was probably more impenetrable than we know. McReady's voice snapped Kinner's mind back to welcome dank warmth of the ad building. The passenger of the ship wasn't prepared either, it appears. It froze within 10 feet of the ship. We dug down to find the ship, and our tunnel happened to find the frozen animal. Barclay's ice axe struck its skull. When we saw what it was, Barclay went back to the tractor, started the fire up, and when the stream pressure built, sent a call for Blair and Dr. Copper. Barclay himself was sick then. Stayed sick for 3 days, as a matter of fact. When Blair and Copper came, we cut out the animal in a block of ice, as you see. Wrapped it and loaded it on the tractor for return here. We wanted to get into that ship. We reached the side and found the metal was something we didn't know. Our beryllium bronze, non-magnetic tools wouldn't touch it. Barclay had some tool steel on the tractor, and that wouldn't scratch it either. We made reasonable tests, even tried some acid from the batteries with no results. They must have had a passivating process to make magnesium metal resist acid that way. And the alloy must have been at least 95% magnesium. But we had no way of guessing that. So when we spotted the barely open locked door, we cut around it. There was clear, hard ice inside the lock, where we couldn't reach it. Through the little crack, we could look in and see that only metal and tools were in there. So we decided to loosen the ice with a bomb. We had deconite bombs and thermite. Thermite is the ice softener. Deconite might have shattered valuable things, where the thermite's heat would just loosen the ice. Dr. Copper, Norris, and I placed a 25-pound thermite bomb, wired it, and took the connector up the tunnel to the surface, where Blair had the stream tractor waiting. 100 yards the other side of the granite wall, we set off the thermite bomb. The magnesium metal of the ship caught, of course. The glow of the bomb flared and died, then it began to flare again. We ran back to the tractor, and gradually the glare built up. From where we were, we could see the whole ice field illuminated from beneath with an unbearable light. The ship's shadow was a great, dark cone reaching off toward the north where the twilight was just about gone. For a moment it lasted. We counted 3 other shadow things that might have been other passengers, frozen there. Then the ice was crashing down and against the ship. That's why I told you about that place. The wind sweeping down from the pole was at our backs. Steam and hydrogen flame were torn away in white ice fog. The flaming heat under the ice there was yanked away toward the Antarctic Ocean before it touched us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come back, even with the shelter of the granite ridge that stopped the light. Somehow in the blinding inferno, we could see great hunched things, shed even the furious incandescence of the magnesium for a time. Those must have been the engines, we knew. Secrets going in blazing glory. Secrets that might have given man the planets. Mysterious things that could lift and hurl that ship. Soaked it in the force of the Earth's magnetic field. I saw Norris's mouth move and ducked. I couldn't hear him. Insulation, something, gave way. All Earth's field they soaked up 20 million years before broke loose. The aurora in the sky above licked down, and the whole plateau there was, bathed in cold fire that blanketed vision. The ice axe in my hand got red hot and hissed on the ice. Metal buttons on my clothes burned into me, and a flash of electric blue seared upward from beyond the granite wall. Then the walls of ice crashed down on it. For an instant it squealed the way dry ice does when it's pressed between metal. We were blind and groping in the dark for hours while our eyes recovered. We found every coil within a mile was fused rubbish. The dynamo and every radio set, the earphones and speakers. If we hadn't had the steam tractor, we wouldn't have gotten over the secondary camp. Van Wall flew in from Big Magnet at sunup, as you know. We came home as soon as possible. That is the history of that. McReady's great bronze beard gestured toward the thing on the table. Blair stirred uneasily, his little bony fingers wriggling under the harsh light. Little brown freckles on his knuckles slid back and forth as the tendons under the skin twitched. He pulled aside a bit of the tarpaulin and looked impatiently at the dark, ice-bound thing inside. McReady's big body straightened somewhat. He'd ridden the rocking, jarring steam tractor 40 miles that day, pushing on to Big Magnet here. Even his calm will had been pressed by the anxiety to mix again with humans. It was lone and quiet out there in secondary camp, where a wolf wind howled down from the pole. Wolf wind howling in his sleep. Winds droning, and the evil, unspeakable face of that monster leering up as he'd first seen it through clear blue ice, with a bronze ice axe buried in its skull. The giant meteorologist spoke again. The problem is this. Blair wants to examine the thing, thaw it out, and make microslides of its tissues and so forth. Morris doesn't believe that is safe. Blair does. Dr. Copper agrees pretty much with Blair. Norris is a physicist, of course, not a biologist. But he makes a point I think we should all hear. Blair has described the microscopic life forms biologists find living, even in this cold and inhospitable place. They freeze every winter, and thaw every summer. 3 months, and live. The point Norris makes is, they thaw, and live again. There must have been microscopic life associated with this creature. There is with every living thing we know. And Norris is afraid that we may release a plague, some germ disease unknown to Earth, if we thaw those microscopic things that have been frozen there for 20 million years. Blair admits that such micro-life might retain the power of living. Such unorganized things as individual cells can retain life for unknown periods, when solidly frozen. The beast itself is as dead as those frozen mammoths they find in Siberia. Organized, highly developed life forms can't stand that treatment. But microlife could. Norris suggests that we may release some disease form that man, never having met it before, will be utterly defenseless against. Blair's answer is that there may be such still living germs, but that Norris has the case reversed. They're utterly non-immune to man. Our life chemistry, probably, the little biologist's head lifted in a quick, bird-like motion. The halo of gray hair above his bald head ruffled as though angry. Ha! One luck. I know, McReady acknowledged. The thing is not earthly. It does not seem likely that it can have a life chemistry sufficiently like ours to make cross-infection remotely possible. I would that say that there is no danger. McReady looked toward Dr. Copper. The physician shook his head slowly. None whatever, he asserted confidently. Man cannot infect or be infected by germs that live in such comparatively close relatives as the snakes. And they are, I assure you, his clean-shaven face grimaced uneasily, much nearer to us than that. Vance Norris moved angrily. He was comparatively short in this gathering of big men, some 5'8", and his stocky, powerful build tended to make him seem shorter. His black hair was crisp and hard, like short steel wires, and his eyes were the gray of fractured steel. If McReady was a man of bronze, Norris was all steel. His movements, his thoughts, his whole bearing had the quick, hard impulse of a steel spring. His nerves were steel, hard, quick-acting, swift, corroding. He was decided on his point now, and he lashed out in its defense with a characteristic, quick, clipped flow of words. Different chemistry be damned. That thing may be dead. Or by God, it may not. But I don't like it. Damn it, Blair. Let them see the monstrosity you are petting over there. Let them see the foul thing and decide for themselves whether they want that thing thawed out in this camp. Thawed out, by the way. That's gotta be thawed out in one of the shacks tonight, if it is thawed out. Somebody. Who's watchman tonight? Magnetic. Oh, Connet. Cosmic rays tonight. Well, you get to sit up with that 20-million-year-old mummy of his. Unwrap it, Blair. How the hell can they tell what they're buying if they can't see it? It may have a different chemistry. I don't care what else it has, but I know it has something I don't want. If you can judge by the look on its face, it isn't human, so maybe you can't. It was annoyed when it froze. Annoyed, in fact, is just about as close an approximation of the way it felt as crazy, mad, insane hatred. Neither one touches the subject. How the hell can these birds tell what they are voting on? They haven't seen those 3 red eyes and that blue hair like crawling worms. Crawling. Damn, it's crawling there in the ice right now. Nothing Earth ever spawned had the unutterable sublimation of devastating wrath that thing let loose in its face when it looked around its frozen desolation 20 million years ago. Mad? It was mad clear through. Searing, blistering, mad. Hell, I've had bad dreams ever since I looked at those 3 red eyes. Nightmares. Dreaming the thing thawed out and came to life. That it wasn't dead, or even wholly unconscious all those 20 million years, but just slowed, waiting. You'll dream too, while that damn thing that Earth wouldn't own is dripping in the Cosmos house tonight. And Connet, Norris whipped toward the cosmic ray specialist. Won't you have fun sitting up all night in the quiet, wind whining above, and that thing dripping? He stopped for a moment and looked around. I know, that's not science, but this is. It's psychology. You'll have nightmares for a year to come. Every night since I looked at that thing, I've had 'em. That's why I hate it. Sure I do. I don't want it around. Put it back where it came from and let it freeze for another 20 million years. I had some swell nightmares that it wasn't made like we are, which is obvious, but of a different kind of flesh that it can really control, that it can change its shape and look like a man, and wait to kill and eat. That's not a logical argument. I know it isn't. The thing isn't Earth logic anyway. Maybe it has an alien body chemistry, and maybe its bugs do have a different body chemistry. A germ might not stand that, but Blair and Copper, how about a virus? That's just an enzyme molecule, you've said. That wouldn't need anything but a protein molecule of any body to work on. And how are you so sure that, of the million varieties of microscopic life it may have, none of them are dangerous? How about diseases like hydrophobia, rabies, that attacks any warm-blooded creature, whatever its body chemistry may be? And parrot fever? Have you a body like a parrot, Blair? And plain rot, gangrene, necrosis if you want. That isn't choosy about body chemistry. Blair looked up from his puttering long enough to meet Norris's angry gray eyes for an instant.
So far, the only thing you have said this thing gave off that was catching was dreams. I'll go so far as to admit that.
An impish, slightly malignant grin crossed the little man's seamed face.
I had some too. So, it's dream infectious. No doubt an exceedingly dangerous malady. So far as your other things go, you have a badly mistaken idea about viruses. In the first place, nobody has shown that the enzyme molecule theory, and that alone, explains them. And in the second place, when you catch tobacco mosaic or wheat rust, let me know. A wheat plant is a lot nearer your body chemistry than this otherworld creature is. And your rabies is limited, strictly limited. You can't get it from, nor give it to, a wheat plant or a fish, which is a collateral descendant of a common ancestor of yours. Which this, Norris, is not.
Blair nodded pleasantly toward the tarpaulined bulk on the table.
Well, thaw the damn thing in a tub of formalin if you must. I've suggested that.
And I've said there would be no sense in it. You can't compromise. Why did you and Commander Gary come down here to study magnetism? Why weren't you content to stay at home? There's magnetic force enough in New York. I could no more study the life this thing once had from a formalin pickled sample than you could get the information you wanted back in New York. And, if this one is so treated, never in all time to come can there be a duplicate. The race it came from must have passed away in the 20 million years it lay frozen, so that even if it came from Mars then, we'd never find its like. And the ship is gone. There's only one way to do this, and that is the best possible way. It must be thawed slowly, carefully, and not in formalin.
Commander Gary stood forward again, and Norris stepped back, muttering angrily.
I think Blair is right, gentlemen. What do you say?
Conant grunted. It sounds right to us, I think. Only, perhaps he ought to stand watch over it while it's thawing. He grinned ruefully, brushing a stray lock of ripe cherry hair back from his forehead. Swell idea, in fact, if he sits up with his jolly little corpse. Gary smiled slightly. A general chuckle of agreement rippled over the group.
I should think any ghost it may have had would have starved to death if it hung around here that long, Conant,
Gary suggested. And you look capable of taking care of it. Iron Man Conant ought to be able to take out any opposing players still. Conant shook himself uneasily. I'm not worrying about ghosts. Let's see that thing, Eagerly, Blair was stripping back the ropes. A single throw of the tarpaulin revealed the thing. The ice had melted somewhat in the heat of the room, and it was clear and blue as thick good glass. It shone wet and sleek under the harsh light of the unshielded globe above. The room stiffened abruptly. It was face up there on the plain, greasy planks of the table. The broken haft of the bronze ice axe was still buried in the queer skull. 3 mad, hate-filled eyes blazed up with a living fire, bright as fresh spilled blood, from a face ringed with a writhing, loathsome nest of worms, blue, mobile worms that crawled where hair should grow. Van Wall, 6 feet and 200 pounds of ice-nerved pilot, gave a queer, strangled gasp, and butted stumbled his way out to the corridor. Half the company broke for the doors. The others stumbled away from the table. McReady stood at one end of the table, watching them, his great body planted solid on his powerful legs. Norris, from the opposite end, glowered at the thing with smoldering hate. Outside the door, Gary was talking with half a dozen of the men at once. Blair had a tack hammer. The ice that cased the thing shuffled crisply under its steel claw as it peeled from the thing it had cased for 20,000 years. I know you don't like the thing, Conant, but it just has to be thought out right.
You say leave it as it is till we get back to civilization. All right. I'll admit your argument that we could do a better and more complete job. There is sound. But how are we going to get this across the line? We have to take this through one temperate zone, the equatorial zone, and halfway through the other temperate zone before we get it to New York. You don't want to sit with it one night, but you suggest then that I hang its corpse in the freezer with the beef?
Blair looked up from his cautious chipping, his bald, freckled skull nodding triumphantly. Kinner, the stocky, scar-faced cook, saved Conant the trouble of answering.
Hey, you listen, mister. You put that thing in the box with the meat, and by all the gods there ever were, I'll put you in to keep it company. You birds have brought everything movable in this camp in onto my mess tables here already, and I had to stand for that. But you putting things like that in my meat box, or even my meat cachet here, and you cook your own damn grub.
But, Kinner, this is the only table in Big Magnet that's big enough to work on, Blair objected. Everybody's explained that.
Yeah, and everybody's brought everything in here. Clark brings his dogs every time there's a fight and sews them up on that table. Ralston brings in his sledges. Hell, the only thing you haven't had on that table is the Boeing, and you'd have had that in if you could have figured a way to get it through the tunnels.
Commander Gary chuckled and grinned at Van Wall, the huge chief pilot. Van Wall's great blonde beard twitched suspiciously as he nodded gravely to Kinner.
You're right, Kinner. The aviation department is the only one that treats you right. It does get crowded, Kinner, Gary acknowledged. But I'm afraid we all find it that way at times. Not much privacy in an Arctic camp. Privacy? What the hell's that? You know, the thing that really made me weep was when I saw Barclay marching through here chanting, "The last lumber in the camp! The last lumber in the camp!" and carrying it out to build that house on his tractor. Damn it. I missed that moon cutting the door he carried out more than I missed the sun when it set. That wasn't just the last lumber Barclay was walking off with. He was carrying off the last bit of privacy in this blasted place.
A grin rode even on Conant's heavy face as Kinner's perennial, good-natured grouch came up again. But it died away quickly as his dark, deep-set eyes turned again to the red-eyed thing Blair was chipping from its cocoon of ice. A big hand roughed his shoulder-length hair and tugged at a twisted lock that fell behind his ear in a familiar gesture. I know that cosmic ray shack's going to be too crowded if I have to sit up with that thing, he growled. Or can't you go on chipping the ass away from around it? You can do that without anybody butting in, I assure you. And then hang the thing up over the power plant boiler. It's warm enough. It'll thaw out a chicken, even a whole side of beef in a few hours. I know, Blair protested, dropping the tack hammer to gesture more effectively with his bony, freckled fingers, his small body tense with eagerness. But this is too important to take any chances. There never was a find like this. There never can be again. It's the only chance men will ever have. It has to be done exactly right. Look, you know how the fish we caught down near the Ross Sea would freeze almost as soon as we got them on deck? And come to life again if we thawed them gently? Low forms of life aren't killed by quick freezing and slow thawing. We have...
Hey, for the love of heaven! You mean that damn thing will come to life?
Conant yelled.
You get the damn thing? Let me at it! That's going to be in so many pieces? No! No, you fool!
Blair jumped in front of Conant to protest his precious find.
No, just low forms of life. For Pete's sake, let me finish. You can't thaw higher forms of life and have them come too. Wait a moment now, hold it! A fish can come to after freezing because it's so low a form of life that the individual cells of its body can revive. And that alone is enough to reestablish life. Any higher forms thawed out that way are dead. Though the individual cells revive, they die because there must be organization and cooperative effort to live. That cooperation cannot be reestablished. There is a sort of potential life in any uninjured, quick-frozen animal. But it can't under any circumstances become active life in higher animals. The higher animals are too complex, too delicate. This is an intelligent creature, as high in its evolution as we are in ours. Perhaps higher. It is as dead as a frozen man would be.
How do you know? Demanded Conant,
lifting the ice axe he had seized a moment before. Commander Gary laid a restraining hand on his heavy shoulder. Wait a minute, Connet. I want to get this straight. I agree that there is going to be no thawing of this thing if there is the remotest chance of its revival. I quite agree it is much too unpleasant to have alive, but I had no idea there was the remotest possibility. Dr. Copper pulled his pipe from between his teeth and heaved his stocky, dark body from the bunk he had been sitting in. Blair's being technical. That's dead. As dead as the mammoths they find frozen in Siberia. We have all sorts of proof that things don't live after being frozen. Not even fish, generally speaking. And no proof that higher animal life can under any circumstances. What's the point, Blair? The little biologist shook himself. The little ruff of hair standing out around his bald pate waved in righteous anger. The point is, he said in an injured tone, that the individual cells might show the characteristics they had in life if it is properly thawed. A man's muscle cells live many hours after he has died. Just because they live, and a few things like hair and fingernail cells still live, you wouldn't accuse a corpse of being a zombie or something. Now, if I thaw this right, I may have a chance to determine what sort of world it's native to. We don't, and can't know by any other means, whether it came from Earth, or Mars, or Venus, or from beyond the stars. And just because it looks unlike men, you don't have to accuse it of being evil, or vicious, or something. Maybe that expression on its face is its equivalent to a resignation to fate. White is the color of mourning to the Chinese. If men can have different customs, why can't a so different race have different understandings of facial expressions? Connet laughed softly, mirthlessly. Peaceful resignation. If that is the best it could do in the way of resignation, I should exceedingly dislike seeing it when it was looking mad. That face was never designed to express peace. It just didn't have any philosophical thoughts of peace in its makeup. I know it's your pet, but be sane about it. That thing grew up on evil, adolesced slowly roasting alive the local equivalent of kittens, and amused itself through maturity and new and ingenious torture.
You haven't the slightest right to say that, snapped Blair. How do you know the first thing about the meaning of a facial expression inherently inhuman? It may well have no human equivalent whatever. That is just a different development of nature. Another example of nature's wonderful adaptability. Growing on another, perhaps harsher world. It has different form and features, but it is just as much a legitimate child of nature as you are. You are displaying that childish human weakness of hating the different. On its own world, it would probably class you as a fish-belly, white monstrosity with an insufficient number of eyes and a fungoid body, pale and bloated with gas. Just because its nature is different, you haven't any right to say it's necessarily evil.
Norris burst out a single explosive "Ha!" He looked down at the thing. Maybe things from other worlds don't have to be evil just because they're different. But that thing was. Child of nature, eh? Well, it was a hell of an evil nature. Oh, will you mugs quit crabbing at each other and get the damned thing off my table? Kinner growled. And put a canvas over it. It looks indecent. Kinner's gone modest, jeered Connet. Kinner slanted his eyes up to the big physicist. The scarred cheek twisted to join the line of his tight lips in a twisted grin. All right, big boy. And what were you grousing about a minute ago? We can set the thing in a chair next to you tonight if you want. I'm not afraid of its face, Connet snapped. I don't like keeping awake over its corpse particularly, but I'm going to do it. Kinner's grin spread. Uh-huh. He went off to the galley stove and shook down ashes vigorously, drowning the brittle chipping of the ice as Blair fell to work again. Cluck, reported the cosmic ray counter. Cluck, brup, cluck. Connet started and dropped his pencil. Damnation. The physicist looked toward the far corner, back at the Geiger counter on the table near that corner.
and crawled under the desk at which he had been working to retrieve the pencil. He sat down at his work again, trying to make his writing more even. It tended to have jerks and quavers in it, in time with the abrupt crowned hen noises of the Geiger counter. The muted whoosh of the pressure lamp he was using for illumination, the mingled gargles and bugle calls of a dozen men sleeping down the corridor in Paradise House, formed the background sounds for the irregular clicking noises of the counter, the occasional rustle of falling coal in the copper-bellied stove, and a soft, steady drip, drip, drip from the thing in the corner. Conant jerked a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, snapped it so that a cigarette protruded, and jabbed the cylinder into his mouth. The lighter failed to function, and he pawed angrily through the pile of papers in search of a match. He scratched the wheel of the lighter several times, dropped it with a curse, and got up to pluck a hot coal from the stove with the coal tongs. The lighter functioned instantly, and he tried it on returning to the desk. The counter ripped out a series of chuckling guffaws as a burst of cosmic rays struck through to it. Conant turned to glower at it, and tried to concentrate on the interpretation of data collected during the past week. The weekly summary. He gave up and yielded to curiosity, or nervousness. He lifted the pressure lamp from the desk and carried it over to the table in the corner. Then he returned to the stove and picked up the coal tongs. The beast had been thawing for nearly 18 hours now. He poked at it with an unconscious caution. The flesh was no longer hard as armor plate, but had assumed a rubbery texture. It looked wet, blue rubber glistening under droplets of water like round jewels in the glare of the gasoline pressure lantern. Conant felt an unreasoning desire to pour the contents of the lamp's reservoir over the thing in its box and drop the cigarette into it. The three red eyes glared up at him sightlessly, the ruby eyeballs reflecting murky, smoky rays of light. He realized vaguely that he had been looking at them for a very long time, even vaguely understood that they were no longer sightless. But it did not seem of no more importance than the labored slow motion of the tentacular things that sprouted from the base of the scrawny, slowly pulsing neck. Conant picked up the pressure lamp and returned to his chair. He sat down, staring at the pages of mathematics before him. The clucking of the counter was strangely less disturbing, the rustle of the coals in the stove no longer distracting. The creak of the floorboards behind him didn't interrupt his thoughts as he went about his weekly report in an automatic manner, filling in columns of data and making brief, summarizing notes. The creak of the floorboards sounded nearer. Blair came up from the nightmare-haunted depths of sleep abruptly. Conant's face floated vaguely above him. For a moment, it seemed a continuance of the wild horror of the dream. But Conant's face was angry and a little frightened.
Blair, you damn log, wake up!
Ugh. The little biologist rubbed his eyes, his bony, freckled finger crooked to a mutilated child fist. From surrounding bunks, other faces lifted to stare down at them. Conant straightened up.
Get up, and get a lift on. Your damn animals escaped. Escaped? What?
Chief Pilot Van Wall's bull voice roared out with a volume that shook the walls. Down the communication tunnels, other voices yelled suddenly. The dozen inhabitants of Paradise House stumbled in abruptly. Barkley, stocky and bulbous, in long woolen underwear,
Damn
carrying
beast
a
got
fire
loose.
extinguisher.
Fell asleep
What
about
the hell's
20
the
minutes
matter?
ago, and when I woke up, the thing was gone. Hey, Doc, the hell you say those things can't come to life? Blair's blasted potential life developed a hell of a lot of potential and walked out on us.
Copper stared blankly. It wasn't earthly, he sighed suddenly. I guess earthly laws don't apply.
Well, it applied for leave of absence and took it. We've got to find it and capture it somehow.
Conant swore bitterly, his deep-set black eyes sullen and angry.
It's a wonder the hellish creature didn't eat me in my sleep. Blair started back, his pale eyes suddenly fear-struck. Maybe it did. We'll have to find it. You find it. It's your pet. I've had all I want to do with it, sitting there for 7 hours with the counter clucking every few seconds, and you birds in here singing night music. It's a wonder I got to sleep. I'm going through to the ad building. Commander Gary ducked through the doorway, pulling his belt tight. You won't have to. Van's roar sounded like the Boeing taking off downwind. So, it wasn't dead? I didn't carry it off in my arms, I assure you, Conant snapped. The last I saw, the split skull was oozing green goo, like a squashed caterpillar. Doc just said our laws don't work. It's unearthly. Well, it's an unearthly monster with an unearthly disposition, judging by the face, wandering around with a split skull and brains oozing out. Norris and McReady appeared in the doorway, a doorway filling with other shivering men. Has anyone seen it coming over here? Norris asked innocently. About 4 feet tall, 3 red eyes, brains oozing out. Hey, has anybody checked to make sure this isn't a cracked idea of humor? If it is, I think we'll unite in tying Blair's pet around Conant's neck like the ancient Mariner's albatross. It's no humor. Conant shivered. Lord, I wish it were. I'd rather wear... He stopped. A wild, weird howl shrieked through the corridors. The men stiffened abruptly and half-turned. I think it's been located. Conant finished. His dark eyes shifted with a queer unease. He darted back to his bunk in Paradise House, to return almost immediately with a heavy 40... I think we'll unite in tying Blair's pet around Conant's neck like the ancient Mariner's albatross. It's no humor. Conant shivered. Lord, I wish it were. I'd rather wear... He stopped. A wild, weird howl shrieked through the corridors. The men stiffened abruptly and half-turned. I think it's been located. Conant finished. His dark eyes shifted with a queer unease. He darted back to his bunk in Paradise House, to return almost immediately with a heavy .45 revolver and an ice axe. He hefted both gently, as he started for the corridor toward Dogtown. It blundered down the wrong corridor, and landed among the Huskies. Listen, the dogs have broken their chains. The half-terrorized howl of the dog pack had changed to a wild hunting melee. The voices of the dogs thundered in the narrow corridors, and through them came a low rippling snarl of distilled hate. A shrill of pain, a dozen snarling yelps. Conant broke for the door. Close behind him, McReady, then Barclay, and Commander Gary came. Other men broke for the ad building, and weapons. The sledgehouse. Pomeroy, in charge of Big Magnet's 5 cows, started down the corridor in the opposite direction. He had a 6-foot handled, long tin pitchfork in mind. Barclay slid to a halt as McReady's giant bulk turned abruptly away from the tunnel leading to Dogtown and vanished off at an angle. Uncertainly, the mechanician wavered a moment, the fire extinguisher in his hands, hesitating from one side to the other. Then he was racing after Conant's broad back. Whatever McReady had in mind, he could be trusted to make it work. Conant stopped at the bend in the corridor. His breath hissed suddenly through his throat. Great God! The revolver exploded thunderously. 3 numbing, palpable waves of sound crashed through the confined corridors. 2 more. The revolver dropped to the hard-packed snow of the trail, and Barclay saw the ice axe shift into defensive position. Conant's powerful body blocked his vision, but beyond, he heard something mewing, and, insanely, chuckling. The dogs were quieter. There was a deadly seriousness in their low snarls. Taloned feet scratched at hard-packed snow. Broken chains were clinking and tingling. Conant shifted abruptly, and Barclay could see what lay beyond. For a second he stood frozen, then his breath went out in a gusty curse. The thing launched itself at Conant. The powerful arms of the man swung the ice axe flat side first, at what might have been a head. It scrunched horribly,
and the tattered flesh, ripped by a half-dozen savage huskies, leapt to its feet again. The red eyes blazed with an unearthly hatred, an unearthly, unkillable vitality. Barclay turned the fire extinguisher on it. The blinding, blistering stream of chemical spray confused it, baffled it, together with the savage attacks of the huskies. Not for long afraid of anything that did or could live, and held it at bay. McGreedy wedged men out of his way and drove down the narrow corridor packed with men unable to reach the scene. There was a sure foreplanned drive to McGreedy's attack. One of the giant blowtorches used in warming the plane's engines was in his bronzed hands. It roared gustily as he turned the corner and opened the valve. The mad mewing hissed louder. The dog scrambled back from the 3-foot lance of blue-hot flame.
Bar, get a power cable, run it in somehow, and a handle. We can electrocute this monster if I don't incinerate it.
McGreedy spoke with an authority of planned action. Barclay turned down the long corridor to the power plant, but already before him, Norris and Benoit were racing down. Barclay found the cable in the electrical cache in the tunnel wall. In a half-minute, he was hacking at it, walking back. Van Wall's voice rang out in a warning shout of "Power!" as the emergency gasoline-powered dynamo thudded into action. Half a dozen other men were down there now. The coal, kindling, were going into the firebox of the steam power plant. Norris, cursing in a low, deadly monotone, was working with quick, sure fingers on the other end of Barclay's cable, splicing a contactor into one of the power leads. The dogs had fallen back when Barclay reached the corridor bend, fallen back before a furious monstrosity that glared from baleful red eyes, mewing in trapped hatred. The dogs were a semicircle of red-dipped muzzles with a fringe of glistening white teeth, whining with a vicious eagerness that near matched the fury of the red eyes. McGreedy stood confidently alert at the corridor bend, the gustily muttering torch held loose and ready for action in his hands. He stepped aside without moving his eyes from the beast as Barclay came up. There was a slight, tight smile on his lean, bronzed face. Norris's voice called down the corridor, and Barclay stepped forward. The cable was taped to the long handle of a snow shovel. The two conductors split and held 18 inches apart by a scrap of lumber lashed at right angles across the far end of the handle. Bare copper conductors, charged with 220 volts, glinted in the light of pressure lamps. The thing mewed and hated and dodged. McGreedy advanced to Barclay's side. The dogs beyond sensed the plan with the almost telepathic intelligence of trained huskies. Their whining grew shriller, softer. Their mincing steps carried them nearer. Abruptly, a huge night-black Alaskan leapt onto the trapped thing. It turned squalling, saber-clawed feet slashing. Barclay leapt forward and jabbed. A weird shrill scream rose and choked out. The smell of burnt flesh in the corridor intensified. Greasy smoke curled up. The echoing pound of the gas-electric dynamo down the corridor became a slogging thud. The red eyes clouded over in a stiffening, jerking travesty of a face. Arm-like, leg-like members quivered and jerked. The dogs leapt forward, and Barclay yanked back his shovel-handled weapon. The thing on the snow did not move as gleaming teeth ripped it open. Gary looked about the crowded room. 32 men, some tensed nervously, standing against the wall. Some uneasily relaxed. Some sitting. Most perforce standing, as intimate as sardines. 32, plus the 5 engaged in sewing up wounded dogs, made 37, the total personnel. Gary started speaking.
All right, I guess we're here. Some of you, 3 or 4 at most, saw what happened. All of you have seen that thing on the table and can get a general idea. Anyone hasn't? I'll lift. His hand strayed to the tarpaulin bulking over the thing on the table. There was an acrid odor of singed flesh seeping out of it. The men stirred restlessly,
hasty denials.
It looks rather as though Charnock isn't going to lead any more teams, Gary went on. Blair wants to get at this thing and make some more detailed examination. We want to know what happened and make sure right now that this is permanently, totally dead. Right?
Conant grinned.
Anybody that doesn't can sit up with it tonight. Alright then, Blair. What can you say about it? What was it? Gary turned to the little biologist.
I wonder if we ever saw its natural form. Blair looked at the covered mass. It may have been imitating the beings that built that ship, but I don't think it was. I think that was its true form. Those of us who were up near the bend saw the thing in action. The thing on the table is the result. When it got loose, apparently, it started looking around. Antarctica, still frozen as it was ages ago when the creature first saw it, and froze. From my observations while it was thawing out, and the bits of tissue I cut and hardened then, I think it was native to a hotter planet than Earth. It couldn't, in its natural form, stand the temperature. There is no life form on Earth that can live in Antarctica during the winter, but the best compromise is the dog. It found the dogs, and somehow got near enough to Charnock to get him. The others smelled it, heard it, I don't know. Anyway, they went wild and broke chains and attacked it before it was finished. The thing we found was part Charnock, clearly only half dead, part Charnock, half digested by jelly-like protoplasm of that creature, and part the remains of the thing we originally found, sort of melted down to the basic protoplasm. When the dogs attacked it, it turned into the best fighting thing you could think of. Some otherworld beast, apparently.
Turned, snapped Gary. How?
Every living thing is made up of jelly, protoplasm, and minute submicroscopic things called nuclei, which control the bulk, the protoplasm. This thing was just a modification of that same worldwide plan of nature. Cells made up of protoplasm, controlled by infinitely tinier nuclei. You physicists might compare it, an individual cell of any living thing, with an atom. The bulk of the atom, the space-filling part, is made up of the electron orbits, but the character of the thing is determined by the atomic nucleus. This isn't widely beyond what we already know. It's just a modification we haven't seen before. It's as natural, as logical, as any other manifestation of life. It obeys exactly the same laws. The cells are made of protoplasm, their character determined by the nucleus. Only, in this creature, the cell nuclei can control those cells at will. It digested Charnock, and as it digested, studied every cell of his tissue, and shaped its own cells to imitate them exactly. Parts of it, parts that had time to finish changing, are dog cells. But they don't have dog cell nuclei. Blair lifted a fraction of the tarpaulin. A torn dog's leg with stiff gray fur protruded. That, for instance, isn't dog at all. It's imitation. Some parts I'm uncertain about. The nucleus was hiding itself, covering up with dog cell imitation nucleus. In time, not even a microscope would have shown the difference.
Suppose, asked Norris bitterly, it had had lots of time.
Then it would have been a dog. The other dogs would have accepted it. We would have accepted it. I don't think anything would have distinguished it. Not microscope, nor x-ray, nor any other means. This is a member of a supremely intelligent race. A race that has learned the deepest secrets of biology, and turned them to its use.
What was it planning to do? Barclay looked at the humped tarpaulin. Blair grinned unpleasantly. The wavering halo of thin hair around his bald pate wavered in the stir of air.
Take over the world, I imagine.
Take over the world. Just it, all by itself. Conant gasped. Set itself up as a lone dictator.
No, Blair shook his head. The scalpel he had been fumbling in his bony fingers dropped.
He bent to pick it up, so that his face was hidden as he spoke. It would become the population of the world.
Populate the world? Does it reproduce asexually?
Blair shook his head and gulped. It doesn't have to. It weighed 85 pounds. Charnock weighed about 90. It would have become Charnock, and had 85 pounds left to become, Jack, for instance, or Chinook. It can imitate anything, that is, become anything. If it had reached the Antarctic Sea, it would have become a seal, maybe 2 seals. They might have attacked a killer whale and become either killers or a herd of seals. Or maybe it would have caught an albatross or a skua gull and flown to South America.
Norris cursed softly. And every time it digested something and imitated it,
it would have had its original bulk left to start again, Blair finished. Nothing would kill it. It has no natural enemies, because it becomes whatever it wants to. If a killer whale attacked it, it would become a killer whale. If it was an albatross, and an eagle attacked it, it would become an eagle. Lord, it might become a female eagle. Go back, build a nest, and lay eggs.
Are you sure that thing from hell is dead? Dr. Copper asked softly.
Yes, thank heaven, the little biologist gasped. After they drove the dogs off, I stood there poking balls, electrocution thing into it for 5 minutes. It's dead and cooked.
Then we can only give thanks that this is Antarctica, where there is not one single solitary living thing for it to imitate, except these animals in camp.
Us, Blair giggled. It can imitate us. Dogs can't make 400 miles to the sea. There's no food. There aren't any skua gulls to imitate at this season. There aren't any penguins this far inland. There's nothing that can reach the sea from this point, except us. We've got brains. We can do it. Don't you see? It's got to imitate us. It's got to be one of us. That's the only way it can fly an airplane. Fly a plane for 2 hours and be all Earth's inhabitants. A world for the taking, if it imitates us. It didn't know yet. It hadn't had a chance to learn. It was rushed, hurried, took the thing nearest its own size. Look, I'm Pandora. I opened the box. And the only hope that can come out is that nothing can come out. You didn't see me. I did it. I fixed it. I smashed every magneto. Not a plane can fly. Nothing can fly.
Blair giggled and lay down on the floor, crying. Chief Pilot Van Wall made for the door. His feet were fading echoes in the corridors as Dr. Copper bent unhurriedly over the little man on the floor. From his office at the end of the room, he brought something and injected a solution into Blair's arm. He might come out of it when he wakes up, he sighed, rising. McReady helped him lift the biologist onto a nearby bunk. It all depends on whether we can convince him that the thing is dead. Van Wall ducked into the shack, brushing his heavy blonde beard absently.
I didn't think a biologist would do a thing like that up thoroughly. He missed the spares in the second cachet. It's all right. I smashed them.
Commander Gary nodded.
I was wondering about the radio.
Dr. Copper snorted.
You don't think it can leak out on a radio wave, do you? You'd have 5 rescue attempts in the next 3 months if you stop the broadcasts. The thing to do is talk loud and not make a sound. Now, I wonder.
McReady looked speculatively at the doctor. It might be like an infectious disease. Everything that drank any of its blood. Copper shook his head.
Blair missed something. Imitate it may, but it has, to a certain extent, its own body chemistry, its own metabolism. If it didn't, it would become a dog, and be a dog and nothing more. It has to be an imitation dog. Therefore, you can detect it by serum tests. And its chemistry, since it comes from another world, must be so wholly, radically different that a few cells, such as gained by drops of blood, would be treated as disease germs by the dog or human body. Blood. Would one of those imitations bleed? Norris demanded. Surely. Nothing mystic about blood. Muscle is about 90% water. Blood differs only in having a couple percent more water and less connective tissue. They'd bleed all right, Copper assured him.
Blair sat up in his bunk suddenly. Conant! Where's Conant? The physicist moved over toward the little biologist.
Here I am. What do you want?
Are you sure? Giggled Blair. He lapsed back into the bunk, contorted with silent laughter. Conant looked at him blankly.
Huh? Am I what?
Are you there? Blair burst into gales of laughter. Are you, Conant? The beast wanted to be man, not a dog. Dr. Copper rose warily from the bunk and washed the hypodermic carefully. The little tinkles it made seemed loud in the packed room, now that Blair's gurgling laughter had finally quieted. Copper looked toward Gary and shook his head slowly.
Hopeless, I'm afraid. I don't think we can convince him the thing is dead now.
Norris laughed uncertainly.
I'm not sure you can convince me. Oh, damn you, McReady.
McReady? Commander Gary turned to look from Norris to McReady, curiously.
The nightmares, Norris explained. He had a theory about the nightmares we had at the secondary station after finding that thing.
And that was? Gary looked at McReady levelly. Norris answered for him, jerkily, uneasily.
That the creature wasn't dead, had a sort of enormously slowed existence, an existence that permitted it, nonetheless, to be vaguely aware of the passing of time, of our coming, after endless years. I had a dream it could imitate things.
Well, Copper grunted.
It can. Don't be an ass, Norris snapped. That's not what's bothering me. In the dream it could read minds, read thoughts and ideas and mannerisms. What's so bad about that? It seems to be worrying you more than the thought of the joy we're going to have with a madman in an Antarctic camp.
Copper nodded toward Blair's sleeping form. McReady shook his great head slowly. You know that Conant is Conant because he not merely looks like Conant, which we're beginning to believe that beast might be able to do, but he thinks like Conant, moves himself around as Conant does. That takes more than merely a body that looks like him. That takes Conant's own mind and thoughts and mannerisms. Therefore, though you know that the thing might make itself look like Conant, you aren't much bothered, because you know it has a mind from another world. A totally unhuman mind that couldn't possibly react and think and talk like a man we know, and do it so well as to fool us for a moment. The idea of the creature imitating one of us is fascinating, but unreal. Because it is too completely unhuman to deceive us. It doesn't have a human mind.
As I said before, Norris repeated, looking steadily at McReady. You can say the damnedest things at the damnedest times. Will you be so good as to finish that thought, one way or the other?
Kinner, the scar-faced expedition cook, had been standing near Conant. Suddenly he moved down the length of the crowded room toward his familiar galley. He shook the ashes from the galley stove nosily.
It would do it no good,
said Dr. Copper, softly, as though thinking out loud.
To merely look like something it was trying to imitate, it would have to understand its feelings, its reactions. It is unhuman. It has powers of imitation beyond any conception of man. A good actor, by training himself, can imitate another man's mannerisms, well enough to fool most people. Of course, no actor could imitate so perfectly as to deceive men who had been living with the imitated one in the complete lack of privacy of an Antarctic camp. That would take a superhuman skill. Oh, you've got the bug too?
Norris cursed softly. Conant, standing alone at one end of the room, looked about him wildly, his face white. A gentle eddying of the men had crowded them slowly down toward the other end of the room, so that he stood quite alone.
My God, will you two Jeremiah shut up?
Conant's voice shook.
What am I? Some kind of microscopic specimen you're dissecting? Some unpleasant worm you're discussing in the third person?
McReady looked up at him. His slowly twisting hand stopped for a moment. Having a lovely time.
Wish you were here, signed everybody. Connett, if you think you're having a hell of a time, just move over on the other end for a while. You've got one thing we haven't. You know what the answer is. I'll tell you this. Right now, you're the most feared and respected man in Dig Magnet.
Lord, I wish you could see your eyes, Connett gasped. Stop staring, will ya? What the hell are you going to do?
Have you any suggestions, Dr. Copper? Commander Gary asked steadily. The present situation is impossible.
Oh, is it?
Connett snapped.
Come over here and look at the crowd. By heaven, they look exactly like that gang of huskies around the corridor, Ben. Benning, will you stop hefting that damned ass axe?
The coppery blade rang on the floor as the aviation mechanic nervously dropped it. He bent over and picked it up instantly, hefting it slowly, turning it in his hands, his brown eyes moving jerkily about the room. Copper sat down on the bunk beside Blair. The wood creaked noisily in the room. Far down a corridor, a dog yelped in pain, and the dog driver's tense voices floated softly back. Microscopic examination, said the doctor thoughtfully, would be useless, as Blair pointed out. Considerable time has passed. However, serum tests would be definitive. Serum tests? What do you mean exactly? Commander Gary asked. If I had a rabbit that had been injected with human blood, a poison to rabbits, of course, as is the blood of any animal save that of another rabbit, and the injections continued in increasing doses for some time, the rabbit would be human immune. If a small quantity of its blood were drawn off, allowed to separate in a test tube, and to the clear serum a bit of human blood were added, there would be a visible reaction, proving the blood was human. If cow or dog blood were added, or any protein material other than that one thing, human blood, no reaction would take place. That would prove definitely.
Can you suggest where I might catch a rabbit for you, Doc?
Norris asked.
That is, nearer than Australia. We don't want to waste time going that far.
I know there aren't any rabbits in Antarctica, Copper nodded. But that is simply the usual animal. Any animal except man will do. A dog, for instance. But it will take several days, and due to the greater size of the animal, considerable blood. 2 of us will have to contribute.
What I do?
Gary asked. That will make 2, Copper nodded. I'll get to work on it right away.
What about Connett in the meantime?
Kinner demanded.
I'm going out to that door and head off to the Ross Sea before I cook for him.
He may be human, Copper started. Connett burst out in a flood of curses.
Human! Maybe human, you damn sawbones! What in the hell do you think I am?
A monster! Copper snapped sharply. Now shut up and listen! Connett's face drained of color, and he sat down heavily as the indictment was put in words. Until we know, you know as well as we do that we have reason to question the fact, and only you know how that question is to be answered. We may reasonably be expected to lock you up. If you are unhuman, you're a lot more dangerous than poor Blair there, and I'm going to see that he's locked up thoroughly. I expect that his next stage will be a violent desire to kill you, and the dogs, and probably all of us. When he wakes, he will be convinced we're all unhuman, and nothing on the planet will ever change his conviction. It would be kinder to let him die, but we can't do that, of course. He's going in one check, and you can stay in Cosmo's house with your cosmic ray apparatus, which is about what you do anyway. I've got to fix up a couple of dogs. Connett nodded bitterly. I'm human. Hurry that test. Your eyes. Lord, I wish you could see your eyes staring. Commander Gary watched anxiously as Clark, the dog handler, held the big brown Alaskan husky while Copper began the injection treatment. The dog was not anxious to cooperate. The needle was painful, and already he'd experienced considerable needle work that morning. 5 stitches held closed a slash that ran from his shoulder, across the ribs, halfway down his body. One long fang was broken off short, missing part was to be found half buried in the shoulder bone of the monstrous thing on the table in the ad building.
How long will that take?
Gary asked, pressing his arm gently. It was sore from the prick of the needle Dr. Copper had used to withdraw blood.
Copper shrugged. I don't know, to be frank. I know the general method. I've used it on rabbits. But I haven't experimented with dogs. They're big, clumsy animals to work with. Naturally, rabbits are preferable and serve ordinarily. In civilized places, you can buy a stock of human-immune rabbits from suppliers, and not many investigators take the trouble to prepare their own.
What do they want with them back there? Clark asked.
Criminology is one large field. A says he didn't murder B, but that the blood on his shirt came from killing a chicken. The state makes a test. Then it's up to A to explain how it is the blood reacts on human-immune rabbits, but not on chicken immunes.
What are we going to do with Blair in the meantime? Gary asked wearily. It's all right to let him sleep where he is for a while, but when he wakes up...
Barclay and Benning are fitting some bolts on the door of Cosmo's house,
Copper replied grimly.
Connet's acting like a gentleman. I think perhaps the way the other men look at him makes him rather want privacy. Lord knows, heretofore, we've all of us individually prayed for a little privacy.
Clark laughed britly.
Not anymore, thank you. The more the merrier. Blair, Copper went on, will also have to have privacy. And locks. He's going to have a pretty defined plan in mind when he wakes up. Ever heard the old story of how to stop hoof and mouth disease in cattle?
Clark and Gary shook their heads silently.
If there isn't any hoof and mouth disease, there won't be any hoof and mouth disease, Copper explained. You get rid of it by killing every animal that exhibits it, and every animal that's been near the diseased animal. Blair's a biologist and knows that story. He's afraid of this thing we loosed. The answer is probably pretty clear in his mind now. Kill everybody and everything in this camp before a skua gull or a wandering albatross coming in with the spring chances out this way and catches the disease.
Clark's lips curled in a twisted grin. Sounds logical to me. If things get too bad, maybe we'd better let Blair get loose. It would save us committing suicide. We might also make something of a vow that if things get bad, we see that does happen. Copper laughed softly.
The last man alive in Big Magnet wouldn't be a man, he pointed out. Somebody's got to kill those creatures that don't desire to kill themselves, you know. We don't have enough thermite to do it all at once, and the decanite explosive wouldn't help much. I have an idea that even small pieces of one of those being would be self-sufficient.
If, said Gary thoughtfully, they can modify their protoplasm at will. Won't they simply modify themselves to birds and fly away? They can read all about birds and imitate their structure without even meeting them. Or imitate, perhaps, birds of their home planet.
Copper shook his head and helped Clark to free the dog. Man studied birds for centuries, trying to learn how to make a machine to fly like them. He never did do the trick. His final success came when he broke away entirely and tried new methods. Knowing the general idea and knowing the detailed structure of wing and bone and nerve tissue is something far, far different. And as for otherworld birds, perhaps, in fact very probably, the atmospheric conditions here are so vastly different that their birds couldn't fly. Perhaps even the being came from a planet like Mars, with such a thin atmosphere that there were no birds.
Barclay came into the building, trailing a length of airplane control cable. It's finished, Doc. Cosmo's house can't be opened from the inside. Now where do we put Blair?
Copper looked toward Gary. There wasn't any biology building. I don't know where we can isolate him.
How about the East Cache? Gary said after a moment's thought. Will Blair be able to look after himself or need attention?
He'll be capable enough. We'll be the ones to watch out, Copper assured him grimly. Take a stove, a couple of bags of coal, necessary supplies, and a few tools to fix it up. Nobody's been out there since last fall, have they? Gary shook his head. If he gets noisy, I thought that might be a good idea. Barclay hefted the tools he was carrying and looked up at Gary. If the muttering he's doing now is any sign, he's going to sing away the hours. And we won't like his song. What's he saying? Copper asked. Barclay shook his head. I didn't care to listen much. You can if you want to. But I gathered that the blasted idiot had all the dreams McReady had and plenty more. He slept beside the thing when we stopped on the trail, coming in from secondary magnetic, remember? He dreamt the thing was alive, dreamt more details, and, damn his soul, knew it wasn't all a dream or had reason to. He knew it had telepathic powers that were stirring vaguely, and that it could not only read minds but project thoughts. They weren't dreams, he said. They were stray thoughts that thing was broadcasting, the way Blair's broadcasting his thoughts now. A sort of telepathic muttering in its sleep. That's why he knew so much about its powers. I guess you and I, Doc, weren't so sensitive, if you want to believe in telepathy. I have to, Copper sighed. Dr. Ryan of Duke University has shown that it exists, shown that some are much more sensitive than others. Well, if you want to learn a lot of details, go listen in on Blair's broadcast. He's driven most of the boys out of the ad building. Kinner's rattling pans like coal going down a chute. When he can't rattle a pan, he shakes ashes. By the way, Commander, what are we going to do this spring, now the planes are out of it? Gary sighed. I'm afraid our expedition is going to be a loss. We cannot divide our strength now. It won't be a loss if we continue to live and come out of this, Copper promised him. The find we've made, if we can get it under control, is important enough. The cosmic ray data, magnetic work, and atmospheric work won't be greatly hindered. Gary laughed mirthlessly. I was just thinking of the radio broadcasts, telling half the world about the wonderful results of our expedition flights, trying to fool men like Beard and Ellsworth back home there that we're doing something. Copper nodded gravely. They'll know something's wrong. But men like that have judgment enough to know we wouldn't do tricks without some sort of reason, and will wait for our return to judge us. I think it comes to this. Men who know enough to recognize our deception will wait for our return. Men who haven't discretion and faith enough to wait will not have the experience to detect any fraud. We know enough of the conditions here to put through a good bluff. Just so they don't send rescue expeditions, Gary prayed. When, if, we're ever ready to come out, we'll have to send word to Captain Forsyth to bring a stock of magnetos with him when he comes down. But never mind that. You mean if we don't come out? Asked Barclay. I was wondering if a nice running account of an eruption or earthquake via radio, with a swell wind-up by using a stick of decanite under the microphone, would help. Nothing, of course, will entirely keep people out. One of those swell, melodramatic, last man alive scenes might make him go easy, though. Gary smiled with genuine humor. Is everyone in camp trying to figure that out, too? Copper laughed. What do you think, Gary? We're confident we can win out, but not too easy about it, I guess. Clark grinned up from the dog he was petting into calmness. Confident, did you say, Doc? Blair moved restlessly around the small shack. His eyes jerked and quivered in vague, fleeting glances at the four men with him. Barclay, 6 feet tall and weighing over 190 pounds. McReady, a bronze giant of a man. Dr. Copper, short, squat, powerful. And Benning, 5'10" of wiry strength. Blair was huddled up against the far wall of the East Cachet cabin, his gear piled in the middle of the floor beside the heating stove,
forming an island between him and the four men. His bony hands clenched and fluttered, terrified. His pale eyes wavered uneasily as his bald, freckled head darted about in bird-like motion.
I don't want anyone coming here. I'll cook my own food, he snapped nervously. Kinner may be human now, but I don't believe it. I'm going to get out of here, but I'm not going to eat any food you send me. I want cans. Sealed cans.
Okay, Blair. We'll bring him tonight, Barclay promised.
You've got coal,
And the fire's started. I'll make it last. Barclay started forward. Blair instantly scurried to the farthest corner.
Get out! Keep away from me, you monster!
The little biologist shrieked and tried to claw his way through the wall of the shack.
Keep away from me! Keep away! I won't be absorbed! I won't be!
Barclay relaxed and moved back. Dr. Copper shook his head.
Leave him alone, Bar. It's easier for him to fix the thing himself. We'll have to fix the door, I think.
The four men let themselves out. Efficiently, Benning and Barclay fell to work. There were no locks in Antarctica. There wasn't enough privacy to make them needed. But powerful screws had been driven in each side of the door frame, and the spare aviation control cable, immensely strong, woven steel wire, was rapidly caught between them and drawn taut. Barclay went to work with a drill and a keyhole saw. Presently, he had a trap cut in the door through which goods could be passed without unlashing the entrance. 3 powerful hinges from a stock crate, 2 hasps, and a pair of 3-inch cotter pins made it proof against opening from the other side. Blair moved restlessly inside. He was dragging something over to the door with panting gasps and muttering frantic curses. Barclay opened the hatch and glanced in. Dr. Copper peering over his shoulder. Blair had moved the heavy bunk against the door. It could not be opened without his cooperation now. Don't know, but what the poor man's right at that, McGreedy sighed. If he gets loose, it is his avowed intention to kill each and all of us as quickly as possible, which is something we don't agree with. But we've something on our side of that door that is worse than a homicidal maniac. One of the other has to get loose. I think I'll come up and undo these lashings here. Barclay grinned. You let me know and I'll show you how to get these off fast. Let's go back. The sun was painting the northern horizon in multicolored rainbows still, though it was 2 hours below the horizon. The field of drift swept off to the north, sparkling under its flaming colors in a million reflected glories. Low mounds of rounded white on the northern horizon showed the magnet range was barely awash above the sweeping drift. Little eddies of wind-lifted snow swirled away from their skis as they set out toward the main encampment 2 miles away. The spidery finger of the broadcast radiator lifted a gaunt black needle against the white of the Antarctic continent. The snow under their skis was like fine sand, hard and gritty. Spring, said Benning bitterly, has come, and we got fun. And I've been looking forward to getting away from this blasted hole in the ice. I wouldn't try it now if I were you, Barclay grunted. Guys that sit out from here in the next few days are going to be marvelously unpopular. How is your dog getting along, Dr. Copper? McGreedy asked. Any results yet?
In 30 hours? I wish there were. I gave him an injection of my blood today, but I imagine another 5 days will be needed. I don't know certainly enough to stop sooner.
I've been wondering, if Connett were changed, would he have warned us so soon after the animal escaped? Wouldn't he have waited long enough for it to have a real chance to fix itself, until we woke up naturally? McGreedy asked slowly. The thing is selfish. You didn't think it looked as though it were possessed of a store of the higher justices, did you? Dr. Copper pointed out. Every part of it is all of it. Every part of it is all for itself, I imagine. If Connett were changed to save his skin, he'd have to. But Connet's feelings aren't changed. They're imitated perfectly. Or they're his own. Naturally, the imitation, imitating perfectly Connet's feelings, would do exactly what Connet would do.
Say, couldn't Norris or Vane give Connet some kind of a test? If the thing is brighter than men, it might know more physics than Connet should, and they'd catch it out, Barclay suggested.
Copper shook his head warily. Not if it reads minds. You can't plan a trap for it. Vane suggested that last night. He hoped it would answer some of the questions of physics he'd like to know answers to.
This expedition of 4 idea is going to make life happy.
Benning looked at his companions.
Each of us with an eye on the other, to make sure he doesn't do something peculiar. Man, aren't we going to be a trusting bunch? Each man eyeing his neighbors with the grandest exhibition of faith and trust. I'm beginning to know what Connet meant by, I wish you could see your eyes. Every now and then we all have it, I guess. One of you looks around with a sort of, I wonder if the other 3 are look. Incidentally, I'm not expecting myself.
So far as we know, the animal is dead, with a slight question as to Connet. No other is suspected. McReady stated slowly. The always 4 order is merely a precautionary measure.
I'm waiting for Gary to make it a 4 and a bunk, Barclay sighed. I thought I didn't have any privacy before, but since that order... None watched more tensely than Connet. A little sterile glass test tube, half filled with straw-colored fluid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drops of the clear solution Dr. Copper had prepared from the drops of blood from Connet's arm. The tube was shaken carefully, then set in a beaker of clear, warm water. The thermometer read blood heat. A little thermostat clicked noisily, and the electric hot plate began to glow as the lights flickered slightly. Then, little white flecks of precipitation were forming, snowing down in the clear straw-colored fluid. Lord, said Connet. He dropped heavily into a bunk, crying like a baby. 6 days, Connet sobbed. 6 days in here, wondering if that damn test would lie. Gary moved over silently and slipped his arm across the physicist's back.
It couldn't lie, Dr. Copper said. The dog was human immune, and the serum reacted. He's all right? Norris gasped. Then the animal is dead. Dead forever. He is human, Copper spoke definitely, and the animal is dead.
Kinner burst out laughing hysterically. McReady turned toward him and slapped his face with a methodical 1-2-1-2 action. The cook laughed, gulped, cried a moment, and sat up rubbing his cheeks, mumbling his thanks vaguely.
I was scared. Lord, I was scared.
Norris laughed gritty.
You think we weren't, you ape? You think maybe Connet wasn't?
The ad building stirred with a sudden rejuvenation. Voices laughed. The men clustering around Connet spoke with unnecessarily loud voices. Jittery, nervous voices relievedly friendly again. Somebody called out a suggestion, and a dozen started for their skis. Blair might recover. Dr. Copper fussed with his test tubes in nervous relief, trying solutions. The party of relief for Blair's shack started out the door, skis clapping noisily. Down the corridor, the dogs set up a quick yelping howl as the air of excited relief reached them. Dr. Copper fussed with his tubes. McReady noticed him first, sitting on the edge of the bunk with 2 precipitin whitened test tubes of straw-colored fluids, his face whiter than the stuff in the tubes, silent tears slipping down from horror-widened eyes. McReady felt a cold knife of fear pierce through his heart and freeze in his breast. Dr. Copper looked up.
Gary,
he called hoarsely.
Gary, for God's sakes, come here.
Commander Gary walked toward him sharply. Silence clapped down on the ad building. Connet looked
rose stiffly from his seat. Gary, tissue from the monster precipitates too. It proves nothing. Nothing but the dog was monster immune too. That one of the two contributing blood. One of us two, you and I, Gary. One of us is a monster.
Bar, call back those men before they tell Blair, McReady said quietly. Barclay went to the door. Faintly his shouts came back to the tensely silent men in the room. Then he was back. They're coming, he said. I didn't tell them why. Just that Dr. Copper said not to go.
McReady, Gary sighed. You're in command now. May God help you. I cannot.
The bronze giant nodded slowly, his deep eyes on Commander Gary.
I may be the one, Gary added. I know I'm not, but I cannot prove it to you in any way. Dr. Copper's test has broken down. The fact that he showed it was useless, when it was to the advantage of the monster to have that uselessness not known, would seem to prove he was human. Copper rocked back and forth slowly on the bunk. I know I'm human. I can't prove it either. One of us two is a liar, for that test cannot lie, and it says one of us is. I gave proof that the test was wrong, which seems to prove I'm human, and now Gary has given that argument which proves me human, which he, as the monster, should not do. Round and round and round and round and... Dr. Copper's head, then his neck and shoulders began circling slowly in time to the words. Suddenly he was lying back on the bunk, roaring with laughter. It doesn't have to prove one of us is a monster. It doesn't have to prove that at all. If we're all monsters, it works the same. We're all monsters, all of us. Connet and Gary and I and all of you. McReady? Van Wall, the blonde-bearded chief pilot, called softly. You were on the way to an MD when you took up meteorology, weren't you? Can you make some kind of test? McReady went over to Copper slowly, took the hypodermic from his hand, and washed it carefully in 95% alcohol. Gary sat on the bunk edge with wooden face, watching Copper and McReady expressionlessly. What Copper said is possible, McReady sighed. Van, will you help here? Thanks. The filled needle jabbed into Copper's thigh. The man's laughter did not stop, but slowly faded into sobs, then sound sleep as the morphia took hold. McReady turned again. The men who had started for Blair stood at the far end of the room, skis dripping snow, their faces as white as their skis. Connet had a lighted cigarette in each hand, one he was puffing absently and staring at the floor. The heat of the one in his left hand attracted him, and he stared at it and the one in the other hand stupidly for a moment. He dropped one and crushed it under his heel slowly. Dr. Copper, McReady repeated, could be right. I know I'm human, but of course can't prove it. I'll repeat the test for my own information. Any of you others who wish to may do the same. 2 minutes later, McReady held a test tube with white precipitin settling slowly from straw-colored serum. It reacts to human blood, too, so they aren't both monsters. I didn't think they were, Van Wall sighed. That wouldn't suit the monster either. We could have destroyed them if we knew. Why hasn't the monster destroyed us, do you suppose? It seems to be loose. McReady snorted, then laughed softly. Elementary, my dear Watson. The monster wants to have life forms available. It cannot animate a dead body, apparently. It is just waiting. Waiting until the best opportunities come. We who remain human, it is holding in reserve. Kinner shuddered violently.
Hey! Hey, Mac! Mac, would I know if I was a monster? Would I know if the monster had already got me? Oh, Lord. I may be a monster already.
You'd know, McReady answered. But we wouldn't, Norris laughed shortly, half hysterically. McReady looked at the vial of serum remaining. There's one thing this damn stuff is good for at that. he said thoughtfully. Clark, will you and Van help me? The rest of the gang better stick together here. Keep an eye on each other, said bitterly. See that you don't get into mischief, shall we say. McReady started down the tunnel toward Dogtown, with Clark and Van Wall behind him. You need more serum? Clark asked. McReady shook his head. Tests. There's 4 cows in a bowl and nearly 70 dogs down there. This stuff reacts only to human blood and monsters. McReady came back to the ad building and went silently to the washstand. Clark and Van Wall joined him a moment later. Clark's lips had developed a tic, jerking into sudden, unexpected sneers. What did you do? Conant exploded suddenly. More immunizing? Clark snickered and stopped with a hiccup. Immunizing. Ha! Immune, all right. That monster, said Van Wall steadily, is quite logical. Our immune dog was quite all right, and we drew a little more serum for the tests. But we won't make any more. Can't you use one man's blood on another dog? Norris began. There aren't, said McReady softly. Any more dogs. Nor cattle, I might add. No more dogs. Benning sat down slowly. They're very nasty when they start changing, Van Wall said precisely. But slow. That electrocution iron you made up, Barclay, is very fast. There was only 1 dog left. Our immune. The monster left that for us, so we could play with our little test. The rest... He shrugged and dried his hands. The cattle, pulped Kinner. Also, reacted very nicely. They look funny as hell when they start melting. The beast hasn't any quick escape when it's tied in dog chains or halters. And it had to be to imitate. Kinner stood up slowly. His eyes darted around the room and came to rest horribly, quivering on a tin bucket in the galley. Slowly, step by step, he retreated toward the door, his mouth opening and closing silently, like a fish out of water. The milk, he gasped. I milked him an hour ago. His voice broke into a scream as he dived through the door. He was out on the ice cap without windproof or heavy clothing. Van Wall looked after him for a moment thoughtfully. He's probably hopelessly mad, he said at length. But he might be a monster escaping. He hasn't skis. Take a blowtorch in case. The physical motion of the chase helped them, something that needed doing. 3 of the other men were quietly being sick. Norris was lying flat on his back, his face greenish, looking steadily at the bottom of the bunk above him. Mac, how long have the cows been not cows? McReady shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. He went over to the milk bucket and with his little tube of serum went to work on it. The milk clouded it, making certainty difficult. Finally, he dropped the test tube in the stand and shook his head. It tests negatively, which means either they were cows then, or that, being perfect imitations, they gave perfectly good milk. Copper stirred restlessly in his sleep and gave a gurgling cross between a snore and a laugh. Silent eyes fastened on him. Would Morphia, a monster? Somebody started to ask. Lord knows, McReady shrugged. It affects every earthly animal I know of. Conant suddenly raised his head. Mac! The dogs must have swallowed pieces of the monster, and the pieces destroyed them. The dogs were where the monster resided. I was locked up. Doesn't that prove? Van Wall shook his head. Sorry. Proves nothing about what you are. Only proves what you didn't do. Doesn't do that, McReady sighed. We are helpless because we don't know enough. And so jittery, we don't think straight. Locked up. Ever watch a white corpuscle of the blood go through the wall of a blood vessel? No? It sticks out a pseudopod. There it is, on the far side of the wall. Oh, said Van Wall unhappily. The
cattle tried to melt down, didn't they? They could have melted down, become just a thread of stuff and leaked under a door, to recollect on the other side. Ropes. No, that wouldn't do it. They couldn't live in a sealed tank, or... If, said McReady, you shoot it through the heart, and it doesn't die. It's a monster. That's the best test I can think of offhand. No dogs, said Gary quietly. And no cattle. It has to imitate men now. And locking up doesn't do any good. Your test might work, Mac, but I'm afraid it would be hard on the men. Clark looked up from the galley stove as Van Wall, Barclay, McReady, and Benning came in, brushing the drift from their clothes. The other men jammed into the ad building, continued studiously to do so as they were doing, playing chess, poker, reading. Ralston was fixing a sledge on the table. Vane and Norris had their heads together over magnetic data, while Harvey read tables in a low voice. Dr. Copper snored softly on the bunk. Gary was working with Dutton over a sheaf of radio messages on the corner of Dutton's bunk and a small fraction of the radio table. Conant was using most of the table for cosmic ray sheets. Quite plainly through the corridor, despite two closed doors, they could hear Kinner's voice. Clark banged the kettle onto the galley stove and beckoned McReady silently. The meteorologist went over to him. I don't mind the cooking so damn much, Clark said nervously. But isn't there some way to stop that bird? We all agreed that it would be safe to move him into Cosmo's house. Kinner, McReady nodded toward the door. I'm afraid not. I can dope him, I suppose, but we don't have an unlimited supply of morphia, and he's not in danger of losing his mind. Just hysterical. Well, we're in danger of losing ours. You've been out for an hour and a half. That's been going on steadily ever since. It was going for 2 hours before. There's a limit, you know. Gary wandered over slowly, apologetically. For an instant, McReady caught the feral spark of fear, horror, in Clark's eyes, and knew, at the same instant, it was in his own. Gary or Copper, was certainly a monster. If you could stop that, I think it would be a sound policy, Mac. Gary spoke quietly. There are tensions enough in this room. We agreed that it would be safe for Kinner in there, because everyone else in camp is under constant eyeing. Gary shivered slightly. And try in God's name, to find some test that will work. McReady sighed. Watched or unwatched, everyone's tense. Blair's jammed the trap so it won't open now. Says he's got food enough and keeps screaming, go away, you're monsters. I won't be absorbed, I won't. I'll tell men when they come, go away. So, we went away. There's no other test, Gary pleaded. McReady shrugged his shoulders. Copper was perfectly right. The serum test could be absolutely definitive if it hadn't been contaminated. But that's the only dog left, and he's fixed now. Chemical tests! McReady shook his head. Our chemistry isn't that good. I tried the microscope, you know. Gary nodded. Monster dog and real dog were identical. But you've got to go on. What are we going to do after dinner? Van Wall joined them quietly. Rotation sleeping. Half the crowd sleep, half stay awake. I wonder how many of us are monsters. All the dogs were. We thought we were safe, but somehow it got Copper. Or you. Van Wall's eyes flashed uneasily. It may have gotten every one of you. All of you but myself. Maybe wondering, looking. No, that's not possible. You just spring then, I'd be helpless. We humans must somehow have the greater numbers now. But he stopped. McReady laughed shortly. You're doing what Norris complained of in me. Leaving it hanging.
shift the balance of power. It doesn't fight. I don't think it ever fights. It must be a peaceable thing in its own inimitable way. It never had to because it always gained its end otherwise. Van Wall's mouth twisted in a sickly grin.
You're suggesting, then, that perhaps it already has the greater numbers, but is just waiting. Waiting, all of them. All of you. For all I know, waiting till I, the last human, drop my awareness and sleep. Mac, did you notice their eyes all looking at us?
Gary sighed.
You haven't been sitting here for 4 straight hours, while all their eyes silently weighed the information that one of us two, Copper or I, is a monster, certainly. Perhaps both of us. Clark repeated his request. Will you stop that bird's noise? He's driving me nuts. Make him tone down anyway.
Still praying? McGreedy asked. Still praying, Clark groaned. He hasn't stopped for a second. I don't mind his praying if it relieves him, but he yells, he sings psalms and hymns and shouts prayers. He thinks God can't hear well way down here. Maybe he can't, Barkley grunted. Or he'd have done something about this thing loosed from hell. Somebody's going to try that test you mentioned if you don't stop him, Clark stated grimly. I think a cleaver in the head would be as positive a test as a bullet in the heart. Go ahead with the food. I'll see what I can do. There may be something in the cabinets. McGreedy moved wearily toward the corner Copper had used as his dispensary. 3 tall cabinets of rough boards, 2 locked, were the repositories of the camp's medical supplies. 12 years ago, McGreedy had graduated, had started for an internship, and had been diverted to meteorology. Copper was a picked man, a man who knew his profession thoroughly and modernly. More than half the drugs available were totally unfamiliar to McGreedy. Many of the others he had forgotten. There was no huge medical library here, no series of journals available to learn the things he had forgotten. The elementary, simple things to Copper, things that did not merit inclusion in the small library he had been forced to content himself with. Books are heavy, and every ounce of supplies had been freighted in by air. McGreedy picked up Barbiturate hopefully. Barclay and Van Wall went with him. One man never went anywhere alone in Big Magnet. Rawson had his sledge put away, and the physicists had moved off the table, the poker game broken up when they got back. Clark was putting out the food. The click of spoons and the muffled sounds of eating were the only sign of life in the room. There were no words spoken as the 3 returned. Simply all eyes focused on them questioningly, while the jaws moved methodically. McGreedy stiffened suddenly. Kinner was screeching out at him in a hoarse, cracked voice. He looked wearily at Van Wall with a twisted grin and shook his head. Van Wall cursed bitterly and sat down at the table.
We'll just plumb have to take that till his voice wears out. He can't yell like that forever.
He's got a brass throat and a cast-iron larynx, Norris declared savagely. Then we could be hopeful and suggest he's one of our friends. In that case, he could go on renewing his throat till doomsday. Silence clamped down. For 20 minutes they ate without a word. Then Conant jumped up with an angry violence. You sit as still as a bunch of graven images. You don't say a word, but oh Lord, what expressive eyes you've got. They roll around like a bunch of glass marbles spilling down a table. They wink and blink and stare and whisper things. Can you guys look somewhere else for a change, please? Listen, Mac, you're in charge here. Let's run movies for the rest of the night. We've been saving those reels to make them last. Last for what? Who is it's going to see those last reels, eh? Let's see them while we can, and look at something other than each other. Sound idea, Connor. I, for one, am quite willing to change this in any way I can. Turn the sound up loud, Dutton. Maybe you can drown out the hymns, Clark suggested.
But don't, Nora said softly. Don't turn off the lights altogether.
The lights will be out. McGreedy shook his head. We'll show all the cartoon movies we have. You won't mind seeing the old cartoons, will you? Goody goody. A moon picture show. I'm just in the mood. McGreedy turned to look at the speaker. A lean, lanky New Englander by the name of Caldwell. Caldwell was stuffing his pipe slowly, a sour eye cocked up to McGreedy. The bronze giant was forced to laugh. Okay, Bart, you win. Maybe we aren't quite in the mood for Popeye and Trick Ducks, but it's something. Let's play classifications, Caldwell suggested slowly. Or maybe you call it Guggenheim. You draw lines on a piece of paper and put down classes of things, like animals, you know. One for H, and one for U, and so on. Like human and unknown, for instance. I think that would be a hell of a lot better game. Classification, I sort of figure, is what we need right now. A lot more than movies. Maybe somebody's got a pencil that he can draw lines with. Draw lines between the U animals and the H animals, for instance.
McGreedy's trying to find that kind of a pencil, Van Wall answered quietly. But we've got 3 kinds of animals here, you know. One that begins with M, we don't want any more.
Mad ones, you mean? Uh-huh. Clark, I'll help you with those pots so we can get our little peep show going. Caldwell got up slowly. Dutton and Barclay and Benning, in charge of the projector and sound mechanism arrangements, went about their jobs silently, while the ad building was cleared and the dishes and pans disposed of. McGreedy drifted over toward Van Wall slowly, leaned back in the bunk beside him. I've been wondering, Van, he said with a wry grin, whether or not to report my ideas in advance. I forgot the U animal, as Caldwell named it, could read minds. I have a vague idea of something that might work. It's too vague to bother with, though. Go ahead with your show while I try to figure out the logic of the thing. I'll take this bunk. Van Wall glanced up and nodded. The movie screen would be practically on a line with this bunk, hence making the pictures least distracting here, because least intelligible.
Perhaps you should tell us what you have in mind. As it is, only the unknowns know what you planned. You might be more unknown before you got it into operation.
Won't take long if I get it figured out right. But I don't want any more all but the test dog monsters things. We better move Copper into this bunk directly above me. He won't be watching the screen either. McGreedy nodded toward Copper's gently snoring bulk. Gary helped them lift and move the doctor. McGreedy leaned back against the bunk and sank into a trance, almost of concentration, trying to calculate chances, operations, methods. He was scarcely aware as the others distributed themselves silently, and the screen lit up. Vaguely, Kinner's hectic shouted prayers and his rasping hymn singing annoyed him, till the sound accompaniment started. The lights were turned out, but the large, light-colored areas of the screen reflected enough light for ready visibility. It made men's eyes sparkle as they moved restlessly. Kinner was still praying, shouting, his voice a raucous accompaniment to the mechanical sound. Dutton stepped up to amplification. So long had the voice been going on that only vaguely at first was McGreedy aware that something seemed missing. Lying as he was just across the narrow room from the corridor leading to Cosmo's house, Kinner's voice had reached him fairly clearly, despite the sound accompaniment. It struck him abruptly that it had stopped. Dutton, cut that sound, McGreedy called as he sat up abruptly. The pictures flickered a moment, soundless and strangely futile in the sudden, deep silence. The rising wind of the surface above bubbled melancholy tears of sound down the stovepipes. Kinner stopped. McGreedy said softly.
For God's sake, start that sound then. He may have stopped to listen, Nora
Norris snapped. McReady rose and went down the corridor. Barclay and Van Wall left their places at the far end of the room to follow him. The flickers bulged and twisted on the back of Barclay's gray underwear as he crossed the still-functioning beam of the projector. Dutton snapped on the lights, and the pictures vanished. Norris stood at the door as McReady asked. Gary sat down quietly in the bunk nearest the door, forcing Clark to make room for him. Most of the others had stayed exactly where they were. Only Conant walked slowly up and down the room in steady, unvarying rhythm. If you're going to do that, Conant, Clark spat, we can get along without you altogether, whether you're human or not. Will you stop that damned rhythm? Sorry. The physicist sat down in a bunk and watched his toes thoughtfully. It was almost 5 minutes, 5 ages, while the wind made the only sound before McReady appeared at the door. We, he announced, haven't got enough grief here already. Somebody's tried to help us out. Kinner has a knife in his throat, which is why he stopped singing, probably. We've got monsters, madmen, and murderers. Any more M's you can think of, Caldwell? If there are, we'll probably have them before long. Is Blair loose? Someone asked.
Blair's not loose, or he flew in. If there's any doubt about where our gentle helper came from, this may clear it up.
Van Wall held a foot-long, thin-bladed knife in a cloth. The wooden handle was half burnt, charred with the peculiar pattern of the top of the galley stove. Clark stared at it.
I did that this afternoon. Forgot the damn thing and left it on the stove.
Van Wall nodded.
I smelled it, if you remember. I knew the knife came from the galley.
I wonder, said Benning, looking around at the party warily. How many more monsters have we? If somebody could slip out of his place, go back of the screen to the galley and then down to the Cosmos house, and back. He did come back, didn't he? Yes, everybody's here. Well, if one of the gang could do all that.
Maybe a monster did it,
Gary suggested quietly.
There's that possibility. The monster, as you pointed out today, has only men left to imitate. Would he decrease his supply, shall we say? Van Wall pointed out. No, we have just a plain ordinary louse, a murderer to deal with. Ordinarily we'd call him an inhuman murderer, I suppose, but we have to distinguish now. We have inhuman murderers, and now we have human murderers. Or one at least.
There's one less human, Nora said softly.
Maybe the monsters have the balance of power now.
Never mind that. McReady sighed and turned to Barclay. Bar, will you get your electric gadget? I'm going to make certain. Barclay turned down the corridor to get the pronged electrocutor, while McReady and Van Wall went back toward Cosmos House. Barclay followed them in some 30 seconds. The corridor to Cosmos House twisted, as did nearly all corridors in Big Magnet. Norris stood at the entrance again. But they heard, rather muffled, McReady's sudden shout. There was a savage flurry of blows, dull chlunk, schlup sounds. Bar! Bar! And a curious savage mewing scream, silenced before even quick-moving Norris had reached the bend. Kinner, or what had been Kinner, lay on the floor, cut half in two by the great knife McReady had had. The meteorologist stood against the wall, the knife dripping red in his hand. Van Wall was stirring vaguely on the floor, moaning, his hand half-consciously rubbing at his jaw. Barclay, an unutterable savage gleam in his eyes, was methodically leaning on the pronged weapon in his hand, jabbing, jabbing, jabbing. Kinner's arms had developed a queer, scaly fur, and the flesh had twisted. The fingers had shortened, the hand rounded, the fingernails become 3-inch-long things of dull red horn. keened to steel hard, razor-sharp talons. McReady raised his head, looked at the knife in his hand, and dropped it. Well, whoever did it can speak up now. He was an inhuman murderer at that. In that he murdered an inhuman. I swear by all that's holy, Kinner was a lifeless corpse on the floor here when we arrived. But when it found we were going to jab it, with the power, it changed. Norris stared unsteadily. Oh, Lord, those things can act. Ye gods! Sitting in here for hours, mouthing prayers to a god it hated, shouting hymns in a cracked voice, hymns about a church it never knew, driving us mad with its ceaseless howling. Well, speak up, whoever did it. You didn't know it, but you did the camp a favor. I want to know how in blazes you got out of the room without anyone seeing you. It might help in guarding ourselves. His screaming, his singing. Even the sound projector couldn't drown it. Clark shivered. It was a monster. Oh, said Van Wall in a sudden comprehension. You were sitting right next to the door, weren't you? And almost behind the projection screen already. Clark nodded dumbly. It's quiet now. It's a dead... Mac, your test's no damn good. It was dead anyway. Monster or man, it was dead. McReady chuckled softly. Boys, meet Clark. The only one we know is human. Meet Clark. The one who proves he's human by trying to commit murder. And failing. Will the rest of you please refrain from trying to prove you're human for a while? I think we may have another test. A test? Conant snapped joyfully. Then his face sagged in disappointment. I suppose it's another either way you want it. No, said McReady steadily. Look sharp and be careful. Come into the ad building. Barclay, bring your electrocutor. And somebody, Dutton, stand with Barclay to make sure he does it. Watch every neighbor, for by hell these monsters came from. I've got something and they know it. They're going to get dangerous. The group tensed abruptly. An air of crushing menace entered into every man's body. Sharply they looked at each other. More keenly than ever before. Is that man next to me an inhuman monster? What is it? Gary asked, as they stood again in the main room. How long will it take? I don't know exactly, said McReady, his voice brittle with angry determination. But I know it will work, and not two ways about it. It depends on a basic quality of the monsters, not on us. Kinner just convinced me. He stood heavy and solid in bronzed immobility, completely sure of himself again at last. This, said Barclay, hefting the wooden-handled weapon tipped with its two sharp-pointed charge conductors, is going to be rather necessary, I take it. Is the power plant assured? Dutton nodded sharply. The automatic stoker bin is full. The gas power plant is on standby. Van Wall and I set it for the movie operation, and we've checked it over rather carefully several times, you know. Anything these wires touch dies, he assured them grimly. I know that. Dr. Copper stirred vaguely in his bunk, rubbed his eyes with fumbling hand. He sat up slowly, blinked his eyes, blurred with sleep and drugs, widened with an unutterable horror of drug-ridden nightmares. Gary, he mumbled. Gary, listen. Selfish. From hell they came, and hellish shellfish. I mean self... Do I? What do I mean? He sank back in his bunk and snored softly. McReady looked at him thoughtfully. We'll know presently. He nodded slowly. But selfish is what you mean, all right. You may have thought of that, half sleeping, dreaming there. I hadn't stopped to think what dreams you might be having. But that's all right. Selfish is the word. They must be, you see. He turned to the men in the cabin, tense, silent men staring with wolfish eyes, each at his neighbor. Selfish, and as Dr. Copper said, every part is a whole. Every every piece is self-sufficient, an animal in itself. That, and one other thing, tell the story. There's nothing mysterious about blood. It's just as normal a body tissue as a piece of muscle or a piece of liver. But it hasn't so much connective tissue, though it has millions, billions of life cells. McReady's great bronze beard ruffled in a grim smile. This is satisfying in a way. I'm pretty sure we humans still outnumber you others. Others standing here. And we have what you, your otherworld race, evidently doesn't. Not an imitated, but a bred-in-the-bone instinct. A driving, unquenchable fire that's genuine. We'll fight. Fight with a ferocity you may attempt to imitate, but you'll never equal. We're human. We're real. Your imitations. False to the core of your every cell. Alright. It's a showdown now. You know. You with your mind reading. You've lifted the idea from my brain. You can't do a thing about it. Standing here. Let it pass. Blood is tissue. They have to bleed. If they don't bleed when cut, then by heaven, they're phony from hell. If they bleed, then that blood separated from them is an individual. A newly formed individual in its own right. Just as they split, all of them, from one original, are individuals. Get it, Van? See the answer bar? Van Wall laughed very softly. The blood. The blood will not obey. It's a new individual, with all the desire to protect its own life that the original, the main mass from which it was split, has. The blood will live. Try to crawl away from a hot needle, say. McReady picked up the scalpel from the table. From the cabinet, he took a rack of test tubes, a tiny alcohol lamp, and a length of platinum wire set in a little glass rod. A smile of grim satisfaction rode his lips. For a moment, he glanced up at those around him. Barclay and Dutton moved toward him slowly, the wooden-handled electric instrument alert. Dutton, said McReady, suppose you stand over by the splice there, where you've connected that in. Just make sure no thing pulls it loose. Dutton moved away. Now, Van, suppose you be first on this. White-faced, Van Wall stepped forward. With a delicate precision, McReady cut a vein in the base of his thumb. Van Wall winced slightly, then held steady as a half-inch of bright blood collected in the tube. McReady put the tube in the rack, gave Van Wall a bit of alum, and indicated the iodine bottle. Van Wall stood motionlessly watching. McReady heated the platinum wire in the alcohol lamp flame, then dipped it into the tube. It hissed softly. 5 times he repeated the test. Human, I'd say. McReady sighed and straightened. As yet, my theory hasn't been actually proven, but I have hopes. I have hopes. Don't, by the way, get too interested in this. We have with us some unwelcome ones, no doubt. Van, will you relieve Barclay at the switch? Thanks. Okay, Barclay. And may I say I hope you stay with us. You're a damn good guy. Barclay grinned uncertainly, winced under the keen edge of the scalpel. Presently smiling widely, he retrieved his long-handled weapon. Mr. Samuel Bar! The tensity was released in that second. Whatever of hell the monsters may have had within them, the men in that instant matched it. Barclay had no chance to move his weapon, as a score of men poured down on the thing that had seemed Dutton. It moved and spat and tried to grow fangs, and was 100 broken, torn pieces. Without knives or any
weapon save the brute-given strength of a staff of picked men, the thing was crushed, rent. Slowly they picked themselves up, their eyes smoldering, very quiet in their motions. Curious wrinkling of their lips betrayed a species of nervousness. Barclay went over with the electric weapon. Things smoldered and stank. The caustic acid Van Wall dropped on each spilled drop of blood gave off tickling, cough-provoking fumes.
McGreedy grinned, his deep-set eyes alight and dancing. Maybe, he said softly, I underrated man's abilities when I said nothing human could have the ferocity in the eyes of that thing we found. I wish we could have the opportunity to treat it in a more befitting manner, these things. Something with boiling oil, or melted lead in it, or maybe slow roasting in the power boiler. When I think what a man Dutton was. Never mind. My theory is confirmed by one who knew. Well, Van Wall and Barclay are proven. I think, then, that I'll try to show you what I already know. That I, too, am human. McGreedy switched the scalpel in absolute alcohol, burned it off the metal blade, and cut the base of his thumb expertly. 20 seconds later, he looked up from the desk at the waiting men. There were more grins out there now, friendly grins, yet with all something else in the eyes. Connet, McGreedy laughed softly, was right. The huskies watching that thing in the corridor bend had nothing on you. Wonder why we think only the wolf blood has the right to ferocity. Maybe on spontaneous viciousness a wolf takes tops. But after these 7 days, abandon all hope, ye wolves who enter here. Maybe we can save time. Connet, would you step forth? Again, Barclay was too slow. There were more grins, less tensity still, when Barclay and Van Wall finished their work. Gary spoke in a low, bitter voice. Connet was one of the finest men we had here, and 5 minutes ago I'd have sworn he was a man. Those damnable things are more than imitation. Gary shuddered and sat back in his bunk. And 30 seconds later, Gary's blood shrank from the hot platinum wire and struggled to escape the tube, struggled as frantically as a suddenly feral, red-eyed, dissolving imitation of Gary struggled to dodge the snake-tongue weapon Barclay advanced at him, white-faced and sweating. The thing in the test tube screamed with a tiny, teeny voice as McGreedy dropped it into the glowing coal in the galley stove.
The last of it?
Dr. Copper looked down from his bunk with bloodshot and saddened eyes.
14 of them.
McGreedy nodded shortly. In some ways, only we could have permanently prevented their spreading. I'd like to have evened the imitations back. Commander Gary, Connet, Dutton, Clark.
Where are they taking those things?
Copper nodded to the stretcher Barclay and Norris were carrying out. Outside. Outside on the ice, where they've got 15 smashed crates, half a ton of coal, and presently we'll add 10 gallons of kerosene. We've dumped acid on every spilled drop, every torn fragment. We're going to incinerate those.
Sounds like a good plan.
Copper nodded wearily.
I wonder, you haven't said whether Blair...
McGreedy started. We forgot him. We had so much else. I wonder, do you suppose we can cure him now?
If...
began Dr. Copper, and stopped meaningly. McGreedy started a second time. Even a madman. It imitated Kinner in his praying hysteria. McGreedy turned toward Van Wall at the long table. Van, we've got to make an expedition to Blair's shack. Van looked up sharply. The frown of worry faded for an instant in surprised remembrance. Then he rose.
Barclay better go along. He applied the lashings, and may figure out how to get in without frightening Blair too much.
3/4 of an hour, through -37 degrees cold, while the aurora curtain bellied overhead. The twilight was nearly 12 hours long, flaming in the north on snow like white crystalline sand under their skis. A 5-mile wind piled it in drift lines pointing off to the northwest. 3/4 of an hour to reach the snow-buried shack. No smoke came from the little shack, and the men hastened. "Blair!" Barclay roared into the wind when he was still 100 yards away. "Blair!" "Shut up," said McGreedy softly, "and hurry. Maybe trying a lone hike. We have to go after him. No planes. The tractor's disabled. Would a monster have the stamina a man has? A broken leg wouldn't stop it for more than a minute," McGreedy pointed out. Barclay gasped suddenly and pointed aloft. Dim in the twilit sky, a winged thing circled in curves of indescribable grace and ease. Great white wings tipped gently, and the bird swept over them in silent curiosity. "Albatross," Barclay said softly. "First of the season, and wandering way inland for some reason. If a monster's loose..." Norris bent down on the ice and tore hurriedly at his heavy, windproof clothing. He straightened his coat, flapping open, a grim blue metal weapon in his hand. It roared a challenge to the white silence of Antarctica. The thing in the air screamed hoarsely. Its great wings worked frantically as a dozen feathers floated down from its tail. Norris fired again. The bird was moving swiftly now, but in an almost straight line of retreat. It screamed again. More feathers dropped, and with beating wings it soared behind a ridge of pressure ice to vanish. Norris hurried after the others. "It won't come back," he panted. Barclay cautioned him to silence, pointing. A curiously, fiercely blue light beat out from the cracks of the shack's door. A very low, soft humming sounded inside. A low, soft humming, and a clink and a click of tools. The very sound somehow bearing a message of frantic haste. McGreedy's face paled. Lord help us if that thing has. He grabbed Barclay's shoulder and made snipping motions with his fingers, pointing toward the lacing of control cables that held the door. Barclay drew the wire cutters from his pocket and kneeled soundlessly at the door. The snap and twang of cut wires made an unbearable racket in the utter quiet of the Antarctic hush. There was only that strange, sweetly soft hum from within the shack, and the queerly, hectically clipped clicking and rattling of tools to drown their noises. McGreedy peered through a crack in the door. His breath sucked in huskily, and his great fingers clamped cruelly on Barclay's shoulder. The meteorologist backed down. "It isn't," he explained very softly. "Blair. It's kneeling on something on the bunk. Something that keeps lifting. Whatever it's working on is a thing like a knapsack. And it lifts." "All at once," Barclay said grimly. "No. Norris, hang back and get that iron of yours out. It may have weapons." Together, Barclay's powerful body and McGreedy's giant strength struck the door. Inside, the bunk jammed against the door screeched madly and crackled into kindling. The door flung down from broken hinges, the patched lumber of the doorpost dropping inward. Like a blue rubber ball, a thing bounced up. One of its 4 tentacle-like arms looped out like a striking snake. In a 7-tentacled hand, a 6-inch pencil of winking, shining metal glinted and swung upward to face them. Its lined, thin lips twitched back from snake fangs in a grin of hate, red eyes blazing. Norris's revolver thundered in the confined space. The hate-washed face twitched in agony. The looping tentacle snatched back. The silvery thing in its hand, a smashed ruin of metal. The 7-tentacle hand became a mass of mangled flesh, oozing greenish-yellow ichor. The revolver thundered 3 times more. Dark holes drilled each of the 3 eyes before Norris hurled the empty weapon against its face. The thing screamed in feral hate, a lashing tentacle whipping at blinded eyes. For a moment, it crawled on the floor, savage tentacles lashing out, the body twitching. Then it staggered up again, blinded eyes working, boiling hideously, the crushed flesh sloughing away in sodden gobbets. Barclay lurched to his feet and dove forward with an ice axe. The flat of the weighty thing crushed against the side of the head. Again, the unkillable monster went down. The tentacles lashed out, and suddenly Barclay fell to his feet in the grip of a living, livid rope. The thing dissolved as he held it, a white-hot band that ate into the flesh of his hands like living fire. Frantically he tore the stuff from him, held his hands where they could not be reached. The blind thing felt and ripped at the tough, heavy, windproof cloth, seeking flesh. Flesh it could convert. The huge blowtorch McReady had brought coughed solemnly. Abruptly, it rumbled disapproval throatily. Then it laughed, gurglingly, and thrust out a blue-white 3-foot tongue. The thing on the floor shrieked, flailed out blindly with tentacles that writhed and withered in the bubbling wrath of the blowtorch. It crawled and turned on the floor. It shrieked and hobbled madly, but always McReady held the blowtorch on the face, the dead eyes burning and bubbling uselessly. Frantically the thing crawled and howled. A tentacle sprouted a savage talon and crisped in the flame. Steadily McReady moved with a planned, grim campaign. Helpless, maddened, the thing retreated from the grunting torch, the caressing, licking tongue. For a moment it rebelled, squalling in inhuman hatred at the touch of the icy snow. Then it fell back before the charging breath of the torch, the stench of its flesh bathing it. Hopelessly it retreated, on and on across the Antarctic snow. The bitter wind swept over it, twisting the torch tongue. Vainly it flopped, a trail of oily, stinking smoke bubbling away from it. McReady walked back toward the shack silently. Barclay met him at the door. "No more?" the giant meteorologist asked grimly. Barclay shook his head. "No more. It didn't split. It had other things to think about," McReady assured him. "When I left it, it was a glowing coal. What was it doing?" Norris laughed shortly. "Wise boys we are. Smash magneto so planes won't work. Rip the boiler tubing out of the tractors. And leave that thing alone for a week in the shack. Alone and undisturbed." McReady looked in at the shack more carefully. The air, despite the ripped door, was hot and humid. On a table at the far end of the room rested a thing of coiled wires and small magnets, glass tubing and radio tubes. At the center, a block of rough stone rested. From the center of the block came the light that flooded the place. The fiercely blue light, bluer than the glare of an electric arc, and from it came the sweetly soft hum. Off to one side was another mechanism of crystal glass, blown with an incredible neatness and delicacy, metal plates, and a queer, shimmery sphere of insubstantiality. What is that?
McReady moved nearer. Norris grunted. Leave it for investigation. But I can guess pretty well. That's atomic power. That stuff to the left. That's a neat little thing for doing what men have been trying to do with 100-ton cyclotrons and so forth. It separates neutrons from heavy water, which he was getting from the surrounding ice.
Where did he get all... Oh, of course. A monster couldn't be locked in. Or out. He's been through the apparatus caches. McReady stared at the apparatus. Lord, what minds that race must have.
The shimmery sphere. I think it's a sphere of pure force. Neutrons can pass through any matter, and he wanted to supply a reservoir of neutrons. Just project neutrons against silica, calcium, beryllium, almost anything, and the atomic energy is released. That thing is the atomic generator. McReady plucked a thermometer from his coat.
It's 120 degrees in here, despite the open door. Our clothes have kept the heat out to an extent, but I'm sweating now.
Norris nodded. The light's cold. I found that. But it gives off heat to warm the place through that coil. He had all the power in the world. He could keep it warm and pleasant, as his race thought of warmth and pleasantness. Did you notice the light, the color of it? McReady nodded.
Beyond the stars is the answer. From beyond the stars, from a hotter planet that circled a brighter, bluer sun they came.
McReady glanced out the door toward the blasted, smoke-stained trail that flopped and wandered blindly off across the drift.
There won't be any more coming, I guess. Sheer accident and landed here, and that was 20 million years ago. What did it do all that for?
He nodded toward the apparatus. Barclay laughed softly.
Did you notice what it was working on when we came? Look.
He pointed toward the ceiling of the shack. Like a knapsack, made of flattened coffee tins, with dangling cloth straps and leather belts. The mechanism clung to the ceiling. A tiny, glaring heart of supernal flame burned in it, yet burned through the ceiling's wood without scorching it. Barclay walked over to it, grasped two of the dangling straps in his hands, and pulled it down with an effort. He strapped it about his body. A slight jump carried him in a weirdly slow arc across the room.
Anti-gravity,
said McReady softly. Anti-gravity, Norris nodded. Yes, we had him stuffed with no planes and no birds. The birds hadn't come, but it had coffee tins and radio parts, and glass and the machine shop at night. And a whole week, all to itself. America in a single jump, with anti-gravity powered by the atomic energy of matter. We had him stopped. Another half hour, it was just tightening these straps on the device so we could wear it. And we'd have stayed in Antarctica, shot down any moving thing that came from the rest of the world.
The albatross, McReady said softly. Do you suppose...
With this thing almost finished, with that death weapon it held in its hand? No. By the grace of God, who evidently does hear very well, even down here, in the margin of half an hour. We keep our world, and the planets of the system too. Anti-gravity, you know, and atomic power. Because they came from another sun, a star beyond the stars. They came from a world with a bluer sun.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we're not gonna listen to that. Let's see here.
Let's see if we can't find my we. Of course, I mean me, because now you're gonna sit here and hang out if you're gonna stay and watch. I'm feeling. How about. Yeah.
This video was brought to you by my loyal patrons. Pledge today and receive exclusive perks. Link in the description. 3 years ago, I made a video outlining the entire timeline of Wilbert Awdry's Railway series. Every major event from 1806 to modern day, in order. It's no secret that Reverend Wilbert Awdry was obsessed with the world that he created. Every town, every railway, every engine, every noteworthy person had a history and a story behind them, and everything that happened aligned with real-world history. The lore of the Thomas the Tank Engine universe is as extensive as it is interesting. It rivals the greats, such as Lord of the Rings, with the intricacies of its lore, and how perfectly situated everything in its timeline is. Since that video, though, much has been revealed about Awdry's world that we didn't know prior. All from notes that he made in his study, from uncovered letters that he wrote to fans, and from the lectures that he developed that have been revealed at the last few Awdry Extravaganza events. And with all this new information out there now, I thought now as good a time as any to update that old timeline video. A new one that goes into even further detail than before and outlines everything.
Nope.
Luke Ryan, media creator of the Tallyquin Railway, who helps upkeep the Awdry study, has worked closely with me on this project, fact-checking everything and making sure all is correct and up to date here. This man really went to town on this, adding so much information to the script that I wrote up, and I am very proud with what he and I have cooked up here. Thanks for all your help, Luke. For this, we will also be using the absolutely amazing island of Sodor map designed by 01 Salty, as we have used many times in previous videos. So a big shout out to him as well, and a link to his original work is below in the description. So, without further ado, let's dive into this. We'll turn back the clocks a couple centuries, back to where it all began. We'll begin our story in the early 1800s, when the seeds for the first ever railway on the island of Sodor were sown. It all started when copper ore was discovered in the slopes of Ward Fell in the early 19th century. The Crobensgate Mining Company formed and dug out a copper mine there. They built a horse-worked plateway from Crosney Kern to the harbor at Balladwale. Pack horses would bring copper down the Banglass Valley, which was then loaded into wagons at Crosney Kern for the journey down. In 1820, the plateway from Balladwale to Crosney Kern was relaid with fish belly rails and extended up the Banglass Valley to the now several copper mines of Ward Fell via the use of 5 successive rope-worked inclines. As it was the first and only railway on the island at the time, it was considered a modern marvel and was quite simply known as the railroad. Over on the mainland, Robert Stephenson and Company constructed a steam locomotive called Rocket to compete in the Rainhill Trials. It won the competition, and its success caught the attention of eyes across the world. It was clear that steam power was the future, and quickly after, railways powered by steam locomotives using Rocket's design as a blueprint started to sprout all over the United Kingdom. The idea of a railway line connecting the mainland to Sodor's capital city of Sudbury was proposed. It was met with much enthusiasm from locals, though little from the mainland. Over the next couple years, the plan canvassed support from local investors at Peel Godred, promising them that they'd build a branch line north there from Cronk. In 1853, the government granted the railway an Act of Parliament, and plans were made. The railway would be called the Sodor and Mainland Railway. They attempted to gain approval for a low-level bridge over the Walney Channel to connect Sodor and England. This was the first of their many mistakes. In the north of Sodor, the seaside town of Harwick had fallen into an economic slump following pirates and smugglers using the area as a haunt for their stolen goods. The town had hoped that a railway of their own could pose a solution to this problem and provide honest work for the people in the valley. The Cronk and Harwick Railway Company was formed in 1855 with an Act of Parliament. The Sodor and Mainland Railway had taken powers to construct a branch line from Rolf's Castle to Cronk, and the plan was that at the same time the Cronk and Harwick would construct a line from Harwick to Peel Godred, and then south to meet the Sodor and Mainland at Cronk. Upon completion, the Sodor and Mainland would take lease of this line and operate it for the Cronk and Harwick. A horse-worked standard gauge railway was constructed from a stone pier at Harwick to a nearby quarry at Drogan y Clagan, Cydric IV, Bridge of Rocks, and it went no further, waiting for the Sodor and Mainland to reach Cronk. Flash forward a couple years, and the Sodor and Mainland's bridge across the Walney Channel had progressed no further. The Admiralty had proven an endless obstruction, rejecting multiple of their proposed bridge designs. Having realized that they were to get no further, they put the bridge on the back burner and turned their attention to boring a tunnel through the Ballyhoo Ridge. This proved expensive and ultimately a failure. The construction was plagued with rock falls and inrushes of water, and by 1861, this project was also abandoned altogether. With their eastern section a bust, the Sodor and Mainland began work on what they should have done in the first place, the construction of their railway line at Ballyhoo. Their hope to somehow find a way to connect to the mainland was kept for a later date. They ordered 3 box tanks new from Nielsen and Company to help construct the line. The engines arrived to Sodor via ship and were officially the first steam locomotives on the island. Number 2 was named Neil after his builder. Following the Festiniog Railway's lead in Wales, improvements to the railroad began. Its fish belly rails up the Benglass Valley were pulled up and replaced with wrought iron flat bottom rail, as a new, more gradual route for steam engines up the Hawandui Valley was constructed. It was originally going to be a minerals-only railway, as it was prior, but as the new route was surveyed, the long-forgotten lake and hollow of Skarloey was accidentally rediscovered, and the board's thinking changed. This lakeside hollow would make for a lovely holiday spot for passengers, and so the new line was also envisioned as a passenger railway to serve it. It was given an official name, the Skarloey Railway. Skarloey itself underwent development, and villas and a hotel were built around the lakeside. The Skarloey ordered 2 engines from Fletcher Jennings and Company in Whitehaven. The first, Skarloey, was built alongside his twin, Talyllyn, who was destined for the Talyllyn Railway in Wales. With their line between Ballyhoo and Rolf's Castle finally laid, the Sodor and Mainland Railway officially opened for service. The next year, they extended south to the harbor at Kirk Ronan. With this new harbor reached, ore exports out of Ballywell's Wharf ceased. Skarloey was completed and arrived to Sodor via paddle ship at Kirk Ronan. Neil helped unload him. Skarloey was put to work helping to finish construction of the line. A transfer wharf between the 2 railways was constructed at Crovan's Gate. Later that year, the second engine, Renius, arrived just in time for the Board of Trade's inspection. The directors found Skarloey to be too bouncy and demanded improvements be made to him. The line was approved, and the Skarloey Railway officially opened for passenger traffic. The next year, Skarloey was sent back to Whitehaven to be rebuilt, in which he gained a rear set of trailing wheels to fix his bouncing, as well as a cab, the newest thing for steam engines. Following the lead of the Skarloey Railway, a small horse-drawn mineral tramway in the Arle Valley adopted steam traction in 1866. The tramway had been set up some years prior by the mine owners at Cosneyhowen to gain access to the port at Arlesborough. It was laid to a gauge of 2 foot 3 inches. Over the next couple decades, other standard gauge railways across the island started to emerge. The Wellsworth and Suttery Railway Company was formed. This was to be an industrial line serving lead and zinc mines that ran along the south coast from Crosby to the island's capital in Suttery. with a middle station at Wellsworth. The stretch between Wellsworth and Sudbury finished construction and opened. Two 060 saddle tank engines built by Manning Wardle were brought on to run the short line. Back up north, it had become apparent to the Kronk and Harwick that the Sodor and Mainland were never actually going to reach Kronk. By this time, another company had opened up a quarry some miles up the valley at Craigweir. They had a long haul to the pier at Harwick and objected to the cost of a standard gauge railway. After discussions with the Kronk and Harwick, they decided on a narrower and cheaper gauge of 1 foot 11.5 inches. New rail was laid from Craigweir to Drogan a Claggan, and the standard gauge rails of the existing railway were lifted and relayed to match. The track bed was retained at standard gauge width on the very slim chance that the Sodor and Mainland would ever reach them. Upon seeing this, the people of Peel Godred realized that their hope for a grand rail corridor was dashed. So, they took matters into their own hands. Later that year, the people of Peel Godred came together and decided to build their own railway to gain access to the west coast. And 2 years later, the Peel Godred Committee bought up the tramway in the Arles Valley, and the Mid-Sodor Railway Company was formed. Work began quickly. They pulled up the rails of the tramway and relayed it to passenger-carrying standards. The tramway reopened in 1874 with stations at Arlesdale, Marthwaite, Farquhar Road, and Arlesborough. With income flowing in, they could focus on their grand plans of a full railway up the mountain to Peel Godred. The Sodor and Mainland, by this point, had been happy to keep working their already laid section of their railway. The copper ore traffic coming from the Skarloey Railway was keeping them afloat. But only just. Pressure from the railway's shareholders and the inhabitants of Vickerstown for their bridge led the railway to approach the Admiralty again about the bridge, who again proved to be obstructive to the idea. But after 3 years of campaigning, the Admiralty finally agreed to the design of a high-level bridge across the Walney Channel to the design of Mr., later Sir, Thomas Bausch. By 1879, the full Mid-Sodor Railway was nearing completion, and an order was put in for their first engine to be built at Boston Lodge Works on the Festiniog Railway in Wales. The Sodor and Mainland's bridge was nearly complete after various setbacks. However, it was not to be. The bridge was destroyed one night in a devastating autumn gale. The company attempted to raise more capital for the project, but the real-life Tay Bridge disaster in December later that same year destroyed all confidence. That bridge having also been designed by Thomas Bausch. Now desperate for money, the Sodor and Mainland abandoned the Vickerstown connection entirely and entered talks with other railways to amalgamate. The first engine for the Mid-Sodor Railway was completed and arrived in time for the railway's official opening. He was named the Duke, in honor of the Duke of Sodor, who at that time was Sir John Arnold Norramby and the chairman of the Mid-Sodor Railway Company. Several other engines arrived later. Following the opening of the Mid-Sodor, the Kronk and Harwick considered pushing on through the valley to meet them at Peel Godred, but sadly, nothing came of it. The expenses of climbing or tunneling through the hills to Peel Godred would just be too great, let alone having to relay the entire railway a second time to match the Mid-Sodor's 2-foot 3-inch gauge. And so, the line stayed as it was, serving the quarries and the few people in the valley, paying their way, but only just. The Wellsworth and Sudbury Railway purchased a third engine, a Sharp Stewart 060 tank engine that once worked on the Cornwall Minerals Railway in the southwest of England. At some point after this, a fourth locomotive was also purchased for the railway. Other than it being an 060 tank engine, its class and origins are currently unknown. Going back to the Sodor and Mainland affairs, none of the railways they attempted to amalgamate with wanted anything to do with them. The Wellsworth and Sudbury distrusted them, and the mainland railways didn't want to touch them with a barge pull. In a desperate attempt to raise funds to keep going, they sold 2 of their 3 locomotives, one of which, number 2, Neil, went to the Crovan's Gate Mining Company. The mining company did not want to lose access to Kirk Ronan Harbor, so they leased the section of the line from Crovan's Gate to there, and ran their own mineral trains down with Neil. The Ulfsted Mining Company became interested in mining out minerals in Toryrek. A lead mine was dug out, but the company needed a way to transport the minerals to a harbor. The drainage and shipbuilding company A.W. Dry & Company began filling embankments along the River Ells to lay a railway line to Knapford. And 2 years later, Knapford Harbor was open to export Toryrek's lead. And with the new line laid, the island's new third standard gauge railway, the Elsbridge and Knapford Railway, was opened. At this time, it was worked by horses. Over in England, a 14-year-old Topham Hatt began his apprenticeship at Swindon Works, where he worked alongside a young William Stanier. The Mid-Sodor Railway sought to encourage tourism to Sodor, and came up with the idea of forming a rack railway to climb Sodor's tallest mountain, Culdee Fell. In February 1897, construction on the railway began, with its base station at Kirkmatshan, south of Pilgodred. 3 years later, 5 engines from Winterthur, Switzerland arrived to work the new Culdee Fell mountain railway. Engine number 4, Culdee, was used to test the line prior to opening. The Culdee Fell Mountain Railway opened on June 4th, and temporarily closed about a month later after its first engine, number 1, Godred, took a tumble over the mountainside. He was subsequently scrapped, and his parts were used to repair the other locos. Back on the Mid-Sodor, the line extended further towards Pilgodred, terminating now at King Ori's Bridge. Ward Fell's veins of copper began to run out, and upon their search for more, miners discovered slate in the foothills, and thus the Skarloey Railway opened a slate quarry. With the copper traffic dwindling, slate quickly became the railway's main export. A 21-year-old Topham Hatt arrived on Sodor and began working for A.W. Dry & Company. The Sodoran mainland, through very careful maintenance, had managed to keep their only remaining locomotive working. In 1901, it was finally worked to scrap iron, and its final breakdown spelt doom for the company, with all its services ending immediately. The company went dormant, though remained in existence. Unlike the other remaining engine, Neil kept on working, shuttling slate wagons to Kirkronan Harbor. He was still confirmed to exist in 1914, but his ultimate fate after that is currently unknown. Over on the mainland, the Great Western Railway's City of Truro allegedly became the first engine to go 100 miles per hour, although the record has been debated, as his speed was determined by stopwatch timings. A narrow-gauge saddle tank engine was built at Falcon Works in Loughborough and shipped to the Mid-Sodor Railway to replace a withdrawn engine. Upon arrival, the engine was named Falcon after his builder and painted blue. During Falcon's first run up the mountain section of the line with Duke, he derailed on a curve and nearly toppled over the mountainside. Fortunately, Duke was there to keep him from falling. Down south, the Wellsworth and Suttery found its wharf at Suttery unsustainable as a harbor, for the waters were too shallow for larger vessels. They extended the line south to Brundum and established a deep-water harbor there, and their wharf at Suttery was abandoned. With this change, the rails to the wharf were taken up, and Suttery's station was moved north to a more convenient location closer to the city. At some point between this and prior to 1912, the West End extension to Crosby was finished and opened for traffic. Over on the west side, Knapford Harbor was also proving itself a nuisance. Its need to be constantly dredged made shipping difficult, so the Elsbridge and Knapford Railway sought options to extend north to the deepwater harbor at Tidmouth. They built a new coastal track around the headlands, bypassing Knapford Harbor entirely. The railway purchased their first steam engine to run this newly extended line. The engine was built by A.W. Dry & Company, designed by Topham Hatt himself. It was a rather cobbled-together thing, being essentially a portable engine boiler fixed atop a wagon chassis. It wasn't the most reliable, and after its boiler wore out after only a couple years of use, Hatt rebuilt it with a vertical boiler from a ship's donkey engine stuck on its back. With its boiler now sticking up vertically into the air, the engine gained the nickname Coffee Pot. The coastal track around the headlands was blown apart in an autumn gale, cutting off the Elsbridge and Knapford Railway's access to Tidmouth's harbor. So subsequently, using a treasury loan, A.W. Dry & Company put unemployed miners to work, boring a tunnel through the ridge to Tidmouth. By 1910, the tunnel was complete, and the Elsbridge and Knapford Railway gained rail access to Tidmouth once more. An official station at Tidmouth was built, as well as a new one for Knapford along their new main line. Upon this reopening, the railway was renamed the Tidmouth, Knapford, and Elsbridge Light Railway, and ran its first train through the tunnel on July 5th. With Tidmouth now fully reachable by rail, Knapford Harbor was abandoned and fell into decline. 2 more vertical boiler engines were ordered from A.W. Dry & Company, also designed by Topham Hatt, and both with sturdier designs than the first one. Number 2 was the successor to Number 1, as at this point, Number 1 was falling apart. Number 3, meanwhile, had an enclosed design for street running in the town of Elsbridge. A 4th coffee pot was also constructed at some stage, though there is no record of a date or design. A now 30-year-old Topham Hatt married Jane Brown, the sister of Sir Handel Brown, owner of the Skarloey Railway. The Wellsworth and Suttery had found their venture of establishing a harbor at Brendam unprosperous. It was clear that Tidmouth was becoming the island's main port with its deep waters and close proximity to the Isle of Man. So they attempted to negotiate with the Tidmouth, Knapford, and Elsbridge Light Railway to use their port and running powers into it. Terms were agreed upon, and the two amalgamated into one railway, the Tidmouth, Wellsworth, and Suttery Railway. Work began. A line along the coast connecting Knapford and Crosby was started, with a new tunnel bored before Crosby. Topham Hatt was made engineer of the whole line. The Wellsworth and Suttery's number 3 was sent back to Sharp Stewart to be rebuilt into a tender locomotive to handle the now longer main line. By this time, coffee pot number 1 had been scrapped only after 7 years of use. A real piece of crap, that thing was. All plans were shaken in 1914, when the Great War began and all priorities changed. With war abound, the government proposed an amalgamation of the Tidmouth, Wellsworth, and Suttery Railway and the Sodor and Mainland Railway to create one complete strategic railway along the south coast of Sodor as a defense against possible invasion from the west. An agreement was reached, and work on forming the Northwestern Railway began. Topham Hatt was appointed Chief Mechanical Engineer of the railway, and over time he gained the nickname the Fat Director. All while this was going down, he and Jane welcomed their first son into the world, Charles Topham Hatt. Much work was done to connect the two railways. With the war abound, time was paramount, and the work had to be done fast. The new construction included the building of a double-track Scherzer rolling lift bridge across the Walney Channel to finally connect Sodor to the mainland, a brand new single tunnel bored through the Ballahoo Ridge, a branch line built to the seaside town of Norramby, workshops established at Crovan's Gate, and new stations at Vickerstown, Kelstorp Road, Kildane, Cronk, and Maron. All of the main line was converted to double track, and subsequently a second bore opened up at Tidmouth Tunnel for the respective up and down lines. All of the work was done by the Northwestern Railway under Topham Hatt's direction at government expense. The Northwestern Railway's administrative headquarters and main engine sheds were based at the new station of Vickerstown. Several engines of neighboring railways were brought over to Sodor on loan to help with the construction, one of which was a K2 class tender engine from the Furness Railway called Edward. A newly built E2 class tank engine from Brighton also found its way north to Sodor during the war efforts, and stayed. His name was Thomas. When the work finally reached completion, the Northwestern Railway officially opened later that year. A naval base was established in Harwich, Sodor's northernmost town. By order of the government, work began on extending a single-track line north of Tidmouth to the new naval base at Harwich. This was part of the Northwestern's obligations as a strategic railway during wartime, so the government could run armored trains along the entire west coast in defense. By the time they had reached the Mid-Sodor's harbor in Arlesborough, the immediate threat had passed. With the potential of attack gone, the government saw no reason to continue funding the extension, and so the plans to keep extending north to Harwick were shelved. In 1918, the Great War officially ended. The end of the war brought great difficulty to the Northwestern Railway, as the railway was built at government expense. If the railway wished to preserve its identity and keep running, it would need to pay the cost back. 1919 was the last recorded sightings of the Wellsworth and Suttery engines, and all were in very poor shape by this point. Their ultimate fates are currently unknown, but it's assumed that they were sold off for scrap metal shortly after this. The next year, the Mid-Sodor Railway attained a couple new engines. One was a Baldwin 1012D class from America, built for use in the trenches in France during the war. Following the conflict, he was sold to the Mid-Sodor as war surplus. Upon arrival, the railway nicknamed him Stanley, after the then politician Stanley Baldwin. Get it? Because he was a Baldwin. Stanley was regauged to fit the 2-foot, 3-inch gauge railway. Another engine that was ordered was a brand new Tattoo-class tank engine from Kerr Stewart. Upon arrival, the engine was named Stewart after his builder and painted green. The Northwestern Railway had no locomotives of its own. The engines that it had inherited, the Wellsworth and Suttery engines, and the 3 remaining coffee pots, were all either sold off for scrap, in a very poor state, or simply not capable of carrying out the work needed on the new roughly 80-mile main line. So until this point, the railway had been using its loaned engines to carry out the work. Upon inquiry, Topham Hatt discovered that the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway had written off Thomas as lost in the war, and so he quietly purchased him under the table from them. Thomas became the Northwestern's official first engine, and was stationed at Vickerstown as a station pilot. The Furness Railway saw Edward as a shy steamer, and they had no real demand for him to return. They happily sold the aging engine to the Northwestern, making Edward the railway's second engine. In need of a big locomotive to manage express trains, Topham Hatt sought after an Atlantic tender engine. He desired a Robinson-design Atlantic as per the ones used on the Great Central Railway. He found a seller and bought one, only to find out that he had been swindled. The engine that arrived was not an Atlantic, but a poorly designed Pacific with a tiny firebox that the seller had offloaded on him. The engine was named Henry, and he could not build steam properly. Unhappy with the engine, but desperate for motive power, Topham Hatt reluctantly kept Henry and put him to work, making him the railway's third engine. However, later that year, Henry refused to get his paint wet in the rain. He rebelled by stopping in the Ballyhoo Tunnel and refused to move, and this was especially inconvenient as the tunnel was a single bore, with the up and down lines gauntleted through it. Henry was blocking the main line in both directions. Unable to move him, Topham decided to keep Henry there as punishment, and used this as an excuse to bore a second tunnel. The tunnel now had separate bores for the up and down lines respectively. Since this incident, the tunnel had been nicknamed Henry's Tunnel. Henry remained walled up there for several months. On January 1st, the Railway Grouping Act occurred. Most of the UK's railways were grouped into 4 big companies: the LNER, the Great Western Railway, the Southern, and the LMS, all known as the Big Four. The Northwestern Railway was left out of this grouping. The LMS viewed it as a dying concern, still having to pay back their construction costs, so they did not pursue amalgamation. They assumed that the Northwestern would just go bankrupt and beg to be absorbed, so they sat back and waited for it to fall into their hands. Topham Hatt, who was freshly promoted to general manager, thought otherwise. He initiated a vigorous policy to attract tourists to the island via boat services from Fleetwood and Southport. While this was ongoing, Topham meanwhile was fed up with Henry, and had kept his eyes peeled for another better performing express engine. To his delight, he discovered that the newly formed London and Northeastern Railway on the mainland were ridding of their Class A1 prototype, a powerful 462 tender engine named Gordon. Ecstatic to have a state-of-the-art locomotive on his rails, Topham purchased Gordon, and he was sent to Sodor with a spare boiler. Gordon became the railway's 4th engine, and for many years following, was the railway's flagship engine, as he hauled its main express service, the Wild Nor'Wester. One day, Hotshot Gordon was assigned to goods work. He ended up stalling on the steep gradient between Wellsworth and Meron, and Edward was brought along to bank him. Being the first of many, many engines to infamously stall on this stretch of line, the steep grade has since gained the nickname Gordon's Hill. Following Gordon's arrival, the railway found a new purpose for Edward, and he was relocated to Wellsworth to man the branch line to Brendam. The station has since become known to the others as Edward's Station. Sometime after Gordon's arrival, Henry was finally let out of the tunnel and put back into traffic. He was cleaned up and repainted into the railway's official lime blue livery. The Peel-Godred Power Company was granted permission to build a hydroelectric plant and dam a mile north of the town, using the water power of the 3 nearby lakes. But to build the plant, rail access was necessary to transport materials. They had considered the nearby Mid-Sodor Railway for this, but their bulky equipment proved too massive for the little narrow-gauge line's clearances. The power company and the Northwestern Railway agreed a deal to build a branch line north from Kildane to Peel-Godred, with the power company agreeing to pay half the construction costs. The gradient of the line proved too steep for steam traction, and so it was electrified. A fleet of electric engines were brought over to service the line, and it was completed that year. Peel-Godred gained a new station north of the town, and the Coldy-Fells base station, Kirkmatshan, was extended to accommodate the new standard gauge line as an intermediate station. This new rail access to Peel-Godred would soon spell doom for the neighboring Mid-Sodor Railway. Over on the west side of Sodor, landowner Jabez Crory founded the Farquhar Quarry Company, and a stone quarry was dug out at Farquhar. The company persuaded the Northwestern to extend the Elsbridge branch line to the quarry, to give them a faster means of transporting their stone to the harbor. In return, the quarry agreed to provide the stone for the bridge across the River Els free of charge, and pay half the cost of boring a tunnel at Hackenbeck. The next year, the extension to Farquhar was completed, with a tramway built through the town of Farquhar to access the quarry. The line was worked by the Coffeepots. They, however, were too deficient in power to work the new longer line, and their limited braking sometimes allowed the new heavy stone trains to run out of control on the slopes. It was clear that a bigger engine was needed for this new work. Back on the east side, Thomas had grown bored of shunting coaches at Vickerstown and longed to pull a train of his own again. He made a plan with Edward and escaped Vickerstown by hauling trucks to Wellsworth for him. He lost control of the trucks on Gordon's Hill and managed to stop them just in time. Topham witnessed everything, and being sympathetic to Thomas's plight, began trialing him at Wellsworth as a shunter. However, he had bigger plans in mind for him. The Northwestern obtained its 5th engine, an experimental 260 mixed traffic tender engine called James from the LMS. On James's first day, he ran into trouble. The trucks pushed him down Gordon's Hill, and the poor engine came off the rails near Crosby. Thomas, at Wellsworth, witnessed it all go down and set off to save James with a rescue team. As a reward for his good work, Topham reassigned Thomas to work the new branch line to Farquhar. He took it over from the overworked Coffeepots, all of which were reallocated to work the quarry tramway. 1925 was a big year of change. Topham's campaign had paid off. Tourists were arriving in abundance from the new ferry routes. The traffic attracted was so great that the Northwestern held all the bargaining chips and forced the LMS to come to an agreement with them. A full cooperation that allowed a cheap traffic route from Tidmouth to London St. Pancras. And so the Northwestern gained running powers into Barrow Central Station and the LMS into Norrumby, where the two ran a joint suburban service between the two stations. With this change, Vickerstown was no longer the railway's terminus, and the railway's headquarters and main sheds were moved from it to the west side of the island at Tidmouth. Later that year, James returned from repairs at Crovan's Gate, now repainted in a snazzy red livery. specially given to him by Topham as a means of making him feel better after his crash. People consistently got Henry and Gordon confused, for they looked so similar. After Henry had an incident running into a set of buffers at Tidmouth, Topham sent him to the works, and he returned back in his old green livery. Later that year, the circus came to Sodor. Its elephant escaped and hid in the Tidmouth Tunnel. Henry was sent to clear the blockage, and the elephant sprayed him in fright. Following Thomas's leave, the big engines were all left to shunt their own trains. They objected to this, and all went on strike, which subsequently made Topham consider purchasing a new pilot engine for Tidmouth. After surveying a workshop on the mainland, he stumbled across a 040 saddle tank of uncertain origins. He took a liking to him and called him Percy. Percy was purchased and became the railway's sixth engine. Following the 1925 LMS agreement and the movement of the Northwestern's headquarters to Tidmouth, the existing Vickerstown shed was deemed unnecessary. It was demolished, and a small shed was erected on the site of the old one for the locomotives operating the car ferry service across the rolling lift bridge. This, at the time, being the only way to bring cars on and off the island. At some point since, the Northwestern had established their own locomotive shed and facilities at Barrow, opposite to the LMS's equivalents. Over on the Mid-Sodor Railway, Stanley proved to be a frustration. He rode roughly and derailed often, and the men grew fed up with him. He was finally stripped of his wheels and turned into a static pumping engine behind the main shed at Arlesdale. A fire occurred at Croven's Gate, in which the dossiers for Thomas, Edward, and Henry were all destroyed. Rather convenient, Work at the Tory Wreck lead mines had started to dwindle as the mines dried up. By 1930, it was officially abandoned. Fortunately, goods traffic on the branch line was flourishing, with the new stone quarry at Farquhar. The Ballyhoo Bypass was laid, diverting the main line along a new section of track between Henry's Tunnel and Croven's Gate, allowing faster running on the main line and allowing more stopping passenger trains to stop at Ballyhoo. On November 30th, one of Gordon's brothers on the LNER, number 4472 Flying Scotsman, became the first engine to officially go 100 miles per hour, with recorded evidence from a dynamometer car in tow. Topham grew fed up with Henry again, and sought a solution to fix his steaming issues once and for all. Welsh coal was trialed instead of their usual supply, which seemed to amend the issue. Unfortunately, though, early one winter morning, Henry had a head-on collision while pulling the Flying Kipper to Manchester, and the damage left him in a deplorable state. The crash turned out to be a blessing in disguise, though, as Topham used this as an opportunity to completely rebuild Henry into something reliable. He got in contact with his old friend from Swindon, William Stanier, the now chief mechanical engineer of the LMS, and phoned in a favor. He sent Henry off to their main works in Crewe to be rebuilt. Henry returned later that year looking like a totally different engine, now built to the outline of a 460 Black 5. With that, his issues were cured, and he has proven a reliable steamer ever since, even sometimes giving Gordon a run for his money. Back up north, the quarries were finding lorries more useful than the old horse-worked railway, and by 1935, the Cronk-and-Harwick had been quietly abandoned. All except for the short 2-mile section from the quarry north of Craigweir to the village where most of the quarrymen lived. They were ride to work in the wagons by gravity, and be hauled home in them by horses. Things were not looking so good for the Mid-Sodor Railway either. The passenger ships from the Isle of Man had stopped docking at Arlesborough Harbour, and so passenger traffic up the mountain to Kilgodred dwindled. And by the next year, the mountain section of the railway had closed. The line now terminated at Arlesdale. The railway was kept on life support by its few still operating mines, and started to auction off some of its stock. Meanwhile, back on the Northwestern, Topham Hatt had climbed the ranks to becoming managing director. He was now truly the Fat Director. Following Henry's successful rebuild, Gordon was also sent to Crewe to be rebuilt, in which he was refitted with Stanier valve gear and a more economical 2-cylinder design. September 1st, Germany invaded Poland, and World War II began. Following the start of the war, 2 diesel engines were loaned to the Skarloey Railway from the War Department to supplement the aging Skarloey and Rennius on slate, timber, and explosive trains. After the end of the war in 1945, both diesels left the railway. Not much is really known about them, but they were the first known diesel engines ever on the island of Sodor, and we have really no idea what they even looked like. Charles Hatt, now 26 years old, married Amanda Crory, the daughter of Jabez, owner of the Farquhar Quarry Company. And the next year, the couple welcomed their first son, Stephen Topham Hatt, into the world. The war took its toll on the railways. The original Barrow station was destroyed in an aerial attack by German bombers during the Barrow Blitz. It was rebuilt, but the Tudor-esque architecture of the original station was substituted by a brutalist design. This is the station that still stands today. Duke's Grace, the Duke of Sodor, a title then held by Robert Charles Norramby, was killed in action while fighting in North Africa. His son, Richard Robert Norramby, succeeded him as the Duke of Sodor at only age 3. The young Richard was unaware of his engine. During the war, some of the abandoned Kronken Harwick was lifted for scrap to aid the war effort. Some track remains to this day, and if you ever take a walk up the valley from Harwick, you can see it in position, though heavily overgrown and with rotten sleepers. Remnants of the railway persist through the valley, with old rail chairs being used as doorstops and rails repurposed as fence posts. Things start to look up as the war officially ended on May 7th, 1945. 5 days later, on May 12th, the first book of the Railway series was published, The 3 Railway Engines, written by Reverend Wilbert Audrey, retelling events on Sodor that he had read and heard about on his visits to the island, and which included Gordon getting stuck on the hill and Henry being shut up in the tunnel. The books would go on to be very popular, and it made the engines of Sodor quite famous. Things, however, were not so hot on the mid-Sodor. One by one, the mines they served dried up and started to close. At some point prior, Stanley had been moved from behind the shed to pump at the Kaznihawen mine. One fateful December day, he failed, and the mine ended up flooding. With this flood, the final operating mine along the Mid-Sodor Railway closed and was abandoned, Stanley included. Only a month later, with its last mine gone, the Mid-Sodor Railway officially shut down in January and auctioned off the last of its stock. Falcon and Stewart were purchased by the aluminum works in Peel Godred to assist in a 3-year expansion project there. Duke did not sell, and his Grace, the now 7-year-old Richard Robert Norramby, did not come to claim him. So he was sheeted by his crew and left in a shed. There he would rest, waiting for several years for someone to come claim him. In autumn, back on the Farquhar branch, Thomas met Terence the tractor working in a field near Hackenbeck. That winter, a heavier than usual snowfall resulted in Thomas being given a snowplow. He refused to wear it, only to get stuck in a snowdrift. Terence came to his rescue, and Bertie the bus took Thomas's passengers. Back in England, on January 1st, the Big Four railways were all nationalized and became one giant network, British Railways. The Northwestern Railway was nationalized as well, and officially became the Northwestern Region of British Railways. However, it was allowed to keep a large degree of independence from the rest of the network. Topham Hatt was made chairman of the regional executive, and thus was granted a baronetcy, attaining the title Sir, and becoming known as the Fat Controller. In the spring, Thomas met Bertie officially, and the two had their famous race to the end of the line. In the south of Sodor, the harbor at Brendam saw new life. Clay beds were discovered on the Brendam Peninsula. The Sodor China Clay Company was formed to mine them, and an industrial branch line was built from them to the harbor for exportation. 2 low-slung saddle tank engines were ordered and arrived to run the new line. They were named Bill and Ben by the Clay Company. The expansion project at the aluminum works was completed. Now with no work left for them to do, the company sheeted Stewart and Falcon until further notice. Over in East Anglia, the Wisbech and Upwell Tramway operated a branch line. The line was run by J70 class tram locomotive number 68221, Toby, and his coach Henrietta. The line had become phased out as lorries and buses took over the traffic. During its twilight days, the line was visited by none other than Sir Topham Hatt and his wife Jane on holiday with their grandchildren, a now 10-year-old Stephen Hatt and his sister Bridget. They met Toby and got on well with him. Some months after their holiday, the branch line closed, and poor old Toby's fate was left unknown.
That's what this
Fortunately for them, back on Sodor, Thomas had a
Flatten it
run-in
down
with a
below
grouchy
here,
policeman
and
on the tramway to Farquhar Quarry.
just
It was brought to Sir Topham's attention that
figure
the
it out from
engines
there.
running on the tramway must have side plates fitted in accordance with the law. Sir Topham remembered Toby and wrote to his controller. Not long after, Toby and Henrietta made the long trek to Sodor, and Toby became the Northwestern's 7th engine. Upon their arrival to the branch line, Thomas's single-berth shed at Farquhar gained a second berth for Toby, built with Farquhar stone, rather than brick like Thomas's. Around this time was the last known recordings of the coffee pot engines still being in service. With Toby's arrival, there was no more need for them, and they were scrapped shortly after this. A new type of slate was discovered in the hills north of Rennius. It was particularly pure and free of metallic substances, making it excellent for use in electric switchboards. The hydroelectric plant at Peel Godred found it useful, and so a quarry was dug to mine it. A spur off the Skarloey Railway from Rennius was built to it. It was lucky that this new slate was discovered, for it helped keep the railway afloat following the Skarloey's main slate quarry falling into decline after the war. Traffic dwindled, and the railway faced hard times. Skarloey and Rennius, both well over 80 years old at this point, were in rough shape. Skarloey became unable to work, so for some time, Rennius managed the railway on his own. After majorly damaging his valve gear in bad weather, and still managing to get his train home, the owner decided that it was time to overhaul him, and sought out new motive power options. He found Stewart and Falcon at the aluminum works, and both were purchased. They were sent to Crovan's Gate Works for overhaul. Near Christmas, the wet weather caused a landslide just before the tunnel on Thomas's branch line. Mrs. Kindly, a lady who lived in the cottage alongside the railway, was ill in bed and witnessed it all go down. She flew a red dressing gown out her window to alert Thomas's crew of the danger ahead, preventing a serious collision. On Christmas Day, Sir Topham ran a special service up to the cottage to thank her in person for her bravery, and paid for her and her husband to take a holiday to Bournemouth. Edward stumbled across an old traction engine called Trevor, rusting away in Croc's scrapyard near Wellsworth. He convinced Reverend Charles Laxey of Wellsworth to purchase him, and Trevor has since lived happily at the Vicarage Orchard. When their overhauls were complete, Falcon and Stewart had been renamed Sir Handel and Peter Sam, after the railway's owner and controller respectively, and painted up in the Skarloey's red livery. Upon their arrival on Skarloey Metals, Rennius was finally sent away for repairs. Skarloey was placed in an open-air shed out of the way to make room for Sir Handel and Peter Sam in the main running shed. He didn't mind this, as it allowed him to see everything and not be lonely. Meanwhile, Gordon, in an attempt to protest doing goods work, accidentally ran himself off the turntable and into a ditch. Following his rescue, Sir Topham dismissed him from the Wild Nor'Wester as punishment, and James and Henry took over the service in turns. Edward, too, found himself in need of an overhaul after wearing himself out chasing down a runaway James. He was sent to Crovan's Gate, and while waiting his turn, caught up with Skarloey, who filled him in on everything that had happened on the line recently. On market day, the coaches rammed into Sir Handel and caused him to fall between the rails. With Sir Handel out of service, Skarloey was steamed up in an emergency to haul the market day train last minute. On his return journey, he shattered a spring and leaned to one side. He still got the train home, though, and was subsequently sent away to be overhauled too. Sir Handel and Peter Sam managed the railway by themselves, while he and Rheneas were both away. Everyone seemed to find themselves in trouble this year, and Thomas, too, was no exception. The lead spoils at the abandoned mine at Torrewreck were being cleared. On one of these clearing trips, Thomas chanced passing the danger sign there, only for the unstable ground to give way under him. Gordon was brought along to rescue him. Back at Tidmouth, the main engine shed saw a heavy rebuild. Behind the original four-road shed gained a larger roundhouse with an indoor turntable. That Christmas, the Northwestern held a party for Mrs. Kindly in their newly completed roundhouse, as a thank you for her act of bravery the year before. 1952 was a pretty crazy year for the Northwestern Railway, with a lot of overlapping events. And such an eventful year concluded, with everyone getting plastered with a bunch of talking trains. No better way to go out than that. 1953 started out strong. The newly crowned Queen Elizabeth II made her way around all of Britain's regions. Upon the announcement that she'd be coming to Sodor, Gordon's express ban was finally lifted, and Sir Topham Hatt asked him to haul the royal train. The Ministry of Defense approached the Skarloey Railway and offered to purchase their declining slate quarry to turn it into a base to store ammunition. Negotiations took time, for if the Ministry of Defense were to use it, the quarry's inner network had to be completely cleaned out. The process would take a few years to fully complete. At the ripe old age of 74, Sir Topham Hatt retired. His son, Charles, became the new Fat Controller. The shipping industry at Tidmouth had exploded, and it became apparent that the harbor was too small to accommodate it all. One of Charles' first plans put forward as controller was the reconstruction of Knapford Harbor, to rebuild it as a supplement to ease the congestion at Tidmouth. The plan would go into full effect the following year. Over on the Skarloey Railway, their main loco shed was relaid to accommodate double track, enabling 4 engines to be housed within. In January, British Railways proposed its modernization plan, a report that called for the rapid and large-scale introduction of diesel locomotives across the network, and the phasing out of steam engines. Fortunately, the Northwestern region retained some independence thanks to the Hatt regime, and resisted the new mandates as much as they could. Charles Hatt relocated Percy to Thomas's branch line to assist with the harbor reconstruction. In his place at Tidmouth, he brought a 5700 class Pannier tank engine from the western region. The engine was named Montague, but goes by Duck for his apparent waddle. Duck became the railway's 8th engine, though was allowed to keep his original Great Western number plates. With Percy on the branch line now, Farquhar Sheds was extended a second time, now gaining a 3rd berth also made of Farquhar stone. The following year, Knapford Harbor's reconstruction was completed. This reconstruction involved shutting down the original Knapford station and building a new one north of the River Ells. The branch line was reconfigured up a much more gradual grade to the new junction. With this new line, Dryaw gained a new station near the airfield, and the old Dryaw station became a goods halt for the harbor. After a mainland engine overturned on the points at Barrow, Gordon was tasked with bringing its train to London. He was delighted by the long run, but was disappointed when the station he arrived at was St. Pancras instead of King's Cross. The popularity of Wilbert Awdry's railway series had grown beyond anyone's wildest dreams, and with it came the belief that the stories were all make-believe. Charles Hatt could not abide by this, and arranged to bring his 8 famous engines to London for an exhibition to prove their authenticity to the world. Several engines from BR were brought over to handle their work while they were away. At the age of 76, Sir Topham Hatt passed away peacefully. Charles inherited the baronetcy and became Sir Charles Hatt. The famous city of Truro was overhauled by British Railways and returned to service on Britain's main line, hauling excursion trains. One of these excursions brought him to Sodor, where he met Duck, and the two talked Great Western all night long. The very first standard gauge diesel engine arrived on Sodor, in the form of a Class 08 shunter simply called Diesel. Sir Charles trialed him at Tidmouth, but Diesel only caused drama and was sent back to the mainland in disgrace. Diesel wasn't the only diesel to arrive on Sodor this year. On the Skarloey Railway, Rusty was brought on to assist in relaying the line. The Ministry of Defense was working hard to clear out the slate quarry. It was on one of these clearing trips that Peter Sam was sent there, in which a breakaway occurred on the incline and damaged him substantially. After Peter Sam's accident, a well tank loco called Duncan was brought on as a spare engine to help with the workload. He and Rusty didn't really get along. Later that year, Skarloey finally returned home, feeling like a new engine again. Following his grand return, the BBC came to Sodor to film a live outdoor broadcast feature on the Skarloey Railway. Work began to pile up on the Northwestern, and more people arrived to visit the island. Sir Charles sent for a goods engine, number 57646, from the Scottish region to help out. And to his shock, 2 engines arrived. The twin engines called themselves Donald and Douglas. Douglas, who was in line to be scrapped back home, stowed away to Sodor with Donald, and the two purposely lost their numbers so Sir Charles wouldn't know which was which. The two spent a lengthy trial on the island, and by the time winter had arrived, Sir Charles decided to keep both engines. Donald and Douglas joined the railway, becoming its 9th and 10th engines respectively. Sir Charles promised to repaint them in a blue livery, which they did eventually receive the following year. The 60s kicked off with a bang as a careless cleaner left Thomas's regulator open. Thomas ended up running away and crashing into the station master's house at Farquhar. He was sent to Crovan's Gate to be rebuilt. A brand new single-car DMU from Metro Camel called Daisy was built and was sent over to be trialed on the Farquhar branch in Thomas's absence. She was snooty at first, but learned sense, and stayed. She became the Northwestern's first officially owned diesel engine. Later that year, Thomas returned home from the works with an updated design, featuring a lowered footplate and a straightened-out running board. By now, the slate quarry was fully cleared. The Ministry of Defense bought it and enclosed the area. With that, all slate traffic from Ward Fell ceased. The railway would go on to decide to use the money to fund the construction of a loop line around Skarloey Lake, which would start construction in 1963. Over on the Culdee Fell Railway, the now 60-year-old engines were aging, and it was clear that they were in need of severe overhauls. It was Culdee's turn this year, and he was sent back to Switzerland. 3 all-new engines with superheated designs were ordered. The winter rains took their toll on the Skarloey Railway. The Hawandui River overflowed and took out Rennius Bridge. Following the bridge's rebuild one frosty morning, a low-hanging icicle knocked Peter Sam's chimney off. It was subsequently replaced with an experimental Giesel ejector. This turned out to be a worthwhile change, as it had special pipes that made Peter Sam a much better performer. He has retained it ever since, and is quite proud of it. Tired of Sir Handel's tendency to occasionally fall between the rails, the railway gave him new wheels with broader tires to hold better. The other engines dubbed them steamroller wheels. After a lengthy, nearly 10-year overhaul, Rennius finally returned home and reunited with Skarloey. The new 3 superheated Culdee Fell engines arrived from Switzerland: number 6 Lord Harry, number 7 Alaric, and number 8 Eric. With Alaric's arrival in May, number 5 Shane Dooney was sent back to Switzerland. He'd be the final engine to make the long journey, because following this, all engines repairs were carried out on Sodor at Crovan's Gate. The newly formed Heritage Railway in Sussex, the Bluebell Railway, arranged for its flagship engine, Stepney, to visit Sodor on a publicity trip. He arrived to the island after a long journey, and stayed there on loan for a while. During Stepney's visit, Sir Charles trialed a Class 40 diesel on the Wild Nor'wester. though he proved a failure after sucking in an inspector's hat into his air intake and was sent back. Stepney and Duck double-headed the express in his absence, and Stepney left Sodor for home the next day. Back on the mainland, Gordon's brothers had all begun to be withdrawn and scrapped. None were put aside for preservation. But fortunately, Flying Scotsman was saved from the cutter's torch by entrepreneur Alan Pegler. Flying Scotsman had his final run under BR ownership on January 14th. Coldy returned home to Sodor from his overhaul in Switzerland and met the three new superheated engines. Lord Harry wasn't the easiest to get along with. However, following an act of bravery rescuing a climber in a gale, Lord Harry was praised and renamed Patrick after the climber he saved. Her arrival date is currently unknown, but by 1964, the Farquhar Quarry Company had acquired a diesel shunter of their own, called Mavis, supplied to them by the Drury Car Company. Sir Charles began to consider options for ways to further ease congestion at Tidmouth and Knapford harbors. He looked north to Arlesborough, and upon inspection there, noticed that the abandoned track bed of the nearby Mid-Sodor Railway was weed-free. Upon further examination, he discovered that the ballast used was from lead spoils of the old mines. He had a meeting with the controllers of the Skarloey and Culdifell railways, and they all went in on funding the construction of a miniature railway up the valley to mine the lead spoils. The 15-inch gauge miniature railway would be built atop the track bed of the abandoned Mid-Sodor. Subsequently, the mostly abandoned branch line to Arlesborough was planned to be reopened, and restoration work began. A new transfer station between the two railways at Arlesborough West was built, as well as a new middle station at the seaside village of Hultra. The Skarloey Railway and Skarloey and Rennius celebrated their 100th birthdays. The celebration was marked with the opening of the newly completed loop line around Skarloey Lake. Duke's Grace, the current Earl of Sodor, now 25-year-old Sir Richard Robert Norramby, attended. On the mainland, a Class 28 diesel called Boko found his way to Brendam with a goods train. Sir Charles expressed interest in him, and British Railways, already fed up with the faulty 28 class, allowed him to keep Boko for a trial. Boko performed satisfactory and became the railway's second diesel engine. Boko's joining of the railway coincided with an incident involving Edward. While hauling an enthusiast train home, a crank pin snapped on him and sent one of his side rods flying, ripping his left side apart. He heroically managed to get the train home in spite of the damage on a single axle. Boko took over his duties on the branch line while he was away being mended. Work on the miniature Arlesdale Railway was completed and opened for traffic with Mr. Fergus Duncan as controller. It was run by 3 miniature tender engines brought over from England, called Rex, Mike, and Bert. Curious of the new railway, Duck was allowed up the branch line to collect ballast from them, and he got on well with the 3 small engines. Wilbert Audrey and his friend Teddy Boston paid a visit to the new Arlesdale Railway on one of their many Sodor holidays. They accidentally splashed Bert with their car, and Bert took it personally. Sometime after their visit, a diesel named Frank was outshopped on site at Arlesborough. Later that year, in August, Wilbert Audrey published a new book in his railway series featuring the Arlesdale Railway, titled Small Railway Engines. Frank was not included in it, as he was not finished by the time Audrey and Boston visited. He was insulted by this, and rebelled by ramming himself into the back of the engine shed. With the Arlesborough branch line now open for traffic, the demand called for its own designated engine to run it. As Duck had gotten on well with the small engines, Sir Charles appointed him, and Duck took great pride in this new responsibility. Meanwhile, back on the main line, Gordon was made aware of his brother's fate on the mainland, and became severely depressed. To cheer him up, Sir Charles arranged with Alan Pegler to bring Flying Scotsman to Sodor for the two to reunite. Sir Charles trialed 2 more diesels, a Class 46 number D199 and a Class 35 number D7101. D199 failed to impress after breaking down and needing to be rescued by Henry, but Sir Charles saw potential in 7101 and kept an eye on him. During one of his midnight goods runs to Barrow, Douglas stumbled across a Western region engine there called Oliver, his auto coach Isabel, and brake van Toad hiding in the yard there. The trio were trying to make an escape to Sodor following their line in the West Country closing, and for several months had traveled BR's rails north in secret. Douglas agreed to help and hauled them the rest of the way. The morning after, Flying Scotsman and Alan Pegler departed Sodor back for the mainland. Sir Charles found out about Oliver and was absorbed by his tale. He bought Oliver from BR, had him refurbished at Crovan's Gate, and sent him to work with Duck on the Arlesborough branch. As the line was run by two Great Western engines, the others nicknamed the line the Little Western, much to Duck and Oliver's delight. Oliver became the railway's 11th engine, but like Duck, was allowed to keep his Great Western number plates. Following the diesel's trial, Sir Charles decided to keep 7101. After becoming a part of the railway, the engines gave him the nickname Bear for the growling sound his engine made. 1967 was another huge year for the Northwestern Railway, with a ton of events overlapping each other. In 1968, steam traction officially ended on British railways and was banned on the main line following the final steam-hauled train, the 15 Guinea Special, on August 11th. Meanwhile on Sodor, steam continued to thrive and became known across the United Kingdom as a safe haven for steam engines. Now 29 years old, Sir Richard Robert Norramby was finally informed about the engine named after his family's title. Consultations with Mr. Fergus Duncan, Wilbert Audrey, and Teddy Boston began to form a plan to find him. A search began along the Arlesdale Railway, examining the old track bed of the Mid-Sodor. Much of the Mid-Sodor was overgrown by this point, and Duke's shed buried by land. Duke was finally found by accident when Teddy Boston fell through the roof of his shed and landed on top of him. After 22 years of believing he'd been forgotten about, a very grateful Duke was brought to the Scarlowy Railway for restoration, and was reunited with Sir Handel and Peter Sam. All the little engines, together at last. In 1970, the now 29-year-old Stephen Hatt married Helen Margaret. And 2 years later, they welcomed their first son, Richard Topham Hatt, into the world. In 1972, Wilbert Audrey published his final book in the Railway series, book number 26, Tramway Engines, and retired from writing. For a long time, Bert had trouble steaming. He was refitted at Arlesborough with a cold chap blast pipe and taller chimney, and a taller cab to match. Finally, his trouble with steaming was cured. An ancient Bloomer-class locomotive was discovered in an old shed in Wigtonshire, Scotland by Sir Charles. The engine, affectionately called Bloomer, was brought to Sodor to be refurbished at Crovan's Gate, and was outshopped just in time to take part in the cavalcade at Shildon for the 150th anniversary of the Stockton and Darlington Railway. Mr. Fergus Duncan had recognized the Arlesdale was in need of a new engine, and so a new-build locomotive was started at Arlesborough Works. In 1976, the new locomotive was finally outshopped in a yellow undercoat. The yellow paint reminded Douglas of the Highland Railway engines back in Scotland, which were nicknamed Jocks. The name stuck, and Jock quickly proved to be the strongest engine on the miniature railway. The Jubilee Bridge was built across the Walney Channel, and named in honor of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. Fun fact, the actual real Jubilee Bridge was built here in 1908 and named in honor of Queen Victoria. But Audrey shifted the dates around to make the timeline work. This now provided a direct road path onto Sodor. Prior, the Northwestern Railway ran a car ferry service from Barrow to Vickerstown over their drawbridge. With the new road bridge built, this service was extinguished, and Sir Charles saw to it that his railway was given substantial compensation. Over in Kildane, a motor rail terminal was opened. The Northwestern's motor rail service was a popular one. It ran for nearly 20 years until 1995, when British Rail ended all motor rail services across the network. Nearing 60 years old, Gordon started becoming worn out and grew tired easily. He was sent to Crovan's Gate for a tune-up. While he was away, the railway suffered an engine shortage, so the unusual trio of Thomas, Percy, and Duck triple-headed the Wild Nor'Wester. The Tallyclyn Railway in Wales was in a crisis. Their number 3, Sir Hayden, was in desperate need of repair and was likely to be out of action for a while, leaving them with a locomotive shortage. Thankfully, the Skarloey was in the opposite position, following Duke's return to steam, and had motive power to spare. They sent over Sir Handel at once to cover for Sir Hayden. While there, Sir Handel ran into a low-hanging branch and injured his eye. He was given an eye patch until it healed, which he was rather embarrassed about. After an 11-year hiatus, Christopher Awdry took up his father's mantle and continued the railway series. His first book, Really Useful Engines, was published this year. At the age of 70 years old, Sir Charles Hatt retired, and Stephen Hatt became the new Bat Controller. Tidmouth Sheds suffered some major damage when a visiting diesel, BR number 40125, slipped on oily rails and crashed through its rear wall. The diesel was sent away after this, never to return. Fun fact, the real 40125 was scrapped in 1983, which is an unfortunate inconsistency in the timeline here. Just don't think too hard about it. Britt Allcroft's television adaptation of the Railway series books, called Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, premiered on October 9th. The show was a home run success and went on to make the already famous engines of Sodor known worldwide. Sir Handel returned to Sodor at the end of the 1984 running season, having spent 2 years away on the Tallyclyn Railway. In September, the Skarloey Railway opened a funicular railway at Skarloey Station, now providing visitors easy transport from the station down to the village on the lake. It was a joint venture between the railway and the lakefront hotels, splitting the profit nearly 50-50. Around 1986, Percy fell ill, and Stephen Hatt brought over a diesel from BR to help out. To everyone's shock, it was Diesel. Diesel saw a change of heart during his second Sodor stint, and the engine's opinions of him changed after he helped rescue Thomas out of a sticky situation. Diesel was sent back to BR sometime after this, and is believed to still be around today. Meanwhile, Gordon continued to feel his age, and the idea of a high-speed train taking over his job was teased. After a rough patch with Stephen Hatt, he once again proved himself still worthy of pulling the Wild Nor'Wester, but an inevitable future still loomed. Over on the Dean Forest Railway in Gloucestershire, one of their resident austerity saddle tanks was renamed Wilbert, after their then chairman, Reverend Wilbert Awdry himself. Awdry was present for the naming ceremony. Following an incident at Knapford Harbour, a barge called Bulstrode was permanently grounded on Knapford Beach. The bridge over the River Hackenbeck was in need of repairs, so a temporary weight limit was put on it. Thomas was too heavy for the bridge, and so was sent to work on the Brendan branch in the meantime. While at Brendan, he met Bill and Ben for the first time. The Tallyclyn Railway invited Peter Sam to come work there for a while. He left Sodor this year, and remained on the Tallyclyn until 1996. While he was away, a new diesel for the railway was purchased and overhauled at Crovan's Gate, combining the best parts of 2 of the same type to make one good engine. The end result was a cabless diesel named Fred. Thomas was invited to take part in a railway show at the National Railway Museum in York. He attempted to make the journey there by himself, though plans went awry when he collided with a faulty crossing gate. Needing repairs, Thomas made the rest of the journey there by road via a low loader. The Railway Museum handled his repairs. During his time in York, Thomas double-headed a train with the preserved V2 class Green Arrow to the seaside town of Scarborough. Thomas stayed in York through the winter. A heavy snowfall that year caused trouble back on his branch line. Daisy got stranded in a blizzard, and the later snowmelt took out the bridge over the River Hackenbeck, and they just repaired it too. Later that year, Thomas finally returned home. Henry was sent to Crovan's Gate for his next big overhaul. A locomotive crisis at Tidmouth had Henry brought out of the works earlier than expected. and he ran for a short while in his unfinished red undercoat. Heavy workload on the Little Western made Stephen Hatt consider purchasing an austerity saddle tank engine to assist. Before committing, he reached out to the Dean Forest Railway and asked if he could trial Wilbert for a while. Wilbert came to Sodor and helped out on both the Farquhar and Arlesborough branches. He went home later that year, leaving Stephen certain that an austerity saddle tank was just what his railway needed. And it was never brought up again, a rare loose end in the series, though it's probably safe to assume that he obtained one. 50 years had passed since the first Railway Series book was published, and so Stephen Hatt planned a big Golden Jubilee ceremony at Tidmouth Station. The high-speed train car set called Pip and Emma brought a royal personage to Sodor. The visitor was the then Prince Charles, who declared all the engines a credit to Stephen Hatt. Peter Sam finally returned home from his long stay at the Tallyclin and shared tales of his adventures to two young cleaners named Kathy and Lizzie. He did return again for a short while after this, staying till the end of the 1999 season. Meanwhile, a new steam engine for the Skarloey Railway was built in their own works at Crovansgate Wharf. A naming ceremony was held, which unveiled him named in honor of the Skarloey's chief mechanical engineer, Ivo Hugh. On March 21st, 1997, at the age of 85, Reverend Wilbert Awdry passed away peacefully in his sleep. A dark year this was, as Sir Charles Hatt also passed on this year, at the age of 83. Stephen inherited the baronetcy and became Sir Stephen Hatt. On November 20th, British Rail officially ceased operations, having slowly been sold off and privatized since 1994. We can only assume that the Northwestern region was privatized during this era and became the Northwestern Railway once more. Much like Sir Handel and Peter Sam, Duncan made his way to the Tallyclin for a visit this year and would stay there until 2007. After this, the Skarloey locomotive's visit to the Tallyclin would be more sporadic and short-lived, mainly for events and galas. In 2007, an old dilapidated Furness railway coach turned garden shed was discovered in the brush near Elsbridge. Her name was Victoria, and she was sent to Crovansgate for restoration. Upon her return to the rails, she became a part of Toby's new vintage train service with Henrietta. Sir Stephen made some updates to the Wild Northwestern's operation and started running a new non-stop long-distance service from Tidmouth to London, cutting out the changing of trains at Barrow. For this, Pip and Emma, the high-speed train set, were purchased. This new service put an end to Gordon's reign as the flagship engine of the railway, and he was forced into retirement after hauling the Wild Northwester for an impressive 88 years. He is still used for short-distance expresses, however, and is enjoying this new, quieter life. The island celebrated the centenary of Wilbert Awdry, and a bust of him was unveiled in Tidmouth Station. The then Prince Charles visited Sodor again to present it. And on July 6th, the final book of the Railway series was published. Book number 42, Thomas and His Friends. Back on the mainland, the Flying Scotsman returned to steam on Britain's main line after an extended 10-year overhaul, and he is still running long-distance excursions today. In 2024, Sir Handel visited the Tallyclin Railway again for their annual Awdry Extravaganza event, and for the first time ever met his real-life twin, Sir Hayden. Carr, a young upstart, beat Sir Handel in a race to bring glass, cementing his place in the storied history of the Railway series. At the grand old age of 83, Sir Stephen Hatt was still confirmed to be the current controller of the Northwestern Railway. Richard Hatt is no doubt destined to become the next Fat Controller, but Sir Stephen has so far given no hints of retirement yet. On May 12th, 2025, the Railway series will celebrate 80 years since its very first book was published in 1945. For this pick of the week, I'd like to recommend Bunker Down, a tank engine story by Winwatch98. This is a lovely story showing a new side of Thomas's life as a station pilot before the events of his book. I always love seeing new takes on the Northwestern early years stuff. It's an area of the timeline ripe of untapped story potential. It's beautifully filmed and directed, as all his videos are. Definitely worth a watch. Some of you may have noticed that the illustrations used in this video look a little different than the ones that I usually use. And you'd be right, because I rescanned all the illustrations from Wilbert's books for this video with a brand new scanner. All the colors are much truer to the actual paintings and far less contrasty and grainy. Just like before, I'm making these scans free to the public, and you can find them in the drive link below. Feel free to use them in your own videos or edits. Put them on the wiki, do whatever you want with them. They are my gift to you all. I do want to apologize for the delay with this video. I'd originally planned to have it out much earlier this month, but I had some family matters to attend to. My grandfather passed away, and we were all down in California for a week to be with family and mourn. We're all back now though, and we're all doing fine. My schedule for the rest of the year got a bit skewed though, so let me run through my current plan. The next video will be part 5 of the How I Built the Layout series. I have made some serious progress on it since the last time you all saw it, and I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you all. Lots to cover there. After that will either be the Season 13 retrospective or a new Sodor's Finest. I think I'm leaning more towards the retrospective to get through 5 seasons of the show this year before 2025, and then Sodor's Finest will kick off the new year. But that may change. We'll see how I feel. And I think that's about it from me, folks. Once again, a massive thank you to Luke Ryan for all the help on this video. Could not have done it without you, man. Go follow him and the Tallyclin Railway on all their socials. All links are in the description below. See you soon, everyone. Bye-bye. This video was brought to you by my loyal patrons. Pledge today and receive exclusive perks. Link in the description. To the average viewer, Thomas the Tank Engine is just a kid's
I have been
property.
muted for the last
A
45
series of
minutes,
books,
apparently.
and later a TV series about colorful trains with talking faces. And while that's not untrue, Thomas is a kid's property about talking colorful trains with faces. There's quite a bit more going on beneath the surface. At the core of this nearly 80-year franchise was creator Reverend Wilbert Audrey, a passionate railway enthusiast who based all of Thomas and his friends on real-life locomotives from around the world, all with interesting stories to tell. And he used these engines' unique histories and quirks and mishaps to shape the personalities of the characters in his railway series. There is such a high level of research and authenticity to Audrey's vision of the island of Sodor. Every engine has ties with real-world ones in history. And today, we're going to talk about all of them. This is a video that's been requested by many over the past year or so. I do go into the inspirations and prototypes of the characters in their respective Sodor's Finest videos, but what about all the others that I haven't covered? What about some of those obscure ones that will probably never get their own video? What is D40125's story, goddammit? So, everyone will be getting some time in the spotlight today, and everyone's story will be covered. My goal here is for you to walk away from this video having learned something new about these characters and the real locos that they are based on. Now, quick disclaimer, this video will only be covering engines within the Railway series lore, so we will not be touching on TV characters. You will not be seeing Salty or Emily here. Now, I did originally consider covering everyone from books and TV, but I quickly realized that that was just going to be too much for one video. I'm only one guy. Perhaps we'll cover the TV guys in a part 2 at a later date. And secondly, we will only be covering the characters with definitive
I
prototypes.
can't do that.
There will be a lot of oddballs covered here, don't worry. But ones like the background engines in the first book, for example, or this thing, we're just going to skip, simply because we don't know what their prototypes are, if any. There's simply just no information on them. I'm also going to skip some minor engines mentioned in lore books or lectures, like the varying copy pots or blisters 1 and 2, for example, simply for a lack of visuals to use for them. I'll make a few exceptions for characters we do have enough info on to warrant their own sections, and I will point those out as we get to them. We are just going to stick to the facts here. Engines with real-world histories and stories to be told. We will go in order of build year, starting with the oldest engine and working our way up to the most recent. We shall begin our journey through railway history towards the beginning of the 19th century. The oldest known engine to appear in the railway series is, well, one of the first ever. Stephenson's Rocket, or simply just Rocket for short, is a 022 tender engine built in 1829 by Robert Stephenson and Company in Newcastle for the Rainhill Trials. In 1829, the nearly completed Liverpool and Manchester Railway were seeking a source of motive power. They were considering a cable-hauled system, as steam locomotives were still unproven at the time. George Stephenson of Robert Stephenson and Company made the argument that steam locomotives were the future and would be the best motive power for this new railway. Consequently, the directors staged a competition between various steam engine designers to test this risky claim, which would come to be known as the Rainhill Trials. Of the 5 engines that competed, Stephenson's locomotive, Rocket, was the only of them to actually finish, and subsequently Robertson Stephenson and Company were given the contract to produce a fleet of locomotives for the railway. Rocket was by no means the first ever steam locomotive built, but it was the first of its kind, pioneering several innovations to create the most advanced locomotive of its time. Its success at the trials secured its place in railway history, as it became the template for all subsequent steam locomotives following it. The pace of engineering innovation was so fast at the time that even by when the Liverpool and Manchester Railway was opened, Rocket was already considered out of date, and so was rebuilt with more conventional features such as a smokebox and horizontal pistons. Rocket was miraculously preserved, and can still be seen today at the locomotion branch of the National Railway Museum in Shildon. Rocket appears in Book 35, Thomas and the Great Railway Show, as one of the many famous National Railway Museum engines that Thomas met there. However, the Rocket that Thomas meets is not the original. Thomas met the working replica, built in 1979 to the original design as used in the trials. Strangely, the replica here is not depicted with a face, likely because there was no convenient place for the illustrator to put one, and has no dialogue. So, it's kind of up to interpretation if the engine is in fact alive in this universe. Now, the TV series presented Rocket in a very different way. Stephenson's Rocket, he goes by Stephen for short, was brought to Sodor to be fully restored to a working state. Here, he is depicted as a combination of Rocket's 2 conditions, the angled pistons from the original build, and the added smokebox and buffer beam from the rebuild. In the show's universe, Stephen is in fact the real Rocket, and now resides at the Ulfstead Castle Estate under Sir Robert Norramby's custodianship, instead of the National Railway Museum as per real life. It's TV series logic, just roll with it. Fast forward about 20 years to 1847, and we have Iron Duke, another ancient engine that Thomas met at the National Railway Museum. Built in Swindon, Iron Duke was the first of the batch of the aptly named Iron Duke class of the Great Western Railway. These 422 tender locomotives were broad gauge, spanning a track width of about 7 feet. They were built for express passenger work, with a top recorded speed of about 78 miles per hour. None of the original Iron Dukes were preserved, and Iron Duke itself was withdrawn in 1871 after about 24 years of service. So, how was Thomas able to meet him in 1990? Well, the Iron Duke that Thomas met was, again, a working replica. Built in 1985 in celebration of the Great Western Railway's 150th anniversary, this replica worked a broad gauge demonstration line at the National Railway Museum. That's right, this Iron Duke was only a wee 5 years old when Thomas met him, making his whiskery eyebrows and big gray mustache quite contrary. Personally, I like to think that they were fake and put on him by the museum to give the illusion to visitors that he was very old. The replica Iron Duke was built using the boiler of a Hunslet Austerity tank engine, the same that Wilbert N16 are, with some significant modifications, making it quite a bizarre hybrid of an engine. The replica now permanently resides at the Didcot Railway Center and can be seen today on the broad gauge demonstration line there. Bumping up a couple years to 1851, and we have a rather elusive character, Bloomer. Bloomer is a character that never appeared in the books, but does exist in canon through a model that Wilbert Awdry built himself, and later developed a history for in his Railways of Sodor lecture. He is admittedly a pretty bizarre character to include in this video since he never really existed, but there is enough of a history here to warrant a mention. The Bloomers were a class of 222 tender locomotives built by various builders across the UK for express passenger services on the London and North Western Railway. All of this class were withdrawn by 1888, making it quite a miracle that one survived long enough to make it to Sodor in the present day. The story goes that the engine was discovered rusting away in a long-abandoned shed in Wigtonshire, Scotland by Sir Charles Hatt in the early 1970s. Upon its discovery, the engine was brought to Sodor and restored to working order. The engine, creatively named Bloomer, was restored in time to make an appearance at the Stockton and Darlington's 150th celebration in Shildon in 1975. Since then, Bloomer is rarely seen in public, and was occasionally used for special trains on the Farquhar branch. Bloomer is specifically one of the 25 examples built in 1851 by Sharp Stewart and Company in Glasgow, Scotland. Beyond that, not much more is known about him, or if he's still kept in working condition, but he would be the oldest living engine on the island of Sodor. In real life, the Bloomer class exists today in the form of a non-working replica called Wolverton, built in 1991. This can be seen today at the Milton Keynes Museum in England. Believe it or not, there's a second Bloomer replica being produced at Tyseley Works. Locomotive number 670 was started all the way back in 1986, being nearly complete in 1990 when the project stalled indefinitely. It was officially resumed in 2019 and is still in progress. Eventually, we will see a Bloomer steam again. Let's jump ahead 10 or so years to 1861, and we have our first familiar Sodor face, Neil. Neil is, as Awdry describes him, an off-the-peg 040 box tank, one of several built by Nielsen and Company at their Hyde Park Works in Glasgow, Scotland. Hundreds of these box tanks were built for use all over the world, with varying design elements. Despite the widespread use of these locomotives, none have survived into preservation. Neil himself is the second of 3 engines that were built circa 1861 to help construct and later run the Sodor and Mainland Railway. Neil and his 2 brothers were the first railway steam engines on the island of Sodor. The railway fell into hard times, and the engines were eventually sold off or scrapped. Neil went on to work for the Crovansgate Mining Company, and last we heard he existed at least till the formation of the Northwestern Railway in 1914. But thanks to poor record keeping, his fate after that is unknown. It's possible he is still around somewhere today, locked up in a shed or rotting away on an abandoned siding. We'll simply never know. Neil's name is a reference to his builder, Nielsen and Company, and his thick Scottish accent reflects where he was built.
So you're bound for the wee railways, then? Ye must put some order into those trucks. Brave as they make you'd hardly believe.
1864 saw the construction of an engine that we all know and love, Skarloey. Skarloey is a narrow-gauge engine, the first built for the Skarloey Railway, hence his name. He is based on the unique Talyllyn of the Talyllyn Railway in Wales. Talyllyn was built in 1864 by Fletcher Jennings and Company in Whitehaven, England. Originally one of their standard Class A 040 saddle tanks with an open cab, the engine would receive numerous modifications over the years, gaining a rear pony truck to keep her from bouncing, and a proper cab with a unique wraparound shape. For 80 or so years, the Talyllyn operated with only 2 engines, until it faced hard times in the 1940s. However, thanks to the efforts of some enthusiastic volunteers in 1951, the Talyllyn became the world's first preserved railway, and its 2 engines, Talyllyn and Dalgach, were saved. Talyllyn is still around and well, and can be found working on the Little Welsh Line to this day. In the books, Skarloey and Talyllyn are long-separated twins, built together in 1864 to the same design in Whitehaven. While Talyllyn went off to Wales, Skarloey was shipped off to Sodor. Following a few incidents, Skarloey was sent back to Whitehaven to be rebuilt, receiving the same modifications that Talyllyn did. Like his real-life twin, Skarloey is still around today, and is the oldest known working engine on the island of Sodor. Jumping 1 year ahead, we have Skarloey's brother, Renius. Renius is based on Dalgach, the other of the 2 unique engines built for the Talyllyn Railway in Wales. Like Talyllyn, Dalgach was designed and built by Fletcher Jennings in Whitehaven in 1866 as one of their BB Class 040 well tanks. Dalgach was delivered to the Talyllyn later that year, and her long wheelbase successfully prevented her from bouncing like Talyllyn did. Between 1900 and 1914, Dalgach was temporarily renamed Pretoria in celebration of British troops entering Pretoria in South Africa during the Boer War. During the Talyllyn's twilight years in the 40s, Dalgach, in increasingly decrepit condition, single-handedly kept the railway running while Talyllyn was out of action. After the railway was preserved in 1951, more locomotives were brought on to run the line, and Dalgach received a much-deserved overhaul. Like her sister, Dalgach is still around and can be seen working today on the Talyllyn. Unlike Skarloey, Renius was not built alongside his real-life twin. Renius was built first, in 1865, and was already shipped off to Sodor before Dalgach was complete in 1866. Renius is also still around, working alongside his big bro. Moving into the 1870s now, we have Albert. Albert is an engine that used to work on the Furness Railway, and was the original engine Victoria the coach worked with before making her way to Sodor. Albert was originally built in 1872 at Sharp Stewart and Company in Glasgow as one of their off-the-peg E1 class tender engines. 7 of these were later rebuilt into tank engines that were better suited for branch line work. A bunker was added, and a rear pony truck, turning them into 242 tank engines. These 7 rebuilds were reclassified as the J1 class, and worked the Lakeside branch to Windermere, as accurately depicted in the book Thomas and Victoria. Albert's number was never revealed, so we don't know which of the class that he was. But nonetheless, all 7 J1s were scrapped by 1924 in real life. Rest in peace, Al. Hopping up to 1875, specifically December 21st, 1875, was the birth of everyone's favorite terrier, Stepney. Stepney is one of the few engines in the series that is actually a real engine. Built in Brighton Works in 1875, Stepney was part of the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway's A1 class, a small 060 tank engine designed to haul commuter trains in the Greater London area. These engines were nicknamed Terriers for their distinctive chuffing. The chuffs sound like a dog barking. Stepney was sent back to Brighton to be rebuilt in 1912, in which he gained a new boiler design, a larger smoke box, and other modifications. These rebuilt Terriers were reclassified as A1Xs. The Terriers were a long-lasting class. Several lasted well into the British Railways era, some nearing 80 years old at that point. Stepney was one of several that was relocated to the Hayling Island branch, a lightly laid line in the south of England that could only handle the weight of these little locos, and he spent his final working years there until withdrawal in 1960. While simply just one of many Terriers until this point, Stepney really came to fame when he was saved from the cutter's torch and was selected to be the first engine to work on a new heritage line in Sussex, the Bluebell Railway. As the railway's first engine, he became its poster boy, and still is to this day. Stepney is still around and can be viewed in the Steamworks exhibit at Sheffield Park Station. In the railway series, Stepney did a publicity run for the Bluebell across England to the island of Sodor in 1962, and he worked there on loan for a little while. He hasn't been back since, as far as we know, likely because all the kids visiting the Bluebell would keep asking where he is. Topping the 1870s is old Grandpuff himself, Duke. Duke was the first engine of the now long-defunct Mid-Sodor Railway. He is based on the Small England class of the Festiniog Railway in Wales, an interesting design, a saddle tank engine with a tender. The Small Englands were originally a fleet of 4 side tank locomotives, very squarish in design, first built in 1863 at George England and Company's works in New Cross, South London. These included Princess, Prince, Mountaineer, and Palmerston. In 1867, 2 more engines were built that improved on the design, Welsh Pony and Little Giant. These 2 had saddle tanks, larger boilers, a longer wheelbase, and were classified as large Englands. Over time, all the Small Englands were all rebuilt to accommodate the distinctive saddle tanks. Most of the Englands are still around today and can be seen working on the Festiniog Railway in Wales. Duke is the oddball. He is a Small England, and unlike the others, was built at the Festiniog's Boston Lodge Works in Minford, to the order of John Arnold Norrenby, Earl of Sodor, for the Mid-Sodor Railway. He arrived on Sodor in 1879, and was the first known tender engine on the island. Duke hauled the Mid-Sodor's opening day train in 1880 and worked the line alongside many other engines until its closure in 1947. Once thought to be lost to time, Duke was found buried in a shed at Arlesdale over 20 years later in 1969 and is now happily preserved on the Skarloey Railway. Up next is a rather elusive character, number 1020. 1020 is the number of an unnamed engine that Toby once met while traveling to the seaside during his LNER days on the mainland. The engine was described as clanking, with steam leaking in all directions, clearly not taken care of well. Toby helped him out and assisted in pulling his train to the seaside. 1020 is a Great Eastern Y14 class 060 tender engine, later reclassified as a J15 when the Great Eastern was absorbed into the greater LNER. These engines were built over the course of 30 years, with the first examples built in 1883 and the final ones in 1913. The majority were built at Stratford Works in East London, with 19 of them built by Shart Stewart and Company in Glasgow in 1884. They were initially designed in response to the Great Eastern's sudden need for freight locos to run a new joint line to Doncaster. However, they proved they were capable of more than that, also being able to tackle passenger work easily. As a maid-of-all-work, the Great Eastern just kept building more and more of them over the years. 259 existed in total, and all were withdrawn by 1962. One example is preserved, number 564. It resides on the North Norfolk Railway, wearing its original Great Eastern blue livery. One J-15 of particular interest is number 930, built in 1891. The Great Eastern held a world record for this engine, the fastest construction of a steam engine ever built, in just 9 hours and 45 minutes. The record is still unbeaten to this day. Now, 1020 is a bit of a contradictory engine. His number, 1020, is not a number ever worn by a J-15, making him a fictional member of the class. It was, however, worn by the LNER B1 class, Gemsbach. To add to that, the text refers to him as younger than Toby.
The engine was younger than Toby, but he was dirty, his rods clanked, and steam leaked from everywhere.
Which is such a strange little detail to even bring up. The character is rusty and falling apart. Every aspect about his appearance suggests that he's old. Yet, they specifically mention that he's younger. Which doesn't even make sense, because the very final J-15s were built in 1913, exactly 1 year before Toby was built, who we'll get to soon. There's no way that this engine could really be younger than Toby, but as he's a fictional member, maybe in this universe, the Great Eastern ordered another batch of these engines sometime after 1914. Who's to say? And now for one of the more interesting engines of the video, Bert, the little miniature engine of the Arlesdale Railway. Bert is based on River Ert, one of the original engines of the 15-inch gauge Ravenglass and Estill Railway in the Lake District of England. River Ert started life as a very, very different engine. First built by Sir Arthur Heywood in Duffield in 1894, her name was originally Muriel and was a boxy minimum gauge 080 tank engine. She moved around to different railways of England in her early years and finally arrived on the Ravenglass in 1917, and here she stayed. As the Ravenglass expanded, Muriel was rebuilt into a larger engine to better suit the railway's needs. In 1927, she gained a rear pony truck, becoming an 082, and was converted into a tender engine with cut-down fittings. Upon this rebuild, the engine was renamed River Ert, and it was this condition that Bert was based on. River Ert's strange rebuild history doesn't end there, though. In 1972, she was rebuilt again at the Yorkshire Engine Company in Sheffield, being given a narrow-gauge outline with a taller chimney and cab. She remains in this condition today. Bert's history mirrors River Ert's. Originally built in circa 1894 as a 080 tank engine, he was later converted into a tender engine in an attempt to cure his shy steaming problems, but to no avail. He, along with Rex and later Mike, worked their line in England till its closure in 1967, and from there went to work on the new Arlesdale Railway on Sodor. In 1973, following River Ert's rebuild, Bert was also given the same enhancements, and only then were his steaming issues finally cured. Bert has never been depicted in the series with his taller chimney and cab, though, and was incorrectly depicted in his second form in the last two stories of the book Jock the New Engine, which take place in 1976. Funnily enough, Bert calls Mike and Rex older in the story Sticking Power.
Sorry you're tired, he said brightly. I thought you older engines had sticking power.
I am not totally sure what he meant by that, as Bert is a good 30-ish years older than Rex, and a whopping 72 years older than Mike. More on them later. And we finally arrived at the first of the main characters, the oldest and wisest of the gang, Edward. Edward's origins are a bit iffy, but it is believed that he was built in 1896 at Sharp Stewart and Company in Glasgow, Scotland, for use on the Furness Railway. These 440 tender engines were classified as the K2, or Larger Seagull class. 6 were built originally in 1896, and 2 additional ones in 1900. The K2s hauled express passenger trains along the Cumbrian coast. All were sadly scrapped by 1931, and none survived into preservation. Edward is the K2 that got away. Unimpressed with his shy steaming, The Furness saw no issue with loaning him to the neighboring island of Sodor in 1915 to help with the construction of the Northwestern Railway there. As the Furness had no real desire to get Edward back, Edward simply stayed on Sodor and eventually became part of the Northwestern's fleet in 1921. Nowadays, Edward bears little resemblance to his original form, as he has been substantially rebuilt at Crovan's Gate over the years into what is now quite a reliable steamer. His Furness number has never been revealed, so we don't know exactly which K2 he was. We do know that he was one of the first batch of 6 in 1896, and some fans have speculated he was either number 34 or 35. Both of these were fitted with longer smokebox superheaters in 1913, giving them a smokebox profile that better resembles Edward's in the illustrations. In real life, these were both removed in 1914, not long before Edward would have disappeared to Sodor. Make of that as you will. Moving into the 20th century now, coming all the way from Switzerland is Culdee. Culdee was one of the 5 original engines of the Culdee Fell Mountain Railway built in 1900. He was the 4th of the batch, the others being Godred, Ernest, Wilfred, and Shane Dooney. All 5 of them are based on the original 5 engines of the real-life Snowdon Mountain Railway in Wales. These 042 locomotives are unique in design, built with a single purpose: to climb steep grades. The engines all have angled boilers and a set of pinion wheels in the center of their axles to hold on to a rack in the middle of the track, which prevents them from slipping backwards as they ascend. They have no couplings and always push their trains up the mountain. Gravity does the rest when they descend. They simply just roll back down. The original 5 engines, Lattice, Enid, Widfa, Snowdon, and Mole Shapad, respectively, were designed and built at the Swiss Locomotive and Machine Works in Winterthur, Switzerland in 1895, and shipped to Wales upon completion. The Snowdon Railway opened for traffic on April 6, 1896, and suffered its only major derailment on its opening day. The first engine, Lattice, came off the rails while descending and tumbled over the mountain edge, smashing itself to pieces. Only one person died from the incident, a passenger who jumped out of the coach during the derailment. The railway has had a perfect safety record since this incident, and poor Lattice was never replaced. The railway's history is reflected in the fictional Culdee Fells. The railway was based on the successful Snowdon, though is quite a bit longer. It opened for traffic a few years later in 1900. Its first engine, Godred, suffered the same fate as Lattice during one of his descents, coming off the rails at a bend and tumbling over the mountainside. He was deemed irreparable and was placed at the back of the shed as spare parts for the others. Aside from Lattice, the remaining 4 of the original batch of locomotives still exist today on the Snowdon Mountain Railway and are used for their occasional steam services. The turn of the century also presented to the world the little green goblin himself, Percy. Now, full disclaimer, Percy is an absolute enigma, and no one is quite sure what he started life as, so no one really knows what year he was built. As Audrey notes, Percy is an 040 saddle tank, likely built originally by the Avonside Engine Company in Bristol, sometime after the turn of the century. Specifically, a design with his smokebox exposed and saddle tank fixed behind it. He was rebuilt substantially by previous owners over the years, who added on parts from Hunslet, among other manufacturers. It's believed that his rear bunker was also a later addition, as pretty much all Avonside-built 040s never received them. A saddle tank of a similar design that we can compare him to is Trojan. Built by Avonside in 1897 for Messer Dunn and Shute of Newport Town Dock, Trojan bears a close resemblance to Percy, but even then there are some pretty big differences. Trojan is preserved and currently resides at Didcot Railway Centre. The truth of the matter is that Percy sadly has no exact real-life basis. Avonside built saddle tanks of Percy's likeness well into the early 1920s, so really it's anyone's guess when he was built. All we can assume is that it had to be sometime near the turn of the century, as he had to have a couple previous owners that rebuilt him before going to Sodor in 1926 or so. Jeez, with all this uncertainty, it's quite perplexing that no one thought to simply just ask him when and where he was built.
Percy, mind if I ask you a question?
Oh, yes, sir.
Where and when were you built?
Oh, Avonside, 1902, sir.
Oh, thanks. Well, that was easy. Why has no one thought to just ask you before?
1903 gave us another real engine, the famous celebrity City of Truro. City of Truro was built in Swindon as one of the Great Western Railway's 3700 City class. All of these express passenger 440s were named after famous cities in England, such as City of Bath, City of London, etc. Hence their nickname, the City class. 10 of these locomotives were built, and an additional 10 later on in 1907, which were rebuilt from the existing Atborough class. City of Truro came to fame on May 9th, 1904, when it reached 100 miles per hour, becoming the first steam locomotive in Britain to achieve it. The speed record is, however, still debated to this day, as the speed was determined by stopwatch timings and not by dynamometer. Not to mention arguments from across the pond that claimed the New York Central and Hudson River Railroad 440, number 999, had already achieved the record in 1893, however, with little supporting evidence. Flying Scotsman would go on to be the first steam locomotive in Britain to officially surpass 100 miles per hour in 1934, with recorded evidence. Nonetheless, City of Truro gained immense fame from this achievement and went on to be the poster boy for the Great Western. Truro was preserved in 1931 at the Elleniars Museum in York and can be found today at the Museum of the Great Western Railway in Swindon. In the railway series, Truro made his way to Sodor on a publicity tour in 1957, coinciding with the real engine's restoration by British Railways. On this trip, he met Duck, and the two spent the night discussing all things Great Western. His visit gave Duck quite an inflated ego afterwards. 1 year later saw the introduction of Sir Handel in 1904. Sir Handel started life named as Falcon and was built for use on the Mid-Sodor Railway. He and his history are based on the Talyllyn Railway's number 3, Sir Hayden. Sir Hayden was originally a 040 saddle tank locomotive, originally built by Hughes Locomotive Works, later Falcon Works, in Loughborough for the Corus Railway in Wales, all the way back in 1878. 3 of these engines were sent over and worked the line for nearly half a century. In 1921, a 4th engine from Kerr Stewart and Company was brought on, and the best parts of the 3 Falcon locomotives were combined into a single engine. This locomotive continued to carry the number 3 following. When the Corus closed, number 3, along with the Kerr Stewart, were sold to the newly preserved Talyllyn Railway in 1951. Upon arrival, it was officially named Sir Hayden, after the railway's owner, Sir Hayden Jones. Sir Hayden had a tendency to fall between the Talyllyn's poorly kept rails during its early preservation years, and has been substantially rebuilt and modified since to suit the railway's needs. He can still be seen working on the Talyllyn to this day. Sir Handel is much younger than Sir Hayden, being built nearly 30 years later in 1904. He was also built at Falcon Works in Loughborough and was shipped to the Mid-Sodor to replace a previously scrapped engine. Upon arrival, he was named Falcon after his builder. Falcon spent his life on the Mid-Sodor with Duke and Stewart until the line's closure in 1947. After that, he and Stewart went to work at the island's aluminum works for a spell, until finally being brought to the Skarloey Railway in 1952. Upon arrival, he was renamed Sir Handel, after the railway's owner, Sir Handel Brown. Like the real Sir Hayden, Sir Handel had a tendency to fall between the rails of the Skarloey's worn tracks, and was given special wheels with wide tires to prevent this. The engines often teased him, and called them steamroller wheels. Coming in 1909 are the Scottish twins, Donald and Douglas. Donald and Douglas come from the Caledonian Railway in Scotland. They arrived on Sodor wearing the BR numbers 57646 and 57647, respectively. This numbering would have placed them at the tail end of the 652 class, a subclass of the more well-known 812 class, with minor mechanical differences and cabin frame shapes. These were powerful 060 tender engines, built mostly for heavy goods traffic. The first of the 812 class were built in 1899, with the 17652 variants being built from 1908 to 1909. All of the 652s were built at St. Rolic's Works in Glasgow. All these numbers getting confusing yet? Now, the Island of Sodor book states that Donald and Douglas are 812s, built in 1899, despite their numbers placing them in the 652 class of 1908. The final 652 was built in 1909, bearing the number 661, and then 17645 under LMS ownership, and finally 57645 under BR. Donald and Douglas's BR numbers, 57646 and 57647, are fictional add-ons, meaning we can assume that they were likely built around the same time as the real 57645 in 1909. However, this isn't completely certain, and it's unknown what their original Caledonian numbers would have been. A single example of the original 812 class, Caledonian number 828, is preserved and currently resides on the Strathspey Railway in Aviemore, Scotland. Next up is James, built circa 1912. James is based on the 28 class of the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway, a 060 mixed traffic tender engine built to handle goods trains and passenger trains at speed. 63 of these were rebuilds of the railway's previous 27 class, of which over 400 existed. These rebuilds included extending the footplate, larger sandboxes, and swapping the fireboxes with square bell pair ones. 42 additional all-new 28s joined the class, bringing the total number up to 105. All of the 28s were built at the LNYR's works in Horwich. One of the Class 28's pitfalls were their fronts being rather nose-heavy, and this gave them a tendency to bounce when traveling at speed. As per Audrey's notes, in 1912, designer George Hughes experimented by retrofitting his 28 design to feature a front pony truck in an attempt to counteract this. The engine was built and proved to not really fix the problem. This experimental locomotive was James. After the railway's absorption into the LMS in 1923, the LMS saw no use for him and sold him off to the Northwestern Railway, where he still resides to this day. He has remained in his unique red livery since then, and has had most of his issues fixed at Crovan's Gate Works. None of the 28s survived into preservation in real life, but a single 27 does. LNYR number 1300, built in 1895. It resides at the East Lancashire Railway, currently sporting its BR number 52322. 2 years later, in 1914, was the start of World War I. It was also the year that Toby was built. Coincidence?
I'll let you decide.
Probably.
Toby is based on the unmistakable J70 class tram engine of the Wisbech and Upwell Tramway. Originally classified as the Class C53 under the Great Eastern Railway, this batch of 12 060 tram locomotives were built at Stratford Works in East London. The Wisbech and Upwell Tramway ran alongside roads and through towns for a large portion of its distance, and the line's locomotives were fitted with side plates covering their wheels to prevent people from being dragged under should a collision occur. With a cab at each end, the C53s were extremely versatile engines, also finding use on other parts of the Great Eastern's network that necessitated running over public roads. When grouping occurred and the Great Eastern Railway was absorbed into the LNER in 1923, the C53s were reclassified as J70s. They lasted for a bit after the formation of British Railways, with the final being withdrawn in 1955. They were subsequently replaced by BR's Class 04 diesel shunters, the same class of diesel as Mavis. Little known fact, Toby is in fact a real engine. As noted in both the Island of Sodor book and Sodor Reading Between the Lines, it's heavily believed that Toby's BR number was 68221, meaning his original Great Eastern number would have been 127. The real 68221 was scrapped in 1951, which just so happened to be the same year that Toby left Ipswich for Sodor. What a coincidence, huh? In real life, sadly, none of the J70s survived into preservation. The last survivor was set aside at Stratford Works to be preserved, but was cut up in error. 1 year later, the world was presented with a tank engine that would change everything. A tank engine named Thomas. Thomas is an E2 class tank engine, a bulky 060 built for the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway. 5 of these powerful engines were first built between 1913 and 1914 at Brighton Works, with the intention to use them for shunting and short-distance freight trains in the London area. They were also briefly trialed on push-pull passenger services, and while effective shunters, they ultimately were unfit for pulling trains due to their small coal bunkers, which limited their fuel capacity needed for longer distances. Another one of the design's faults was its small water supply. To fix this, the next batch of 5 E2s, starting in 1915, were designed with longer tanks that extended forward to the smokebox. Thomas is specifically one of this batch. The E2s eventually landed at Southampton Docks, where they were trialed as shunters. They performed very well at this, and here they lived out the remainder of their lives, lasting till nearly the end of steam. The E2s often get a lot of hate and have a reputation for being sucky engines, but I don't find that to be entirely fair. They failed at the jobs that they were initially designed for, yes, but they found success at another job within the scope of their design. And clearly they were useful at Southampton, as they lasted until the end of steam there. Not exactly what I'd call a sucky engine. The final withdrawal occurred in 1963, and sadly, none of the E2s were preserved. Now, regarding Thomas. As the Island of Sodor book notes, Thomas arrived on Sodor in 1915 during the war effort. He is specifically one of the E2s with the extended side tanks, and that means he could have only been built in 1915. Only 2 E2s were built this year, number 105 in June and number 106 in September. He is likely one of these two, or is possibly a fictional 11th member. We'll simply never know. Like Edward and Henry, Thomas has been rebuilt substantially during his life on Sodor. His biggest rebuild occurred in 1960 after he showed up to breakfast in the Farquhar station master's house. Modifications included lowering his water tank and flattening out his running board, removing his distinctive dip at the front. He only vaguely resembles an E2 nowadays, with his extended side tanks being really the only hint of what he once was. 1917 was the year the series' first American engine was built. All the way from the Keystone State was Stanley. Stanley, or simply just Number 2 as Duke referred to him, was a 1012D class narrow gauge engine from America, built at Baldwin Locomotive Works in Eddystone, Pennsylvania. He appears in a total of only 2 illustrations in the books, but has quite a story. The 1012D was a class of 460 Pannier tank engines, built specifically for use by the British War Department over lightly laid trench railways in France during World War I. Nearly 500 of these locomotives were built. After the war, they became Army surplus and were sold off to private owners. 50 went off to India, and the grand majority went to various railways in the UK. 6 are preserved in varying rebuilt forms, most of which can be found on heritage railways in the UK. On Wilbert Awdry's own mid-Sodor layout, he had a model of a Baldwin 1012D, which he nicknamed Stanley. The model kept derailing, however, so Wilbert, fed up with it, eventually cut it up and turned it into set dressing as a static pumping engine. This ordeal served as inspiration for the character's story. Stanley was built in 1917 and started his life in the trenches in France. After the war ended, he was sold to the Mid-Sodor Railway and was regauged. He wasn't regauged properly, though. and as a result tended to ride roughly and derail often. He saw it as nothing to get upset about, but eventually the railwaymen got sick of him and stripped him of his wheels, putting him to use as a stationary pumping engine at the back of the shed. He was moved eventually to work as a pumping engine at the Kasnehauen mines, but the mines flooded and were closed. Stanley was more than likely abandoned there. Quite a sad fate for what is basically a veteran. While Stanley technically never appeared in the TV series at all, his story lives on in the form of Smudger, a reckless engine from Duke's Old Railway that suffered the exact same fate as him. We've finally reached Henry, the engine with probably the most complicated backstory of the whole series. Henry was, by all regards, a screw-up, and his origins are even more elusive than Percy's. While we pretty much know where Percy was at least built, Henry is a total mystery. Here's the story. In 1919, a scandal occurred at Doncaster Works, the location where Sir Nigel Gresley's famous LNER engines were later constructed. Rumors had gone around that Gresley was developing a Pacific locomotive for the Great Northern Railway, which he indeed was, and we will soon get to that. A rival locomotive builder wanted to beat him to it. There was a break-in, and the robber got away with some of Gresley's drawings, only to discover that he had blundered and stolen rejected designs with some pretty big flaws, one of which was an undersized firebox. The mistake was realized too late, when the engine was already nearly completed at its non-disclosed workshop. The end result was Henry, a Pacific that somewhat resembled what would be Gresley's A1 class. Eager to get their white elephant of an engine off their hands, the builders sold Henry off to the first customer, who just so happened to be Sir Topham Hatt I of the Northwestern Railway, who was in desperate need of an express engine. Hatt expected to receive a Robinson Atlantic, but instead got Henry. To say that he was unhappy with his new engine would be an understatement. Henry continued to be put to work on the Northwestern, though his small firebox handicapped him, and the poor guy often fell ill. One fateful morning in 1935, though, Henry had a severe accident while holding the Flying Kipper. The damage was so drastic that Henry had to be rebuilt. Hatt saw this as an opportunity and called in a favor with his old friend, William Stanier, the then real-life chief mechanical engineer at Crew Works. When Henry returned to Sodor later that year, he looked like a completely different engine, rebuilt to the outline of a LMS Class 5 tender engine, or more commonly known, a Black 5. The success of the Black 5s in real life cannot be understated. They were designed by Stanier as the ultimate do-anything-go-anywhere type of engine, and they certainly proved they could. First introduced in 1934, interestingly enough, not long before Henry was rebuilt, over 800 Black 5s were built for use across the LMS's system, and later, nearly all across Britain. They were big, powerful, could go anywhere, and pull anything. The Black 5s existed till the very end of steam in 1968. In fact, the final ever steam-hauled mainline train on British Rail was hauled by Black 5s. This was known as the 15 Guinea Special, and occurred on August 11, 1968, the day before BR's steam ban across the entire system. A whopping 18 Black 5s are preserved today, and can be found on various heritage railways. Now, as far as we know, Henry in his original form is not based on anything in real life. Between 1915 and 1922, Gresley proposed several prototype Pacific designs that were all rejected. It's unknown which of these Henry is specifically based on, if any at all. It should also be noted that Henry is not exactly a Black 5. Quoting Sodor, reading between the lines, Henry is described as looking very much like a Stanier Class 5, meaning there are likely some differences between him and the standard design. What those differences are, though, we'll probably never know. Entering the 20s now, and the world was introduced to the ever-pleasant Peter Sam. Peter Sam's story, like the other narrow-gauge engines, mirrors that of the engine he is based on, the Talyllyn Railway's number 4 Edward Thomas. Edward Thomas started life as a bog-standard 042 Tattoo class saddle tank engine from Kerr Stewart, built in 1921 at their workshops in Stoke-on-Trent, though cut down to fit the restricted loading gauge of its intended home, the Corus Railway in Wales, as their number 4. Numbers 4 and 3 worked the Corus until its closure in 1947. Following closure, the nearby Talyllyn Railway, which had recently been preserved, purchased the two engines to help run the line. Number 4 was officially named Edward Thomas after the railway's former manager. He was rebuilt slightly to fit the Talyllyn's needs, and has proven to be quite reliable. Even to this day, Edward Thomas tends to be the favorite of the railway's engine crews, as it is the easiest to work on. In 1958, Dr. Adolf Giesel Geislingen, I probably just butchered that, approached British Railways to sell him his Giesel ejector, a blast pipe arrangement with a strange triangular-shaped chimney, which he claimed lessened coal consumption. When BR rejected him, he approached the Talyllyn, and Edward Thomas was fitted with one. It was finally removed in 1969, as no difference in coal consumption was found, and it was difficult to maintain. The Giesel still exists, though, and is on display at the Talyllyn's Narrow Gauge Museum. Peter Sam's story mirrors Edward Thomas's to nearly a T, though there are a few differences. For one, Peter Sam is older. He was built a year before, in 1920, for the Mid-Sodor Railway. The railway named him Stewart after his builder, Kerr Stewart and Company. After the Mid-Sodor's closure, Stewart and Falcon went off to the nearby aluminum works for a couple years, and then finally to the Skarloey Railway. Here he was renamed Peter Sam after the railway's controller. Like Edward Thomas, Peter Sam was also fitted with a Giesel ejector in 1961. But unlike Edward Thomas, he still retains his. It's proven to make puffing much easier for him, and all the other engines secretly wish they had one too. 1920 also presented us with the kingpin of the Northwestern Railway, Gordon. Gordon was the Northwestern's top-link express engine, and the fastest steam engine of the railway. For nearly 90 years, he hauled the railway's Wild Nor'Wester service, an almost non-stop journey from Tidmouth to Barrow-in-Furness. Gordon is based on Sir Nigel Gresley's famous A1 Pacifics of the Great Northern Railway. He, however, is not one of the original 52 built. Gordon was the unsung prototype, outshopped from Doncaster Works in either 1920 or 21. As Gresley used him to work out kinks in the final design, Gordon remained rather hush-hush from the public and was never put into regular traffic, nor ever wore a Great Northern number. He did, however, wear the Great Northern's apple green livery, as he once stated.
When I was young and green, he said, I remember going to London.
Aesthetically, he does not differ much from the final A1 designs, the most notable difference being his front flowing sloped footplate, contrast to the more abrupt drop on the final A1s. The first A1 completed was number 1470, Great Northern, outshopped in 1922. Others followed, and once the first batch was completed, Gordon was no longer needed. He was sold off to the highest bidder, who just so happened to be Sir Topham Hatt I of the Northwestern Railway, who was ecstatic to have a Gresley Express engine running on his rails. Gordon was sent to Sodor in 1923, complete with a spare boiler and firebox. Gresley's A1 Pacifics were the first successful Pacifics in Britain, and they quickly became the poster boys of the LNER. Most Pacific designs following them were inspired by or built off the improvements made by the A1s. They were certainly trailblazers. Various experiments and trials put on the A1s led to another major development in the late 20s, the Super Pacific, aka the A3 class. These were effectively a compilation of minor modifications made to the original A1 design, with a new higher pressure boiler. All of the A1s were rebuilt into A3s, except for one, and 27 new A3s were built from scratch following this, bringing the total number to 78. The biggest distinction between the A1s and the A3s is the banjo-shaped dome on the top of their boilers. The only A1 that did not become an A3 was the very first, Great Northern. Great Northern somehow escaped rebuilding, and in 1945 was completely rebuilt into the A1/1 class by the LNER's succeeding chief mechanical engineer, Edward Thompson. A controversial rebuild, to say the least. Despite the undisputed success of the A1 and A3 classes, nearly none have survived into preservation. Well, except for one, and you might have heard of him. 1923 was a big year for railway history in Britain. It was the year that grouping occurred, and it was also the year that Flying Scotsman was built. Flying Scotsman is the only preserved A3 class, and it damn well might be the most famous locomotive in the world. The third of the class built, Flying Scotsman was the first new engine delivered to the newly formed LNER, and made its debut to the world wearing its original GNR designated number 1472. Flying Scotsman was named after the famous non-stop long-distance service the LNER offered from King's Cross to Edinburgh, and thus quickly became the poster child of the new railway. On November 30th, 1934, Flying Scotsman made history as the first steam locomotive to officially top 100 miles per hour, with recorded evidence. All this fame scored Scotsman sympathy with a certain Alan Pegler when British Railways announced they'd be scrapping him in 1962. Pegler, a railway enthusiast and businessman, offered to outright buy Flying Scotsman from BR, and they agreed. Scotsman was preserved, and Pegler even struck a deal with BR to run Scotsman on the main line hauling rail tours, remaining exempt from a ban on privately owned steam engines running on the main line. With steam on its way out and water towers being demolished across the system, Scotsman was fitted with a second tender during this time to carry more water and ensure non-stop journeys. Flying Scotsman has had a colorful preservation life. In 1969, he went on tour in the United States and nearly got lost there, was then saved by millionaire businessman William McAlpine, went on tour in Australia in 1988, where it set the record for the longest non-stop run for a steam locomotive at 422 miles, was then later obtained by the National Railway Museum in 2004, where he'd then undergo a 10-year overhaul, and finally returning to steam in 2016, now again hauling rail tours across Britain to this day. Flying Scotsman is in fact Gordon's younger brother, and this is acknowledged in Book 23, Enterprising Engines, when Sir Charles Hatt brought Scotsman to Sodor to reunite the two. The book takes place in 1967, and Scotsman is accurately depicted here as he would have been that year in real life, painted in LNER apple green with his two tenders.
Is that why you have two tenders, being special? No, you'd hardly believe it, Gordon, but over there, there's hardly any coal and water.
1923 presented us with a big green tender engine, but also with a tiny one. For Rex, the miniature engine, was also built this year. The miniature Arlesdale engines are all based on the miniature engines of the real-life Ravenglass and Eskdale Railway.
I've got to build
Like
this
Bert
too,
with
don't I?
River Ert, Rex is
Not
based
building
on
it.
the railway's River Esk. River Esk was built in 1923 by Davy Paxman of Colchester to the outline of a standard gauge tender loco. During a rebuild in 1928, River Esk gained a Pulteney steam tender, what is essentially a tender
they weren't
with its
tunnels,
own
they
valve
were
gear and propulsion, making the little engine a massive 282
bridges. I did do 4
080.
though.
This was done in an attempt to make the engine stronger,
I
though
think
it
I
proved
only did
unsuccessful
2
and was
there.
soon removed. The chassis of the steam tender did not go to waste though, and we will come back to that later in the video. Some recent history involving River Esk was a fire that occurred on the railway in 2013. An arson attack set the Ravenglass's workshops ablaze. Within it was River Esk, undergoing overhaul. The shop and majority of her parts were destroyed. The new workshop was completed in 2015, and River Esk was eventually fully overhauled, returning to steam in 2018. She is now back at work on the Ravenglass, and can be seen there today. Rex was also built by Davy Paxman in 1923, at the same time as his real-life counterpart. While River Esk went off to the Ravenglass, Rex went off to an unnamed line somewhere in England, where he worked alongside Bert and later Mike. When their line closed in the 60s, the three were brought to Sodor to work the new Arlesdale Railway. Rex is a fairly powerful engine for his size, but rather erratic, and also quite a bit cocky. On to a somewhat elusive character, Ginty, a visiting engine. In Book 12, The 8 Famous Engines, the engines of the Northwestern Railway were due to leave for London for an exhibition, and so a fleet of engines from British Railways were sent over to cover their work. One of the engines was named Ginty, and he was, you guessed it, a Ginty. The Ginties, aka the Fowler 3F class, were a class of 060 tank engines built for the London, Midland, and Scottish Railway. They got the nickname Ginty due to their resemblance to a cartoon character called Ginny Ginty from a popular comic strip at the time. I don't see it. The Ginties were reliable and powerful, and performed so well that the LMS just kept building them. From 1924 to 1931, a whopping 422 of them were built, and could be found all over the region. Many lasted till the end of steam, and a respectable 9 of them are preserved on heritage railways today. The Ginty that appears in the railway series is not depicted with a number, so it's hard to discern which one he was. But thanks to some excellent research by Sodor Island Models, he was able to use context clues to narrow down who it might be. Without going into detail, you should go check out his video on Ginty for that, he was able to conclude that Ginty was likely number 7287, later 47287 under BR. 7287 was built at the North British Locomotive Works in Glasgow, Scotland in 1924. From around 1945 onwards, it worked the Barrow area, and was one of the several engines that listened to Percy's stories at Barrow-in-Furness during his time there. 47287 did not survive into preservation, and was sadly scrapped in 1964. R.I.P. Ginty. In 1928, we got Duncan. Duncan is the 6th engine on the Skarloey Railway, and like all the others, has a real-life counterpart on the Tallyclyn in Wales. Number 6, Douglas. Douglas was built in 1918 at Andrew Barclay and Company's works in Kilmarnock, Scotland. He, at the time numbered 1431, was one of their standard E-class well tanks, and was handed over to the Royal Air Force upon completion. He, along with his sibling locomotive, number 1432, spent his Air Force days at the Calshot Seaplane Station near Southampton, working the short line there. In 1949, the two engines were auctioned off to Abelson and Company Limited in Birmingham, and from there was handed over to the Tallyclyn for free in 1953 to clear space. In return for their generosity, the engine was named Douglas after Abelson's chairman. Douglas was rebuilt a bit to suit the Tallyclyn's needs, regauged to 2 foot 3 inches, and gained a buffer beam. Douglas is still alive and well on the Tallyclyn, and since 2018 has been painted in Royal Air Force Blue in honor of its roots. Duncan's story differs quite a bit from Douglas's, though takes some inspiration from it. According to Sodor reading between the lines, Duncan was built 10 years later, in 1928. Like Douglas, he was one of Andrew Barclay's standard E-class tanks, and was built at their works in Kilmarnock. Duncan spent the first 30 years of his life working in a factory, and according to Peter Sam, this is where he gets his strong language and temper from. In 1958, he was brought to Sodor to work on the Skarloey Railway, while Skarloey was away being mended. His short wheelbase didn't agree with the Skarloey's rails, and he tended to rock and roll as he went. Duncan enjoyed it at first, until he eventually came off the tracks and embarrassed himself. Coming in at the tail end of the 20s is Duck, from the Great Western Railway. Duck, or formerly Montague, is one of the Great Western's standard 5700 pannier tanks. With over 860 of these built, these panniers were one of the most numerous classes of steam engine in Britain. The pannier tank designs made them ideal engines for almost any job. Water tanks on each side of the boiler gave them a low center of gravity, making them very stable at speed, and the raised tanks above the running board made access much easier for maintenance. The 5700s were built by various builders across the country, and many lasted beyond the end of BR steam, being sold off to industrial railways and other uses. A respectable 16 are preserved and can be found on various heritage railways across the country, one of which you might recognize from the acclaimed 1970 movie, The Railway Children. Number 5775 was painted in the brown livery of the fictional Great North and South Railway for its appearances in the film. As Duck has recalled many times, he was a pilot engine at Paddington Station in London for most of his life before coming to Sodor. British Railways eventually put him aside, and in 1955 sold him off to the Northwestern Railway. When Duck arrived on Sodor, he was put to work as the new pilot at Tidmouth. He performed very well, and some years later was put in charge of the branch line to Arlesborough. Duck wears the number plate 5741 and arrived on Sodor with it. The real 5741 was built in one of the first batches of the class in 1929 at the North British Locomotive Works in Glasgow. 5741 went on to work in Wales for most of its life and was scrapped in 1958, 3 years after Duck would have arrived on Sodor, and contradicting his backstory. As both Wilbert and Chris note, it's more than likely this wasn't the number Duck was given when he was first outshopped in 1929, and at some point got swapped with the real 5741. While we'll probably never know Duck's real number, he was indeed one of the first batch of panniers built in Glasgow in 1929. Duck's nickname, Duck, is an in-joke with Audrey's own model of the character. Audrey's 5700 model arrived to him with uneven wheels, which caused it to waddle as it went along. His children thought it was funny, and christened the model as Duck. And so, this was worked into the character's story.
"What's your name?" asked the Fat Controller. "Montague, sir, but I'm usually called Duck. They say I waddle. I don't really, sir, but I like Duck better than Montague."
Moving into the 30s now, and we have the Big City Engine. The Big City Engine doesn't have an official name. He's known as such simply for that's what his wooden railway toy was called. In the railway series, the engine was one of many from the mainland that brought a train to Sodor and stayed the night, going home the next day. He argued with Gordon over what the big station in London is called. As an LMS engine, the station he would have served was Euston.
"King's Cross," snorted the engine. "London's Euston. Everybody knows that."
The engine is one of the London, Midland, and Scottish Railways Patriot class, a class of 52 460 express passenger locomotives, first introduced in 1930. They were nicknamed the Baby Scots for their design was based on that of the previous Royal Scot class. The first two of the class were rebuilds of the previous Clotton class from the London and North Western Railway, retaining a few minor parts, while the next 40 were new build locos, classified as rebuilds to fudge the accounting books. All took on the numbers of the engines they replaced. These quote-unquote rebuilds occurred at Crewe. An additional 10 all-new Patriots were built following this at Derby. Big City Engine's number was never revealed to us, so we don't know which of the batches he is exactly. Starting in 1946, 18 of the Patriots were rebuilt again with new Stanier 2-type boilers, tenders, and cabs. The final rebuild occurred in 1949, and Big City Engine appeared on Sodor in 1956 in his original form, indicating that he was not one of the 18 rebuilt ones. None of the Patriot class survived, which means Big City Engine likely did not either. However, a new build of an original condition Patriot is currently underway at Tyseley Locomotive Works. The engine will wear the number of the final Patriot build, number 5551, and will be officially named the Unknown Warrior. Currently, it is expected to be
I haven't
finished
moved in
by
5 hours.
2027.
And,
In 1932, another Sodor visitor was built.
this might be more
Pug.
interesting to you. I
Along
don't
with
think I've
Genty,
eaten
Pug
today.
came to
I should
Sodor
probably
in
get on that at some
1956
point.
to help fill in for the Northwestern engines
When is it?
while they were away for an exhibition in London.
10 p.m.?
Beyond that,
Jeez.
not much is known about him, other than he apparently knows Percy.
"Hello, Ginty," whistled Percy. "Hello, Pug. They're friends of mine."
Pug is one of the LMS's Kitson 040 saddle tanks. 10 of these little guys were built for light shunting in yards across the LMS's network. The first 5 of the class were all built by Kitson & Company in Leeds in 1932, and the remaining 5 were built years later in 1953 at Horwich Works. These later 5 differed from the first batch notably, with shorter saddle tanks and larger bunkers. Withdrawals started occurring in 1963, and none of this small class survives today. Pug is specifically one of the earlier batch, with the longer saddle tank and shorter bunker, as depicted in his illustration. His name, Pug, comes from the common term railwaymen use to call small shunters like him. We're starting to get into slightly more modern engines. Next up is the youngest of the main 11, and that is Oliver. Oliver is one of the Great Western Railway's 1400 class, a 042 tank engine built for fast-running passenger work on branch lines. The 1400 class started out as the 4800 class in 1932 and were a modernized design of the railway's previous 517 class. These engines were built to work with auto coaches and had special equipment that allowed them to push-pull their trains with ease. All were built in Swindon, the final being churned out in 1936. In 1946, the Great Western redesignated the 4800 class label to a series of 280 freight locomotives experimentally converted to oil firing, and the 75 auto tanks were reclassified as the 1400 class. Their numbers were all changed to reflect this. Withdrawals started occurring in 1956, and 4 members of the class do survive in preservation. Aside from Oliver, you may recognize the engine in the form of number 1401 from its starring role in the 1953 comedy film The Titfield Thunderbolt. Despite its notoriety, 1401 was not preserved and was scrapped in 1959. Oliver bore the number 1436 when he made his escape to Sodor in 1967, and he still wears it to this day. The real 1436 was built in 1934 and scrapped in 1958. As Audrey notes, it's pretty doubtful that this was the number allotted to Oliver.
So let me
during
ask
the
you,
1946
what should
remembering.
I work on next?
It's
Should I
up to
actually
interpretation
put some
how
effort
this
into
happened.
this
My favorite theory
tree
is
farming
that Oliver's crew
town
swapped his number
so that I
with
can
a
actually
scrapped
develop
1400
this
to
area?
throw British Railways off the
Pause it real quick. Should I put some effort into this tree farming town right here so that I can fill this out and it'll make this area look a little bit more, I guess, lived in, make it look a little more real? Stop clicking like that. I want to put a cow farm up here somewhere, probably right around here. I think that would be nice. Basically anywhere I can farm leather and a little bit of beef, and then I guess I'll have milk as a byproduct of that as well. But then I can take that and it'll allow me to produce, like, use all this right here. This is just a giant wheat field. Down here, this is where I get my prismarines farmed here, and then it's brought up here, delivered to a vault, and then I need to figure out what to do with all that prismarine. So I can take that up to here. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I am expecting to build basically a series of houses up here. I just need to do it, basically. I'm seeing a very 2012 sort of Minecraft type house, spruce, variants of stone bricks. I'm thinking stone bricks, and more than likely some tough bricks as well. I feel like that'll stand out a little bit. I might even throw some deep slate bricks in just because I can, and these deep slate bricks from Chipped. Just a little bit left to do here with the onions. I haven't started yet with the rice field or rice patty I wanted to do here. Fill this in, or whatever I guess it would be called. I do want to fill in this tunnel, this wall rather. I am not going to do the tunnel, but if I do the wall, like the tunnel portal, it'll fill all that in, and then that will look a little better. there's not much going on over here. There's nothing I feel I need to add. Although these are the more lived-in areas, I guess. I do want a house around here. It's just houses don't excite me the same way factory buildings do. Or I guess there's the other idea. I could just mindlessly extend this rail line out. Just out. Out where? I don't know. It'll probably just extend out to here, and then somewhere in this area, or maybe even further down the way. I'm not too sure. Maybe at the top of this area, I'll have a large engine workshop where I'll basically just deliver lava farm. Make sturdy sheets, and hopefully produce engine parts there, which will mostly just be this very small section of the bag, this little corner down here, and not even all of it, of course. Like, obviously, train casings, fuel tanks, maybe tracks, probably not, but you never know. These are the lists of projects I have. Speaking of which, I should go to page 12. So those are in. I haven't done the experience. Well, yes, I have. I figured I'd just. Compactor. So the thing I am missing would be my dust farms. I have everything handy basically to complete that. Wheat farm's done. So I have the field, combine, silo, train loader. So I don't have an AFK location. That, I guess, so it's not really done, but the same goes for the other big crop farming area. I have some ideas for the AFK locations. Now this I do have. Or we could just go to the next town over, and I think I will end up doing that. And I'll have something similar to this, probably just at a lower level down here. I'll probably have something similar to this, but I'll probably enclose it and make it out of brick instead, since I have bricks. I have a surplus of bricks. Then maybe I'll get like a sandstone roof or something. I also have a large amount of sandstone I don't do anything with. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go. something to work with there. I guess it begs the question just as well, though. Why would I have why would a train station, or yeah, a station for a place that produces wood?
Sent
We'll
when they
finish
made
this
their
video.
big escape to Sodor.
We'll finish this
Oliver
video,
the
call it good.
character, however, is based on
Probably end up
1420,
uploading this
a preserved
to
1400 at the South Devon Railway.
YouTube
Some
as
of
a
the
VOD.
high-quality digital scans of the book illustrations
Probably
even
won't be the
reveal the
most
number
exciting
1420
information. I
on
mean,
Oliver's buffer beam, meaning this engine
I feel like
was
it's been
likely
somewhat
used as
productive,
reference
but
for the
really I think I'm
illustrators.
going to end up
1420
condensing it
was
down
also
into more
given
of
a name in
a
preservation, a name very similar to Oliver's,
actual video.
Bulliver. Built in 1936 was Green Arrow. Green Arrow is another real engine, and one that Thomas met when he went to the National Railway Museum in 1990. Green Arrow is one of the LNER's V2 class locomotives, a 262 Prairie type, and the first of the class built. The V2s were designed by Sir Nigel Gresley himself to do mixed traffic work across the LNER system. Their outlines and overall designs were very similar to the A3s. They kind of look like mini Flying Scotsmans.
I really don't
Green
like
Arrow
these
was
blocks.
selected
They've
for
got connected
preservation by the
textures.
National Railway Museum specifically for the innovative design
However,
of
if
its
you
monoblock.
alternate
Most
this,
three-cylinder steam engines have their three cylinders separate, but the V2s used a solid monoblock casting with all three cylinders and their steam passages built into the same unit. Gresley only used the monoblock on the V2s and the larger P2 class locomotives. The P2s and most of the V2s were rebuilt over time to use normal cylinder castings to simplify maintenance. But Green Arrow retained his till withdrawal and ensured him a spot in preservation. Green Arrow resides today at Danem Gallery Library and Museum in Doncaster. In 2019, it was listed on the National Railway Museum's policy guidance as an engine that could be possibly overhauled. So who knows? We may see Green Arrow steam again sooner than we think.
It begs the question, how do
now,
I do
here's
this?
a name that every train guy knows. Mallard. When it comes to British railway history, Mallard is right up there with Flying Scotsman.
So it'd
Mallard
have to be
is
at
one
least
of Sir
this
Nigel
tall.
Gresley's famous A4 class locomotives. In the 30s, when speed and efficiency were all the rage, the LNER and the LMS competed with new streamlined designs that would top each other's speed records. Gresley's answer was the A4, essentially a streamlined version of the A3 class.
Let's just
with
ask
some
the
new
question, what do we
innovations.
do over here?
The
Can I
first
go
four A4s
free
appeared in
cam
1935,
over there?
painted in special
I think
silver
I can.
livery
I
to
cannot.
haul the streamlined Silver Jubilee service from King's Cross to Newcastle. Following their success, more long-distance services across the network were streamlined, and more A4s were built for them. Mallard was outshopped on March 3rd, 1938, and later that year would make history. Determined to top the LMS's current speed record, Mallard was hooked up to a dynamometer car and pushed to her full capacity.
And then
she topped out at 126 miles per hour, making it the world's fastest
so
steam
4,
locomotive,
and then the floor level,
a record that is still yet to be topped.
And
Mallard's
technically
big
the floor
score
level
is somewhat controversial
up
among
6?
rail
It's
fans,
up 6.
with many arguing that it was unfair, as the train was going downhill when the speed was recorded. Nonetheless, the record won Mallard a spot in preservation.
So
you
have the track right here, I guess the level
National
of
Railway
the
Museum in York. Mallard appears in Book 35, Thomas and the Great Railway Show,
I would want
snootily claiming that he should be chosen to take a special train over the others at the museum. He's also once mentioned by
platform,
Gordon
and
in
then
passing.
1,
Speed's
2,
nothing to
3,
me, he said.
4,
Why, one
and
of
then
my
this
Doncaster
right
cousins
here
went at 126
is
miles an
the
hour.
floor
Mallard
level,
does not appear in the TV
which is
series,
unfortunate
but his
because that
brother
puts it
Spencer does. Spencer is also
one,
an A4,
two
though the show has
blocks
never confirmed which one he is exactly. Spencer is kind of
below
a
the
fictional catch-all for the entire A4
this guy,
class,
below
being
the top
painted
of the
in a
tunnel.
silver livery much like the original Silver Jubilee batch,
However,
and
if I'm
claims
gonna
to be the
have
fastest engine in the world, as per Mallard.
In fact, Spencer
that,
still
I'll
holds
have
the world land speed record for
how would I
steam
do this?
locomotives.
There, stair on top there, stair on top there, stair on top there.
1938
That
was
one.
quite the year for streamlined Pacifics, for Duchess of Hamilton was
So-
also built this year. The LMS's coronation class was William Stanier's answer to the speed rivalry between companies. The coronations were an improved version of
let's
his
see here.
previous Princess Royal class, proving to be one of the most powerful locomotives in all of Britain. The locomotives were designed to be streamlined, however, and the first of the class, Coronation, was outshopped in 1937 with a sleek bullet-like casing. Coronation held the speed record that year at 114 miles per hour, only to be outshined by Mallard the year after. Duchess of Hamilton was part of the second batch, and was also outshopped with the streamlined casing. In 1939, she was disguised as Coronation to appear in the United States at the 1939 World Fair in New York. Following the war in 1945, the LMS opted to remove the streamlined casing on the locomotives to make maintenance easier. Additional Coronations were built following this, all built new without the casing. When withdrawals occurred in the 60s, Hamilton was bought direct from BR along with several other LMS locos to be displayed in a holiday camp, but she eventually found her way into National Railway Museum ownership. In 2005, the museum opted to re-streamline her back into her original form to have an example of a coronation class as built. She can be seen there today in this form. When Thomas visited the museum in 1990, he met Hamilton while there. She is accurately depicted in her then non-streamlined form, as she would have been in the 90s. This does beg the question, though. Where did her face go once the streamlining was reapplied? Is it just hidden under the front nose? Does it magically reappear on top of the casing, like Spencer's somehow does? These are the questions that we need answered. Duchess of Hamilton never appears in the TV series, but another coronation does. The fictional Duchess of Loughborough appears in the series finale Thomas and the Royal Engine. She appears to be a hybrid of Stanier designs, with a name and overall body shape like the unstreamlined Coronations, and smoke deflectors in the style of Royal Scots. Not to mention her bizarre LNER styled tender, Duchess is quite the hodgepodge. Let's jump ahead into the 40s now, and in the post-World War II era. 1948 presented us with the little demons, Bill and Ben. Bill and Ben are a pair of mischievous twin-saddle tank engines that work the China Clay Works near Brendam. The two are unusual in proportions, with an abnormally short height, not much taller than a standard wagon in fact. That is because Bill and Ben are based on another pair of unique twin engines called Alfred and Judy. These two were built by W.G. Bagnall in Stafford for use at Parr Docks in Cornwall. The line to the docks from the nearby China Clay Works needed to travel under the Cornish Main Line, creating a bridge with a mere clearance of 8 feet. In 1916, a Manning-Wardle tank engine was purchased for the line, which was called Punch. When Punch gave out in 1937, an order was made to Bagnall for an abnormally squat tank engine that could traverse the low bridge. The engine that arrived was an 040 saddle tank, which they called Judy, continuing the Punch and Judy theme they had going on. Judy worked alone for some time, and at last a second locomotive was delivered in 1953. This one was named Alfred, after the harbor master, Alfred Truscott. While the engines are nearly identical, there are a couple slight differences. Judy's tanks have rivets, and Alfred's handrails are a bit lower. Together, Alfred and Judy remained at the port of Parr till around 1977 or so, when rail traffic at the port dwindled. Both are preserved and can be found today at the Bodmin and Wedford Railway.
I guess that's an option too.
Bill and
I
Ben
just think I would
differ from
hate
Alfred
doing
and
it.
Judy in a couple ways. The two are
Ugh.
exactly identical and were built at the same time. They were built by Bagnall in 1948 and went on to the China Clay Works on Sodor the same year. They are both younger than Judy by about 11 years and older than Alfred by about 5. Now I'm kind of breaking my own rules including Barry on this list, as he is a character that does not officially exist. But we know enough about him that I think he deserves a section devoted to him. Barry would have been an IVAT 2MT tank engine. Upon withdrawal from British Railways, he would have been sent to Barry Island Scrapyard in South Wales. Here he would have been found and rescued by the North Western Railway and sent to Sodor. His name, Barry, being an obvious reference to the scrapyard he was saved from. Barry was set to appear in his own book written by Chris Awdry. The book never happened though, because as Chris claims, audiences and the publishers simply wanted more Thomas and his friends, and not more new engines. He quotes, "I haven't altogether given up. You could say Barry is dead, but not yet buried." The IVAT 2MTs were an LMS design, designed by Henry George IVAT, first introduced in 1946 before all the railways were nationalized into British Railways, and they continued to be built well into the BR era. The design was based on Stanier's previous 262 tanks of 1935, which in turn were based on the previous examples designed by Henry Fowler in 1927. Tender variants of the engines were also produced, known simply as the IVAT Class II 260s. All of the 2MTs were withdrawn by 1967. 4 were sent to Barry Island Scrapyard in real life, numbers 41312, 41313, 41303, and 41248. All were built at Crew Works between 1949 and 1952, and the former 2 are preserved. Barry is likely one of the 2 that didn't make it, either 41303 or 41248. Although, of course, it's also possible that he could have just been an entirely fictional add-on member. We simply just don't know the details. While Barry never did officially exist, the 2MT did live on in the TV series in the form of Arthur. Arthur is specifically based on another preserved 2MT, number 41241, built in 1949. This engine lives today on the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway. And our final standard gauge steam engine on this list, good old Wilbert. Wilbert is, again, another real engine. He is one of Hunslet's many, many austerity 060 saddle tank engines. These saddle tanks first saw production in 1948, after Hunslet had persuaded the British War Department a tank engine similar to their previous 50550 class would perform well for them. In total, 485 austerity tanks were built at various works across Britain, with many still being built well into the 60s. As well as the War Department, many saw use on industrial lines and collieries, with the last still in service all the way into the 1980s. A whopping 70 or so of these are preserved and are a very common sight on heritage lines. Wilbert, specifically, was built in 1953 at Hunslet's Works in Leeds. The engine worked in collieries for its entire service life, ending at the West Cannock No. 5 Colliery in Staffordshire. From there, in 1972, he was purchased for the Dean Forest Railway and has lived there since. He was originally named G.B. Keeling after the chief mechanical engineer of the Severn and Wye Railway, north of the Dean Forest. However, in 1987, the engine was officially renamed after the then chairman of the Dean Forest Railway, Reverend Wilbert Awdry himself. Awdry was present for the naming ceremony. Nowadays, Reverend Wilbert Awdry, or simply just Wilbert for short, is still at the Dean Forest, although is in pieces at the moment and awaiting overhaul. In the Railway Series in 1993, Sir Stephen Hatt considered trialing an austerity engine on the Little Western, and brought over Wilbert to help out for a while. Wilbert performed splendidly, and this reaffirmed Hatt's decision to purchase an austerity for his railway. This engine, however, is never brought up again. To this day, Wilbert is the youngest standard gauge steam locomotive character of the Railway Series. There is another engine in the series that is the same type as Wilbert that he once spoke of. 16, an austerity that worked on the mainland. However, we don't have any specifics on 16's origins or where he is now. As Wilbert says, he is one of the 70 preserved examples and lives somewhere in the Midlands now, but it's left rather vague. Finally, our first Diesel character, and appropriately, it's Diesel himself. Devious Diesel is one of British Railway's numerous Class 08 shunters. The Class 08s are Britain's ultimate general-purpose shunting locomotive. They're heavy, they're strong, they're powerful, and they have excellent tractive effort. The proof is in the pudding. There were 996 of them built, making them the most numerous of any British engine class ever. These locomotives were first outshopped all the way back in 1952, and a sizable 100 of them are still used on major rail networks to this day. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Once again, as determined by Soder Island Models' excellent research, check out his video on Diesel if you haven't already, it's very much plausible that Diesel was number 13236. Should this be true, it means Diesel would have been outshopped from Darlington Works in 1956, the year before he went to Sodor on his trial. Diesel stirred up trouble on Sodor and was sent back in disgrace. Once returned to the mainland, 13236 remained in British Railways service for another 31 years and was withdrawn in 1988. 13236 is indeed preserved and spent some years on the Battlefield Railway. Following that, it spent a spell from 2008 to 2014 on the Bluebell Railway. Yup, Diesel met Stepney. Wild. As of today, 13236 is the shunter for Nemesis Rail at their depot in Burton-on-Trent. Class 08s are a common sight in the TV series. We got Paxton, Sydney, Arry, Burt, Splatter, Dodge, and even some generic mainland ones, which wear a livery very similar to real-life EWS examples. Neat. The abundance of 08 characters in the show mirrors just how common a sight the 08s are in real life. They are all over the railways of Britain. 1 year later saw the construction of a rather friendly diesel, Rusty. Rusty was the first diesel on the Skarloey Railway, and is officially its 5th engine. Like all the Skarloey engines, he has a real-life Talyllyn counterpart, Midlander. This diesel was one of Ruston and Hornsby's standard 44/48 HP narrow-gauge diesels, and started its life in 1940 at a granite quarry. In 1956, the diesel was sold to the Talyllyn Railway, who were in dire need of a diesel for slow-speed maintenance work. After arrival, Midlander was re-gauged, given buffers, and put to work. It proved invaluable to the railway, and by the 70s, Midlander was getting worn out, and the parts needed to mend it were becoming increasingly hard to find. In 1980, Midlander re-emerged from Pendray Works with an entirely new engine, and a new body shell and cab to match, giving it a very different appearance to what it used to look like. It still looks the same today, 40 years later, and is still proving to be an invaluable asset to the Talyllyn. Just like Midlander, Rusty is one of Ruston and Hornsby's standard 44/48 HP narrow-gauge diesels. However, was built much later in 1957 to the order of Sir Handel Brown. Rusty arrived on the railway that year to help out while Skarloey and Rennius were both away. He, along with the railway's chief mechanical engineer, Mr. Hugh, worked hard to clean up the line and return it to its former glory. To this day, Rusty is used frequently by the work crews to maintain the line. His name, Rusty, is a clever combination of his builders' names, Ruston and Hornsby. Unlike Midlander, Rusty was never rebuilt, and still maintains his original outline. 1958 saw the year our first big diesel engine of the series was built, Boko. Boko is a British Railways Class 28, a Kobo design, hence his name. 20 of these diesels were built by Metropolitan Vickers, first emerging from their Bowesfield works in Stockton-on-Tee in 1958. The 28s were often used in pairs for the Condor service, an overnight express container freight train from London to Glasgow. These diesels were notorious for frequent engine failures, though, and prone to coughing up unacceptable amounts of smoke. The entire class went back to the manufacturer in 1961 to be refitted, though it was ultimately a lost cause. Following their return, the 28s serviced the Barrow-in-Furness area, until BR ultimately pulled the plug on them in 1967 for being non-standard designs. They lasted a measly 10 years in service. Contrary to many others, Boko is actually real. He came to Sodor wearing the number D5702, which was the third of the class built on September 29, 1958. Boko worked the Barrow-in-Furness area with his brothers following the 1961 refit, and one day in 65 made his way to Brendam with a goods train. Sir Charles Hatt expressed interest in him, and British Railways, already fed up with the 28s, allowed him to keep Boko for trials. Boko proved satisfactory and became the railway's second official diesel, after Daisy. Unlike Diesel and Daisy, though, Boko had no qualms with the steam engines and was easy to get along with. In real life, D5702 was scrapped in 1969, but I think I like its fate in the Railway Series universe quite a bit more. Interestingly, Boko had a brother that had very different opinions on steam engines. In Enterprising Engines, Oliver tells Douglas of his escape to Sodor, and how BR diesels would often prowl the rails at night searching for him. One of these evil diesels depicted in the illustration is a Class 28, painted in BR's rail blue livery. In real life, only a single Class 28 was ever painted in this modern livery, and that was D5701. A single Class 28 survives in preservation in real life, number D5705, and it currently resides on the East Lancashire Railway, awaiting restoration. The 60s was the era of the diesels. Introduced in 1960 was the glamorous diesel railcar herself, Daisy. Daisy is a British Railways Class 101 railcar. The Class 101s were multiple diesel units designed and built by Metro Campbell in Birmingham in 2, 3, and 4-car sets for use on suburban and lighter branch line services. The first batch emerged in 1956 and continued to be built until 1960. These were some of the most successful and longest-lasting diesel multiple units in Britain, with the final being withdrawn from service fairly recently in 2003. 41 cars are preserved today and are a common sight on heritage railways. One of the final 101s in service, number 101685, withdrawn in December 2003, was preserved on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway and was named Daisy after the character. Daisy was built specifically to the order of Sir Charles Hatt for use on the Farquhar branch line. Unlike the real 101s, Daisy is unique, for she only consists of a single car. She was built by Metro Campbell in their works in Birmingham in 1960 and sent straight to Sodor upon completion. As a brand spanking new diesel, Daisy thought very highly of herself and looked down on the steam engines. She has since learned sense and was humbled over time, though she still has her snooty moments. A lot of diesels built this year. Next up is Class 40. Class 40 goes by many names. In the Railway series, he is D4711. In the TV series, he is D261. And to the engines, he's just the diesel. Regardless, Class 40 is exactly what his name suggests he is, a British Railways Class 40. The Class 40s were massive express diesels, first built in 1958. 200 were built and were nicknamed Whistlers for the distinctive whistling sound their turbochargers made. The Class 40s were found to be underpowered due to their sheer weight affecting their performance. Nonetheless, they had a service life of about 30 years, with final withdrawals occurring in 1988. 7 are preserved today on various heritage railways. Class 40 came to Sodor on trial in 1962. He was very cocky and rude to the steam engines, only to eat his words the next day when he accidentally sucked up an inspector's hat in his air intake and broke down in front of everyone. Sir Charles Hatt was not impressed with the diesel and sent him back in disgrace. Class 40's number in the illustrations is D4711, which is very strange. For not only did no Class 40 wear this number in real life, but it's completely unlike the numbering system, utilizing 4 digits instead of 3. D4711 is, as you guessed it, entirely fictional, and I genuinely wonder what the number means. Perhaps it's just a random number the illustrators decided to give him, or maybe it's like a specific date or something? It's anyone's guess. In a wacky turn of events, though, the TV series had the more realistic take. Class 40's number in the show was D261, which was, in fact, worn by an actual Class 40. The real D261 was outshopped from Vulcan Foundry on February 26, 1960. It had a working life of about 23 years, before it was withdrawn in 1983 and scrapped at crew the following year. The Class 40 talk does not end there, for we have yet another one to discuss. 40125, or as the engines knew him, Old Stuck-Up. Old Stuck-Up was a Class 40 that visited Sodor and was snooty to the engines. He got what he deserved in the end, though, when he slipped on oily rails and crashed through the rear of the engine shed. The diesel was sent home in disgrace, never to return. The events of the story Old Stuck-Up occur in 1984, which doesn't exactly correlate with real life. 40125 was, in fact, a real Class 40. It was built December 1960, originally numbered D352, and later renumbered 40125 under the TOPS system in 1974. 40125 was withdrawn in 1981 and scrapped at Swindon by 83, a whole year before he would have visited Sodor. Bit of a contradiction there. Either way, this haughty diesel meant a pretty unfortunate fate. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure 1961 is the correct build year for Mavis, and I will explain why shortly. Mavis is one of British Railway's Class 04 diesel shunters, specifically a variant with cow catchers and side plates. These diesels were designed by Drury Car Company and built at the Vulcan Foundry in Newton-le-Willows, west of Manchester. The very first 4 of the first batch were outshopped in 1952, all fitted with cow catchers and side plates for use on the Wisbech and Upwell Tramway, where they took over for the aging J70 tram locomotives. Over 140 were built in total up to 1962 and found use in yards and short lines across the country. A whopping 20 are preserved, including one of that first batch that worked on the Wisbech. Now Mavis is a bit of a weird one. She is specifically based on the 04s built in that first batch with the square cab windows. However, she has the conical shaped exhaust that was implemented on the second batch of the 04s onwards, so she's a bit of a hybrid of the two. As Audrey noted in the 1979 annual, Mavis arrived on Sodor a year later than Daisy. Daisy arrived in 1960, so that would make Mavis's arrival 1961. Though I think he's referring to the year he constructed his own model of Mavis here, more so than Mavis the character. The Island of Sodor book and Sodor Reading Between the Lines are intentionally vague on her arrival date, so it's pretty much up to interpretation. Her varying the old cab with square windows suggests that she was built around the time of the original batch in 1952, and perhaps rebuilt at a later date before going to Sodor, gaining her cone exhaust. Personally, I like the idea she was built to order in 61. Her being younger would better suit her cockiness and lack of experience in her first stories. What are all your thoughts? Next up are the later 3 mountain engines, Patrick, Alaric, and Eric. These 3 engines are based on numbers 6, 7, and 8 on the Snowdon Mountain Railway, Padarn, Ralph, and Erery. Like the original 5, these engines were designed and built at the Swiss Locomotive and Machine Works in Winterthur, Switzerland in the early 1920s.
I almost got hit.
Padarn, the first,
For
was
not
built
paying attention.
in 1922, and the other 2 the year after. Unlike the original 5, these 3 had less boxy proportions. They were of a more superheated design, and proved to be much more powerful. Padarn was originally named Sir Harmud after the railway's chairman, and later renamed Padarn in 1928 after the 6th century saint. And sadly, he is the only of the three that remains in service today. Ralph and Erory were both withdrawn in the early 90s and have since been dismantled. With the rise in diesel power on the line, it's very unlikely the two will ever be rebuilt. Padarn remains as the lone survivor of his design on the railway, and is still in regular use. Now Patrick, Alaric, and Eric mirror their real-life counterparts, though they differ greatly in age by about 40 years. By 1960, at 60 years old, the original 5 mountain engines, sans Goddard of course, were aging, and newer engines were needed to take on the ever-increasing traffic on the Col du Fel. An order was put in for 3 more engines from Switzerland. The first, Lord Harry, arrived in March 1962, Alaric in May, and Eric in August. While the new engines proved to be powerful, Lord Harry was one not that easy to get along with. He was named after the railway's chairman, Lord Harry Baraine. Cocky and reckless, he once derailed himself at the summit, which led to a brief suspension from passenger work. But after a courageous act saving some climbers in a storm, the railway reinstated him and renamed him Patrick after one of the climbers he saved. Unlike their real-life counterparts, all 3 of the new engines are still around and at work today on the Col du Fel. '62 also gave us fan-favorite character, the Works Diesel. You know, the Works Diesel. What, you're telling me this isn't your favorite character? While there isn't much known about this guy, even his name for that matter, the Works Diesel is based at Croven's Gate, and is sent out on rescue missions when engines break down on the line. He pops up throughout Chris Awdry's tenure, first appearing in Book 28, James and the Diesel Engines. The Works Diesel is a British Railways Class 47. The Class 47s were first introduced in 1962, built at Brush Traction, formerly Falcon Works, in Loughborough, and at Crewe. A whopping 512 of these were built, making them the most numerous class of British mainline diesel. They are certainly a reliable class, and are still a common sight on the railways today. 51 still remain in service on the main line, and 32 are preserved. You just cannot kill these guys. The 47s were all built between 1962 and 1968. Unfortunately, the number on the Works Diesel's sides is illegible. Kinda looks like 47211, or maybe 47111, tough to say. As we don't know which one he is, we can't place an exact build year for him. 1963 gave us another big diesel, D199, or as the engines know him, Spam Can. Old Spam Can came to Sodor on trial in 1967 with a fellow Class 35. Like most big diesels during this period, he was snooty and insulted the steam engines. He got his comeuppance later on, when he failed hauling a train of oil tankers and had to be rescued by Henry. D199 is a British Railways Class 46 Peak. The 46s, along with the very similar 45s and 44s, are often referred to as peaks, as the Class 44s were all named after mountains. 56 of the 46s were built at Derby Works from 1961 to 1963. They were all withdrawn by 1984, and 3 are preserved. One 46 of interest in real life is D146, later renumbered 46009. On July 17, 1984, it was used as fodder in a nuclear flask crash test. The diesel, hauling 3 Mark I coaches, was deliberately crashed into a nuclear waste flask at 100 miles per hour. It was modified to run remotely, so no one was on board during. The test was done to demonstrate to the public that no radioactive waste would leak out of a flask in the event of an accident while transported on rail. The flask remained intact. However, 47009 was blown to smithereens on impact and was scrapped on site. The highest number the original 46s wore was D193, making Spam Can's D199 entirely fictional. However, as a later member of the class, that would mean he was more than likely built at Derby in 1963. Next up is Bear, a very overlooked diesel. Bear came to Soder on trial with D199 in 1967. He is a British Railways Class 35, also known as a Hymek, a nickname the class gained for their hydraulic Makito transmissions. The Class 35s were all built by Bayer Peacock and Company in Manchester and spent their working lives in mostly the western region. The class's downfall came from their hydraulic transmissions being non-standard, and BR chose to withdraw them fairly early in the 70s. After only about 10 years in service, the Hymeks were all withdrawn by 1975. 4 are preserved, thankfully. Bear's BR number was the fictional D7101. The final number of the class was 7100, making Bear the fictional actual last member. As the Hymeks were all built in numerical order, it means Bear would have been built last in 1964. He came to Soder on trial, and while 199 did not meet expectations, Sir Charles Hatt saw potential in 7101 and bought him for the railway. His name, Bear, was given to him by the other engines for the distinctive growl his engine makes.
It's nicer than just a number, he says. Having a name means that you really belong.
Next up is Mike, the third engine of the miniature Arlesdale Railway. Mike is particularly young, being built much later than the others in 1966. He, like Bert and Rex before him, has a real-life counterpart on the Ravenglass and Eskdale Railway in the Lake District, River Mite. Now remember earlier when we discussed that Pulteney steam tender that River Esk was fitted with? Well, they returned River Esk to normal after the tender proved unsuccessful. The Pulteney chassis sat in storage for nearly 40 years when the railway decided to put it to use finally, using its frames for the tender of a new steam locomotive. The locomotive, named River Mite, was built by H. Clarkson & Son, a model engine building company in York, and was delivered to the Ravenglass in 1966. Like River Esk, it had the outline of a standard gauge locomotive. It has been on the Ravenglass ever since, and can still be seen there today. As much as I would love to tell you that Mike was also made out of Rex's old butt, that's not the case with him. Mike was built from the ground up by H. Clarkson & Son also in 1966, based on the design that they used for River Mite, with some improvements. He was delivered to an unnamed railway somewhere in England, where he worked alongside Rex and Bert for a grand total of 1 year before its closure. During his short time on this railway, he was painted green, and the passengers often got him and Rex confused. The three relocated to the Arlesdale Railway on Sodor in 1967, and here Mike was repainted red to stand out. Mike is a bit of a grumpy sort, and he doesn't get on very well with the passengers. He actually prefers hauling trucks to coaches. And we now have our first engine of the video built on the island of Sodor, Frank of the miniature Arlesdale Railway. Like the others, Frank is based on a real engine of the Ravenglass and Eskdale Railway, Perkins. Perkins is an interesting diesel. It started life simply as a Muir Hill rail tractor and arrived in 1929. It was rebuilt at the Ravenglass's workshops, gaining an extra bogie set and into the outline of a steam locomotive. As a faux steam engine, it was nicknamed Pretender. In 1984,
do you remember?
The Ravenglass
Do you remember what I'm? Do you know what I'm thinking about?
I
do. It's Deep Sleep.
And into the form of a more conventional diesel. Following this final rebuild, the engine was renamed Perkins, after the new Perkins engine it was fitted with. Perkins is still around today, and used mostly for slow-speed work such as mowing and weeding. Frank is based on
kind of like
rebuild,
this texture.
But he has a very different history,
bad.
however. Frank was built on Sodor in the Arlesdale's workshops at Arlesborough West, and outshopped in 1967
I can get these
shortly
going
after the railway
sideways.
opened, and preceding Perkins
Then it'll be
rebuild
good.
by about 17
Use those
years.
simple deep slate pillars.
Frank was still being
But it's
built
gotta be. I
during
think
the
it's gotta be
events of
cobbled.
Book 22 small railway engines, as he was never seen by Wilbert Audrey
If I
when
try and
he
use
and
the
Teddy
regular
Boston
stuff, I don't think
visited
you can
the
actually.
line. He does not appear in it.
Yeah.
When Frank later found out about this, he felt insulted and rebelled by refusing to work, which only resulted him colliding into the back of the shed. we have come to the youngest standard gauge engines on the island of Sodor. Built as early as 1975, are Pip and Emma. Philippa, or Pip for short, and Emma are a British Railways Class 43 high-speed train set with an engine at each end. One of the most recognizable trains in British railway history, the HSTs are the fastest diesel-powered locomotives in the world, with an absolute top speed of 148 miles per hour. The HST came about in the early 70s, when British Railways were looking for a way to modernize their network. Tight finances meant they could not electrify the entirety of the main lines, and so a sort of high-speed diesel engine would have to be
Either
developed.
this
It took many
or
steps and hiccups in development before finally arriving at what would be
something
the
in
Class
here,
43.
which I'm thinking
Two
would be
prototypes were constructed in 1972,
larger
one of
bricks,
which
not
is preserved.
not like
These proved
these and not the
successful.
massive
A
ones.
production order
We
went
might
into effect
go more
with some
towards
aesthetic
these, even though
changes.
these
In
feel
1975,
more like
the
path
first
blocks to
official
me.
HSTs emerged from Crew Works and began
Definitely
their
won't be
nearly
using lodestone,
50-year reign
barely.
on Britain's rails. The HSTs were very successful, as evident by the fact that they are still in use today.
Massive?
In recent
Yeah,
years,
not
the
those.
HSTs have started to be phased out in certain parts of the country, and preservation efforts are blossoming. The first production HST, number 43002, had its final run in 2019 and is now preserved at the National Railway Museum in York. Pip and Emma used to be part of British Railways fleet and made the occasional trip onto Sodor's metals on more than one occasion. In 1986, they temporarily took over for Gordon while he was away in Carlisle, and in 1995, they escorted Prince Charles to Sodor in honor of the Railway Series Golden Jubilee. As stated in Sodor Reading Between the Lines, Sir Stephen Hatt had intentions to purchase Pip and Emma for his railway as far back as 2005. This purchase eventually went through in 2011, and Pip and Emma now man a direct high-speed service from Tidmouth to London, which unfortunately forced Gordon into retirement. Pip and Emma's numbers are not visible in any of their illustrations, nor are they ever revealed in lore material, so we don't know which ones they are meant to be or what year that they were built. They could have been built any time between 1975 and 1982. And rounding out the 70s is Jock, the newest locomotive on the Arlesdale Railway. Jock is based on Northern Rock, a steam engine built within the workshops of the Ravenglass and Eskdale Railway. In the early 70s, the decision was made to build a new engine to supplement the existing fleet. They wanted an engine with a taller narrow gauge outline that would match the higher profiles of the line's new enclosed saloon coaches. The end result was a 262 tender locomotive, with a large cab and a tall chimney to match. They originally planned to name it Sir Arthur Heywood, the inventor of 15-inch minimum gauge, but ultimately decided to name it after their biggest funder, Northern Rock Bank. Northern Rock was a successful locomotive and has gained some notoriety worldwide, especially in Japan. The Ravenglass even built an identical locomotive named Northern Rock 2 for use in Japan. This replica can be seen today at the Shuzenji Romney Railway. Jock, however, was built on Sodor at the Arlesdale workshops. He was designed by the railway's chief engineer, Ivan Ferrier, who worked in consultation with the Ravenglass's chief engineer at the same time Northern Rock was built, hence the similarities between the two. He was outshopped in 1976, still in a yellow undercoat. The color reminded Douglas of the engines on the Highland Railway back in Scotland, which were nicknamed Jocks. The name stuck, and so did the yellow livery. Jock is easily the little railway's strongest locomotive, and the largest. Right at the tail end of the 1980s is Fred, the other diesel on the Skarloey Railway. Now again, I'm kind of breaking my own rules here by including Fred in this video. After all, he was never ever seen in any illustrations, and is merely only mentioned by Rusty once, but it felt wrong not to include him. Fred is based on the Talyllyn Railway's Alf, a boxy open cab diesel shunter. Alf is an amalgamation of two diesels. The Talyllyn acquired two disused Hunslet diesels in 1970. At the time, both of the Talaklin's diesels, Midlander and Merseasider, were out of action, and the railway was in dire need of a diesel to assist in general maintenance work. The best parts of both Hunslets were taken off and combined together into one diesel. While it's not the fastest diesel around, nor the most attractive, Alf is certainly powerful, and has proved invaluable to the Talaklin ever since. Fred's story mirrors
Kinda
Alf's.
leaning more
Fred
towards
is
these
much
bricks,
younger,
at least for
and
this
was built
area.
at Croven's Gate on Sodor in 1989 as a backup for Rusty. Like Alf, he was constructed by combining two diesels into one. Now, since engines are alive in this universe, I don't exactly know how this works. Are those two diesels just dead now? Does Fred have a mix of their personalities, or is he just like a brand new thing? It's probably best not to ask questions. Fred has not done much in the series, and he is considered rather lazy. He apparently plays ill to get out of work, much to Rusty's annoyance. And the youngest locomotive on the island of Sodor and in the railway series is Ivo Hugh. Ivo Hugh only appears in the final story of one of the final books, Book 40, New Little Engine. He is based on the Talaklin Railway's number 7 Tom Rolt, a new build engine. The engine that eventually became Tom Rolt started life as an Andrew Barclay 040 well tank built in 1949, not all that dissimilar from Douglas and Duncan, in fact. The engine, along with two others, went to Ireland and spent its working life on the Bord na Móna Company's railway. The engines were very capable, but their tendency to throw sparks and their heavy weight proved unsuitable for the line. Consequently, they were put into storage only after a few years of service. The engines were all sold off, and ours was purchased for the Talaklin Railway in 1969. It took 20 years, but over time, the engine was substantially rebuilt to suit the Talaklin's needs. Regauged to 2'3", new chimney, new side tanks, etc. During its rebuild, the engine was commonly referred to as Irish Pete, and that almost became its official name. When finally complete in 1991, the engine had a naming ceremony and was officially dubbed Tom Rolt, after the man who formed the society that preserved the Talaklin Railway back in the 50s. Tom Rolt is still in use today and can be seen hauling passengers on its little line in Wales. Ivo Hugh's story differs from Tom Rolt's. For one, Ivo Hugh is much younger, having been completed in 1996. He was built from scratch at Croven's Gate, and his similarities to Tom Rolt are explained away by the Skarloey's men taking great inspiration from the new engine over in Wales. Ivo Hugh was given a naming ceremony on his first day, in which he was named after the railway's chief mechanical engineer, Mr. Ivo Hugh.
I don't know what to do with this stretch right here. I think I might slap up a couple building facades along this area right here.
I did not go
Maybe
into
not.
this thinking
Probably
this would be
not.
the
I
new
feel like that
longest
wouldn't look
video
right.
on the channel, but there's just so much
What if
info
I did
on these
like a
characters and their
retaining
histories.
wall this way?
I even tried to be as brief as possible and condensed so much. For this Pick of the Week, I want to shout out a series of videos that were incredibly helpful in putting this together. The Talaklin Railway's Engine Stories series. These are a couple years old now, so more than likely most of you have already seen these, but for those who haven't, go check them out. They provide a thorough timeline of each of the engine's histories, complete with old photos and footage that cannot be found anywhere else. I referred to these for every single one of the Skarloey engine sections of this video, so I wanted to show my gratitude by shouting out the railway. Appropriately, the weekend of posting this video is the weekend of Audrey Extravaganza 4 at the Talaklin. There's a lot of big things happening there, so stay up to date on the railway's socials for the events that unfold. I am really sad that I couldn't be there this year, and I hope all of you that are there right now have a blast. I hope you all learned something new about the characters today. I certainly did. Some things that I learned from my research for this that I never knew before are...
I think it was towards the bottom.
Rhaenys is older than Golgoth by a year. Mavis is a weird hybrid of the first and second batch of 04s. Duke was not built at the same location as the other small Englands, Wilbert is the youngest standard gauge steam engine of the series, and that there is a DMU named after Daisy in real life. This is why I love making big info dump videos like this. They do take forever to make and are pretty stressful, but I actually learned something new myself from working on them. I want to give a big thank you to my good friend Nimmo, aka WR Duke Dog, who proofread the entire script for this video and made sure all the info was accurate. This guy is an encyclopedia of railway knowledge. I don't know anyone who is more well versed in British railway history than him. Thanks for all the help, Nimmo. It's greatly appreciated. And
Let's
that
try
is all
something
I
different
have for you guys. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching.
Instead of these,
And as always,
let's
a
take...
big thank you to my patrons for the continued support. You were all very patient with the making of this video, and I appreciate that. I'll see you all in the next one, folks.
allows for a little...
Bye-bye.
Allows me to be pressed in a little bit. It still stares. I'm torn. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Do I want to go for another? I'm not trying very hard. I'll go another hour.
This video was brought to you by my loyal patrons. Pledge today and receive exclusive perks. Link in the
There we go.
description.
Got that video going.
What is in a number? Locomotives come in all shapes and sizes. Some are giant and striking. Some are tiny and silly. But no matter how different or far spread locomotives around the world are, they all have one thing in common. Every single one of them has a number. Engine numbers are special. They are a symbol that that engine belongs to someone, somewhere,
Here, a
and
little bit
each
over. Let's
one
put it right.
tells a story.
Let's put it
The
here,
engines
and let's
in
just
Thomas and Friends
frame
are
the
no
whole thing in.
different. Every character has a number. Well, most anyway.
You don't even have a number.
While some numbers may seem arbitrary, I'm here to tell you all that almost every single one has a meaning and a reason behind it. For some, it may be in reference to the order of which they arrive to the railway. For some, it may be a reference to the real-life engine that their character is based on. And for some, it may be an intentional in-joke with the people behind the scenes. I got the idea for this video from a Thomas Debunk short that I made a long time ago, going over some of the real engine numbers in the series. And I thought, this would be a great topic for a big video, going over every single one. It's a great opportunity to go into the characters' histories and talk about some real-life engines for a change. We will be covering everyone today,
we'll just
though
do the
with
whole
some
thing,
exceptions.
even though it's a massive
We will not be
structure.
covering the narrow gauge engines because, frankly, the stories behind all their numbers are pretty much the same, nor numbered road vehicles like the pack members, nor international characters, with a few exceptions being some engines who work on the mainland. All the numbers being covered here are of standard gauge Island of Sodor residents or engines who are regular visitors. Now, of course, I am aware that many of you watching already know a lot of this, or it might be obvious why an engine's number is what it is. And for those of you, I still encourage you to sit down and watch. And hopefully, just maybe, you might discover something new about a character that you didn't know before. Because as we'll see, the histories of some engine's numbers are quite interesting. We'll start with the lowest number first and work our way up the list. We'll begin with the steam engines, and then move on to the diesels. Let's go. Number 1 belongs to no other than Thomas. Like, duh, who doesn't know that? Thomas has always been the number 1 engine in the series, ever since day 1. Interestingly enough, he was the only engine for a while in the early books
Maybe
to have
instead
a
of doing
visible
this,
number. The reason being
have
that
it
series creator Wilbert Audrey never planned to give
low
the engine's
slope.
numbers at first. Thomas was the exception,
here,
and the reason Thomas
slab.
had one was because Thomas the character was based on a wooden engine that he had made his son Christopher, which was blue and had a number 1 on its side. Thomas's appearance changed a bit when he made the transition to the illustrations, but the signature features were kept, including his token number 1. Now, in canon, Thomas being the number 1 has reason for it. During the construction of the Northwestern Railway in 1914, many engines from neighboring railways, such as the Furness Railway, were brought to the island on loan to help build the line, and many stayed on after the railway's opening. None of these engines were officially owned by the railway, though. Thomas, however, has a bit of a sketchy origin. The E2 class tank engine from the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway somehow found his way up towards Sodor during the First World War, a time when resources were needed everywhere and engines were being sent all over the country. He found himself being brought onto Sodor as one of several engines to help with the railway's construction. Upon inquiry a few years later, Topham Hatt I discovered the LBSCR had written off their lost engine in the war, and so he had little issue in acquiring it for himself, quietly under the table. So by technicality, Thomas became the first engine officially owned by the newly formed Northwestern Railway in 1920. He has thus worn his number 1 with pride ever since. Now, it's never been made clear which E2 Thomas is. Only 10 E2s were built, and only the last 5 had the extended side tanks that Thomas has, only 2 of which were in service by 1915, the year Thomas went to Sodor, numbers 105 and 106. He is likely one of these 2, or is a completely fictional add-on member that the LBSCR preferred to just forget existed. In the TV series, there's a much different backstory. The 2015 origin story movie, The Adventure Begins, shows that Thomas arrived to Sodor much later after many of the other engines. When he first arrived, Thomas was still in his previous paint job from the LBSCR, and was numbered 70. The Adventure Begins was made in honor of the series' 70th anniversary, and Thomas's original number here is a direct reference to that. In real life, no E2s wore the number 70. The LBSCR's 70 belonged to the Terrier Poplar, one of Stepney's class. It's explained the engines all inherited their numbers from the previous coffee pot engines that worked the railway before them.
The last number 1 was a coffee pot.
The coffee pot engines used to look after one of the branch lines, but they don't work there now.
Once one was decommissioned, that engine's number was hand-me-downed onto the next newest engine. Glynn was the original number 1, and was the last of the coffee pots in service. He was eventually withdrawn, and his number was handed down to the newly arrived Thomas. Glynn seemed to have no hard feelings about this, and even told Thomas to
wear that number with pride.
Don't worry, Mr. Coffee Pot, I will.
But don't worry, Glynn was eventually restored sometime later, and he now resides at Ulfstead Castle as a part of the Earl's Railway Museum.
Actually, you know what? Hang on a second.
Moving on to
There's
number
dark
2,
oak everywhere.
which is
Using
worn
dark
by
oak
no
for this
other
one.
than Edward. Like Thomas, Edward is number 2 because he was the second engine officially acquired by the Northwestern Railway. Edward was a K2 class from the Furness Railway and was one of many engines that was loaned to Sodor to help with the railway's construction in 1915. Edward stayed on Sodor for many years, as the Furness found him to be a shy steamer, and they weren't particularly in a rush to get him back after the work was completed. So, Edward just stayed on Sodor, even though he was still technically owned by the Furness. But in 1921, Topham Hatt I pushed the paperwork through and officially purchased him, making him the railway's second engine. However, he, like the other engines, did not wear a visible number until the mid-30s, when the Northwestern decided to finally paint them all on their engines in the same style as Thomas's. After much careful maintenance and extensive overhauls over the years, the Northwestern has turned Edward into quite the reliable engine. In the TV series, Edward acquired his number the same way Thomas did, by inheriting it from the coffee pot before him. It's never directly stated this is so, but it can be assumed for the first few engines. Number 3 belongs to no other than Henry. By 1922, the Northwestern Railway were in search of a designated engine to haul their express service. Topham Hatt I sought out a Robinson Atlantic and was promised one, but was swindled by the sellers, who delivered him, well, Henry. Upon recalling the event, Topham rather famously remarked, "I wanted an Atlantic, and that
sent me that."
Henry was an experimental design, allegedly based on stolen drawings of a proposed locomotive by Sir Nigel Gresley. His design was very flawed, and he could not steam properly. In the face of their motive power crisis, though, Topham Hatt had no choice but to keep Henry, making him the railway's third officially owned engine, although Topham would probably have rather forgotten his railway even had a number 3.
Said the Fat Director. I never liked these big engines, always going wrong.
Henry's failure to meet expectations directly led to the purchase of Gordon, who arrived on Sodor the very next year. Gordon was built in 1921 by Sir Nigel Gresley himself for the Great Northern Railway as the prototype to his 2B A1 class Pacifics. His existence was kept hush-hush from the public, and apart from test runs, was never put into regular traffic, or even received an official Great Northern number. Gordon was kept on by the Great Northern until the first batch of A1s were built, of which included his famous brother, Flying Scotsman, and thus was no longer needed. He was sold off to the highest bidder, who happened to be the Northwestern Railway, in search of a better designed express engine. Gordon arrived on Sodor in 1923 and became the railway's fourth officially owned engine. Number 5 is worn by James, because he was, you guessed it, the railway's fifth engine. James was built around 1912 or so for the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway as an experimental variant of their 28 class with a leading pony truck. The new front axle was added in hopes of curing the 28's tendency to nosedive at high speeds. The experiment didn't produce the results desired, and sometime after grouping, the LMS didn't see much use for him. Like the rest, James was handed down to the Northwestern Railway in 1924 or so, becoming the fifth engine officially owned by the railway. I love how Sodor was basically just like a dumping ground for all these bigger railways' unwanted poor performers. It's truly an island of misfits. Next up is number 6, which is worn by no other than Percy. Percy's origins are very sketchy, and no one is quite sure what class of engine he started life as. He had many different owners, who all rebuilt him or added new parts to him, including his bunker, which he, as an 040 saddle tank, likely did not have when he was first built. Nonetheless, Percy eventually was dumped off at a workshop on the mainland in the mid-20s or so. The Northwestern Railway was in need of a new pilot engine at Tidmouth, and Sir Topham Hatt stumbled across Percy here on his search. He bought him that day, and Percy became the 6th engine officially owned by the Northwestern. Moving on to number 7, which is worn by no other than Toby. Toby worked on the mainland on the real-life Wisbech and Upwell tramway of the Great Eastern Railway in East Anglia. Toby is, interestingly enough, the first real engine introduced in the series, as his Great Eastern number has been revealed to have been 127. 127 received many number changes over the years, becoming 7127 under the LNER in 1923, 8221 under the LNER's renumbering scheme, and finally 68221 under British Railways in 1948. This was his number until his line closed down, and he found new life on the island of Sodor in 1951, becoming the railway's 7th officially owned engine. Number 8 belongs to good old Duck. Duck is a pannier tank from the Great Western Railway, where at some point he was renumbered 5741. This was not the number he was assigned when first built. As Duck recalls, he was a station pilot at London Paddington.
Rubbish, said Duck. London's Paddington. I know. I worked there.
And the real 5741 worked in Wales for most its life.
One theory that I personally like suggests that Duck was overhauled at Swindon the same time as the real 7541, and the two's numbers might have been accidentally swapped. What his original number was when built remains unknown. British Railways eventually put Duck aside and later sold him off to the Northwestern Railway in 1955. While Duck is technically the railway's 8th engine, he has never worn the number. Sir Topham Hatt, being a Swindon-trained man, was sympathetic and allowed Duck to wear a Great Western livery, complete with his Great Western number plate to match. In the TV series, Duck has always been depicted with a number 8 on his cabsides. Number 9 and number 10 go to the great Scots themselves, Donald and Douglas. Donald and Douglas are 652 class locomotives from the Caledonian Railway, a subclass of the more well-known 812 class. They were the final two of the class built, and their original numbers reflect so. Their original Caledonian numbers are unknown, but their numbers under the LMS would have been 17646 and 17647 respectively. Under British Railways ownership starting in 1948, they became 57646 and 57647 respectively. These numbers are in-jokes, as the class was only numbered up to 57645 in real life, making Donald and Douglas entirely fictional add-ons to the class. In 1959, the Northwestern Railway faced another motive power crisis, and Sir Topham Hatt purchased 57646 from the Scottish region. To his shock, 2 engines arrived.
Now, then, which of you is 57646? That, sir, is just what we kind of mind.
The twins, fearing one would be scrapped without the other, escaped to Sodor together, and purposely had their numbers removed so Sir Topham Hatt wouldn't know who was who.
I hear you've lost your numbers, he said. How did that happen? The mon has slyly slipped it off, sir. You ken who it is. I know. Accidentally on purpose.
After some shenanigans and a deputation held by the engines to keep both on Sodor, Sir Topham Hatt finally agreed, and Donald and Douglas became the railway's 9th and 10th engines respectively. Now on to number 11, which is worn by Oliver. Oliver, like Duck, started life on the Great Western Railway. He is one of their auto-fitted 4800 class locomotives, and supposedly started life as 4836. When the class was renumbered into the 1400 class, his number became 1436, and this is the number he wore when he made his famous escape from the Cutter's Torch to Sodor in 1967. Like Duck, Sir Topham Hatt was sympathetic to Oliver's origins and allowed him to keep his Great Western livery and his number. However, it is believed this is not the number Oliver was marked as officially in the Great Western's books, as the real 1436 was scrapped in real life in 1958, a whole 9 years before Oliver made his escape to Sodor. While purely speculatory, it's believed Oliver's crew swapped his number with a scrapped 1400 class tank to throw British Railways off their scent when they escaped. If that is what really happened, I'm sure it's a secret Oliver will take to his grave. So in this case, his actual original number is unknown. To make things even more confusing, 1436 isn't even consistently the number Oliver is illustrated with. A couple of the illustrations in Oliver the Western Engine depict him with the number 1420 on his buffer beam. It is hard to make out and can only be seen in the HD rescans of the artwork present in the 2015 onwards releases. The number, though, likely doesn't mean anything, and was probably carried over from the photos the illustrators were given for reference. The real 1420 is a preserved 1400 class on the South Devon Railway, and served as inspiration for Oliver the character, with a name that is even very similar, Bulliver. The TV series kept things simple, and Oliver has always worn his number 11 on his capsides. Moving on to number 12 now, which belongs to no other than Emily. Emily is
our first character on this list that does not have a Railway
Well,
Series
Bonnie,
origin.
I thank you
She
for
is
hanging out
completely an
in the
invention of the TV series. Introduced in season 7,
hanging out
Emily had
in
no visible
the
number for the longest time, and for pretty much the remainder of the
TikTok
show,
live.
she never wore one, despite becoming a main cast member.
She doesn't have a number.
You've probably
That's
worked
not
out
what
why I
she's
haven't
always about.
streamed in a good little
That all
while.
changed
I
in
sit
the
here
final
quietly and I
season,
stare at the
season
screen and I do
24,
a
however.
I kind of
In
do
the
my thing.
episode, Emily to the
I feel
Rescue,
sometimes I'm a little
Emily proves herself worthy after saving the Express
all over
from
the
a
place,
nasty
so it doesn't
accident.
really matter.
As a reward for her bravery, Sartapamat declares it is finally time she had a number of her own.
It's also time you had a number, because I know I can always count on you.
Emily finally gains her number 12, and for the rest of the final season, wears it on her tender sides. Technically, Sodor does have a number 13, but it belongs to an engine that only appeared once, and in neither the books or the TV series, only in a magazine story from 1998 called The Unlucky Engine. This black saddle tank arrived to Sodor from the mainland to help Donald and Douglas. This engine seemed to always wear the number 13, and as a result was rather unlucky. After a series of mishaps, the engine was sent for repairs. During repairs, he gained a larger firebox, which seemed to cure his jinx. He still wears the number 13, and was never seen or mentioned again. They didn't even bother to give this poor guy a name. Number 14 is worn by everyone's favorite engine, Charlie. Charlie came to Sodor from the mainland in season 13, wearing a purple livery and the number 14 on his cab sides. While no reason in canon is given to why he is 14, his name and number seem to parallel the real-life Charwelton, a Manny Wardle saddle tank preserved on the Kent and East Sussex Railway.
Though it is technically a different class of saddle tank to Charlie, Charlie himself being an L class, it seems his number was lifted directly from this one.
We're going to see that a lot with the TV characters. Many of their numbers are lifted straight from the real engines they used as a basis.
But you know what? I think I'm wrong here. A couple of my early access patrons pointed this out. Charlie's 14 likely comes from him being the 14th standard gauge character, modeled and rigged in CGI. Following the 8 Steam Team members, Spencer, Hero, Diesel, Mavis, and Rosie. And yeah, after hearing that, I'm sure that's more than likely the real reason. Thank you for clarifying that, patrons. Moving on to 15 now, which is worn by Samson. Samson is not owned by the Northwestern Railway, so his number doesn't correlate to the railway's roster. He just happens to be 15. He is a privately owned tank engine from the mainland that has regularly visited Sodor since season 18. The origins of Samson's number are pretty unknown. If I had to guess, it's a reference to the year his slate of episodes were due to release.
Do I want to match
2015.
what will be? I'm just going to match that.
Number 16 belongs to an engine that never had
No,
a name,
I won't.
only a number. 16.
Already up
Like Samson,
6.
16 is not owned by the Northwestern Railway, nor has he ever visited
Right.
it. 16 was a saddle
2,
tank
3,
engine that
4,
worked at a steelworks
5,
on
6.
the mainland that Wilbert knew of.
We're up
His
6,
scheming
which
ways
means there
got
will
him
be
into
a
trouble one day when he pushed his luck too far and toppled cab over wheels down an embankment. Wilbert remarks that 16 got better than he deserved, as he is now preserved somewhere in the Midlands. 16's number appears to have no origins in canon. It is likely just the number that the steelworks gave him. It is possible, though, that the number is derived from the Weems Private Railway's number 16, which is the same class of saddle tank as 16, and replaced an engine on the line that suffered an accident very similar to his. Our next number chronologically in the lineup is 18, which is worn by Nia. Nia joined the cast in the movie Big World, Big Adventures. Thomas, during his adventures abroad, met Nia in Africa. The two traveled the world together, and Nia followed him back to Sodor, where she was accepted into the Northwestern Railway family. Nia seemed to be numbered 18 before Northwestern ownership, and the number is indeed a reference to the year the movie she debuted in came out.
2018. The next number is 20, which is worn by Hurricane. Hurricane, like Samson and 16, is not owned by the Northwestern Railway.
Do I want to
nor
extend
has
this
ever
one
visited
further?
it. Hurricane is
I
owned
kind
by
of think
and
I
works
do.
at the Mainland Steelworks Company. In reality, his 20 was pulled from the engine he is based on, the Great Eastern Railway's Class A55 Decapod, a behemoth of an experimental tank engine with 10 drive wheels, and was also numbered 20. While it's never explicitly stated, the two sharing the same number seems to imply that Hurricane is meant to be this same engine, as only one was ever built in real life. In real life, the Decapod was rebuilt into an 080 tender engine in 1906, and scrapped shortly later in 1913 for being non-standard. But in the Thomas universe, it seems it was never rebuilt, and went on to find a second life at the steelworks. Moving on to 22 now, which is worn by Rebecca. Rebecca was introduced in Season 22 as a new express engine to help Gordon. Her 22, on the surface, seems to be in reference to the season she was introduced in, Season 22. But that doesn't really track with her development history. Here's where things get interesting with her. Rebecca was originally meant to appear in
It feels like
Season
it's my
21,
headphones rubbing on
but
the
her episodes were
side
cut
of
to
my
speed along production on Big World Big Adventures, holding them over to Season 22.
my shoulder. That's it. That's
According
what
to
they're
her
called.
concept art, Rebecca was always intended to be number 22, which seems like a strange number to give her if she was meant to debut in Season 21. The following is all just a theory, of course, but humor me here. Edward was written out of the main cast in the Season 21 finale, A Shed for Edward, and before the season was shortened, Rebecca would have arrived and took his empty berth at Tidmouth Sheds only a few episodes later. Perhaps her 22 is a play on the fact she replaced the original number 2. She's now the second number 2. 2 and 2. Hence, 22. It's kinda in poor taste in my opinion, but again, it's totally speculatory. But hey, I don't know of a better explanation. Moving up to 27, which belongs to Harvey. Harvey, the crane engine, made his debut in Season 6 as the first steam engine to be purchased for the railway since Oliver in Season 3. Harvey seemed to have his 27 before arriving to the railway, implying it may have been a works number or belonging to his previous owner, and he just seemed to keep it when he came to Sodor. The real reason behind the 27 is, again, speculation, but I believe it's in reference to Harvey being the 27th standard gauge engine introduced in the series. This is, of course, assuming he was concepted before Salty, though, as Salty debuts in the episode right before his. Into the 30s now, with the next number being 37, which is worn proudly by Rosie. Rosie gained her number as a
You know
part
what?
of her
I don't think it
redesign
should have
in
a.
Season
I don't think it should have a
21.
door.
Prior to her repaint,
So I don't
she
think
did
I
not have
actually
a
need
number.
the slabs,
Now wears
or in fact those
NWR on her
bricks.
tanks and 37 on her cab sides.
I will, however.
Again, this is speculation, but I believe
want
this
some of
seemingly
these.
random number is in reference to her being the 37th standard gauge engine introduced in the series. The font and style of her redesign seems to have been inspired by a livery worn by a preserved member of Rosie's class, number 72 of the Keithley and Worth Valley Railway.
There we go.
Jumping ahead to 51 now, which is worn by the legendary Hero, the master of the railway. Hero, like Samson, like 16, like Hurricane, is not owned by the Northwestern Railway, and his number appears to be from his old railway in Japan. Hero is a part of the rather well-known D51 class of Japanese national railways, and his number seems to be in reference to the class number. In real life, there was in fact a D51 with the number 51. Unlike Hero, though, it was an earlier build of the D51 class, with its dome flush with its funnel. The engine was indeed preserved, until it was very recently scrapped in 2020, due to issues arising from it being stored outside. Pretty unfortunate, though not a huge loss, as over a whopping 170 D-51s are preserved in Japan. No shortage of these fellas. Next up is 55, worn by the ever-cheerful Stepney. Stepney is one of the few engines on this list that is actually real and preserved on the Bluebell Railway in England. Stepney is, again, not owned by the Northwestern Railway, and his 55 is the number worn by the real Stepney when it was first built in 1875. Stepney is a part of the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway's A1 class. 50 of these guys were built, and were all numbered from 35 to 84. Stepney would become 655 when the LBSCR renumbered their locos, then 2655 under Southern Railway ownership in 1923, and then 32655 under British Railways in 1948. When preserved in 1960, he was repainted into his original improved engine green livery, complete with his original 55.
Yeah, I don't think that looks quite.
And this was the
as good.
condition
And
he
it's
was
not very
in
good
when he
for
visited Sodor in 1962. Moving on up to 66, which is worn by Whiff. Whiff made his debut in season 11 as Sodor's designated garbage engine.
My name's
Whiff,
because
because
I'm
I'm
a bit smelly.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
season
yeah.
14, it
I've
was
watched this
revealed
video a
that
few
Whiff is
times.
based
I
at a
find
waste
Whiff's
dump on
lines
the island, depicting him as a sort of
not,
industrial engine that
not the
sorts
best,
wagons.
I guess.
Whiff's number is pulled directly from the engine he is based on, Aerolite, a unique 224 tank engine built to haul the Northeastern Railway's mechanical engineer's saloon coach. A pretty prestigious job, and a rather bizarre choice to base your industrial garbage engine character on. Aerolite is preserved and can be seen today at the National Railway Museum in York. We're moving on to the big numbers now. The next, chronologically, is, shockingly, 783, which is worn by Merlin. Merlin made his debut in the 2017 movie Journey Beyond Sodor. Merlin, like several others on this list, is not owned by the Northwestern Railway and currently works at the Mainland Steelworks Company. Merlin's number is, again, pulled straight from the engine he is based on, the experimental King Arthur class number 783 Sir Gilmere, an engine fitted with 3 chimneys as a wartime experiment. The idea was that the extra chimneys meant more excess smoke would be spread out, covering the train and making it harder to spot from bombers overhead. This experiment was not a success, and the engine was converted back to normal soon after. Merlin appears to be this real-life engine in canon, his backstory being the same.
Have you noticed his 3 funnels? That was an experiment to make his smoke and steam disperse, so you couldn't see him so easily.
But it didn't work at all.
His name, however, is pulled from another King Arthur class, the more unremarkable number 740, Merlin. Neither of these King Arthurs are preserved today. Next up is 1014, which is worn by Ryan. Ryan made his debut in the 2015 movie Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure as a new engine to help construct and later work on the new Harwick branch line. I'm gonna be completely honest. Ryan's number is the first on this list to completely stump me. I have no idea what it's in reference to. Ryan is based on an N2 class of the Great Northern Railway, and as far as I can tell, no N2 ever wore the number 1014 in service. It was worn by a Great Northern C2 class, though that doesn't relate to Ryan in any way. I thought it might be a date, perhaps a birthday of someone related to Ryan, such as his original voice actor, Eddie Redmayne, but he was born on January 6th, so not him. I thought it might be Ryan Hagan, the Thomas fan that apparently was the namesake of the character, but he was apparently born in December. So, now, could it be the date they broke ground on production of Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure? Or the date that Ryan was first concepted? Possibly? Maybe? I'm at a total loss here. Perhaps it is just totally random, but considering every other number has a story behind it, It seems weird that Ryan's doesn't.
Nah.
If anyone has any
I think
potential
we
answers,
just leave that as
share
it
them in
is.
the comments. Moving up to 1173 now, which belongs to Victor. Victor is the Northwestern's designated works engine, who lives and works at the Sodor Steamworks. Victor first appeared in the 2009 movie Hero of the Rails, making him one of the series' first all CGI characters. Victor, in current day, does not wear a number, but he did prior to coming to Sodor. Victor comes from Cuba and worked at a sugar mill there until being sold off to the island of Sodor, to which he was transported by ship. He was painted yellow originally and wore the number 1173 on his side tanks. Victor got his number, again,
I'm thinking
directly
I'll
from the engine he
do
was based on. The
some
real
kind of just
1173
big,
was built in 1915
probably stone brick building
and
right
worked
there,
at,
just to keep it
I'm probably going to butcher this,
fairly
the Carlos
straightforward.
Manuel de Cespedes sugar mill in Cuba until its withdrawal in 1993.
I can just extend this guy over one.
Working life. It is preserved and currently on display at the Patria Sugar Mill Museum. Moving on to 2020, which is worn by the lovely Duchess. Duchess, formerly Duchess of Loughborough, makes her first and only appearance in the series finale, Thomas and the Royal Engine. She is the engine owned by the royal family and transports them whenever they go anywhere by rail. Thomas and the Royal Engine was made in honor of the series' 75th anniversary in 2020, and Duchess's number is a direct nod to that. Duchess is based on the LMS Coronation class locomotives, with some notable design differences. Her number style and name seem to be based on theirs, with numbers on her cab sides and names based on royal titles, such as Duchess of Sutherland. Duchess of Loughborough was not a title held by any coronation class, nor was the number 2020, and is entirely fictional. Jumping up to a very recognizable number, 4472, who belongs to no other than the ever-famous Flying Scotsman. Flying Scotsman is a very real engine, but I'm sure you all know that, and is canonically Gordon's brother.
This is my brother. They call him the Flying Scotsman.
Indeed they do. It almost makes me sound famous, doesn't it?
He is not owned by the Northwestern Railway, obviously, but has regularly visited Sodor on many occasions. Flying Scotsman has worn many numbers in his life. He is one of Sir Nigel Gresley's famous A1 class locomotives, and the third of the class built. When first outshopped from Doncaster in 1923, he bore the Great Northern number 1472 after his two predecessors, Great Northern, first of the class, with 1470, and Sir Frederick Banbury, with 1471. Following the Great Northern's grouping into the Greater London and North Eastern Railway in 1923, 3000 was added to the numbers, and Flying Scotsman became 4472. Being the namesake of the railway's named service, the Flying Scotsman, and breaking the 100-mile-per-hour speed record in 1934, Flying Scotsman became the poster child of the railway, with 4472 being its most famous number. The LNER renumbered its roster again in 1945, changing Scotsman's number to 103. Under British Railways ownership in 1948, 6,000 was added to all the LNER engines' numbers, making Scotsman's final BR number 60103. Flying Scotsman was preserved in 1963 and converted back to his more well-known condition with his apple green paint job and his 4472, as well as an added second tender to perform long-distance rail tours. It was during this time period, in 1967, when he first canonically visited Sodor, and the book illustrations accurately depict him in his then-current state, 4472, second tender and all. In preservation, Scotsman regularly goes between his LNER and BR guises, swapping between 4472 and 60103. When he finally made his first full on-screen appearance in the 2016 movie The Great Race, the team opted to portray Scotsman in his more well-known guise, with his apple green paint, second tender, and of course the number 4472. Jumping up to 6120 now, which is worn by Belle, the firefighting engine. Belle made her first appearance in the 2011 movie Day of the Diesels, and has been a fairly regular recurring character since then. Belle is based on a British Railways Standard 4 class tank engine, of course modified with water cannons fitted to her tanks. Her number is another that I'm at a total loss at. 6120 is indeed a number worn by several real-life engines, such as the LMS Royal Scot class number 6120, Royal Inniskilling Fusilier, and a Great Western 6100 class prairie tank, but no standard 4s. I can't imagine it's based on a date of any sort, so I'm not really sure here. Perhaps Belle was meant to be a 6100 class in her early concept art, but was changed over time and kept the number. Or perhaps it's just entirely random. If any of you have any answers, comment them below. Moving way up now to 33010, which belongs to the rather forgettable Neville. Neville first appeared in Season 9, and hasn't done much since. He was very much a one-and-done character, not much to him. Neville is based on the very unusual-looking Q1 class of the Southern Railway, a locomotive designed by Oliver Bulleid during wartime to be economical. An engine that was cheap to put together and maintain, hence its utilitarian appearance and lack of a running board, but also be powerful. And by God it worked, as the Q1s went on to be the most powerful 060 engines ever in Britain, and lasting till the very end of steam. Neville's number, 33010, did indeed belong to a real Q1, implying Neville simply is that Q1. In real life, 33010 was scrapped in 1964, though seemed to live on and find new life on Sodor in the Thomas universe. Only one Q1 is preserved, the first of the class, number 33001, and it can be seen today at the National Railway Museum in York, wearing its original Southern Railway number, C1. The last steam engine on this list holds the mighty number 41241, and that is the ever-lovely Arthur. Arthur first debuted in Season 7, and has only had a few sparse appearances since then. His final design lacks a number, but his concept art by Robert Gall Galliers depicted him with one on his bunker, number 41241. This is directly pulled from the engine Arthur is based on. The real 41241 is the tank engine version of a 2MT class, and it lives today on the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway. These engines all wore black in their working lives, but this one is special and has regularly worn red in preservation, similar to Arthur. It's worth noting that 41241 was built in 1949 under British Railways, and was never actually a part of the LMS, making Arthur's LMS just a little pointless. And this might be why they opted to ditch the number entirely on the final model. And that is all of the steam engine's numbers. Quite a big list, but honestly, it's not as big as I was expecting. Oh, but the fun doesn't stop here. We have a large list of diesel engine numbers to cover as well. Starting with number 1, or officially D1, is Daisy, the ever-fabulous diesel railcar. Daisy was the first ever diesel engine officially owned by the Northwestern Railway. Diesel was
probably
the first
my large
diesel engine
drill
on the island,
machine,
but he was never purchased by Sir Topham Hatt.
Clear this
Daisy did not have an official BR number as far as we know.
And then that way I can make it look like there's like backyards or something.
As a single unit and arrived fairly brand new before being put into service. Daisy was numbered
like
D1 upon her purchase
parking lot
in
over here or
1960.
something just to fill the
As
space.
far as I could tell, she has never visibly worn it in any of the illustrations. This
No,
is
that's a
reflected
terrible
in the TV
idea
series
because
too,
the booking office
as
is right
neither her
there,
prop
so I don't know.
or her CGI model had a number on it. Her CGI model was going to have a nameplate though, which is fascinating. I wonder why they ditched it. Next up is number 2, officially D2, which belongs to the sadly forgotten Foco. Foco is a Class 28 Kobo diesel electric, first built in 1958. Oko was a real member of the class, wearing the number 5702, making him the second of the class built. The Class 28s were unfortunately problematic engines, suffering frequent failures, and they didn't last long in service. The real 5702 was sadly withdrawn and scrapped in 1968, though in the Thomas universe, found its way to the island of Sodor in 1965. Sir Topham Hatt expressed interest in purchasing the engine, and British Railways, already fed up with the class, happily allowed him to have the engine for trials. Oko proved satisfactory and became a part of the fleet, gaining the number 2. Up next is number 3, or D3, which belongs to Bear. Bear is a Class 35 high mech, and only ever appeared in the Railway series books. He sadly never made the transition to TV. His original BR number was 7101, given to him when built in 1964. Like Donald and Douglas, his original number is an
Yeah,
angel.
I like that.
The real 35s were only numbered up to 7100 in real life, making him a fictional add-on. 7101, with no name at this time, came to Sodor on trial in 1967, where he made a good impression on the steam engines. And following Henry's big super rescue venture, the engines all persuaded Sir Topham Hatt to keep him. British Railways had no problem parting with another one of their faulty diesels, and 7101 joined the Northwestern's fleet. He was numbered 3 and also given a name, Bear, after the growling sounds his engine makes. His new number was one thing to rejoice over, but Bear appreciated his new name more, because, as he put it,
It's nicer than just a number. Having a name means that you really belong.
Hopping up to 10 now, which belongs to no other than the big bad himself, Diesel 10. Now, it's not clear who actually owns Diesel 10. According to the original script for Thomas and the Magic Railroad, Diesel 10 was a new engine on the railway, implying he was owned by Sir Topham Hatt.
I don't think I'll really
The
use
final
that.
movie makes him only a visitor, which means he's owned by someone that's never mentioned, likely meaning his 10 is not a Northwestern number. Ironically, Diesel 10 doesn't actually have a visible 10 on him, but he was going to at one point. Like Arthur, his concept art depicted him with a big 10 on his sides, but it was removed prior to the building of his final prop. Some name and number decals were in fact built for him, but ultimately went unused. According to Thomas, he's called Diesel 10 not because it is his number, but because he is
10 out of 10 for devious deeds and brutal strength.
Behind the scenes, the production crew called him Diesel 10 because he was factually the 10th diesel engine character introduced in the series at this point. Next up is 68, which belongs to Philip, the little diesel box cab. Philip made his debut in season 19, when he came to Sodor to become Knapford's new and current station pilot. Philip wears a big 68 on his sides, and apparently no one knows why that's his number. This is the case in the show itself, as there is a whole episode in season 21, aptly called Philip's Number, where he's adamant on finding out why he is the number 68. Every other engine seems to have a number for a reason, except him. He asks Sir Topham Hatt, who says he'll check the records for him. Later on, he bravely stops Gordon from running over a flock of sheep on the line, and then discovers there just so happened to be 68 sheep in the flock he saved. Sir Topham Hatt returns with Philip's file.
I've done some research and discovered why you're number 68. The reason is...
Oh, it doesn't really matter anymore, sir.
What?
But Philip tells him he doesn't want to know the real reason. He wants his 68 to be in honor of the amount of sheep he saved that day. I think it's pretty cool that they turned the mystery behind Philip's number into a whole story in the show, and intentionally kept the real reason a secret. This episode came out well after Philip was an established character though, so in real life, the reason Philip was designed with a 68 is because he, like Rosie, like Harvey, was the 68th standard gauge character introduced in the series. Good Golly, that's a lot of engines. Moving on up to 199 now, which is held by no other than, well, D199.
Yep.
Also known by the steam engines as Spam Can, D199 arrived to Sodor on trial in 1967 with Bear. He was rude to the steam engines, and karma came back and bit him hard when he failed hauling a goods train and had to be rescued by Henry. D199 is a Class 46 Peak. In real life, the Peaks were numbered from 138 to 193. Another batch of 20 Peaks were planned to be built, of which the number 199 would have been a part of. But they never came to be in favor of producing the new Class 47s, thus making D199 yet another entirely fictional member of his class.
For pity's sake, take this spam can
Oh, I'm out.
away. It's failed. Spam can. Fumed 199. I'm stow it, snapped the signalman, or I'll take my tin opener to you.
Our next number chronologically is 261, which is worn by, well, D261. D261, also known as Class 40, these big diesels have got to get some better names, I swear, was a visitor to Sodor in Season 4. He was rude to the steam engines, and well, karma got him too, as he sucked up an inspector's hat in his air intake, which caused his engine to fail. He left Sodor when no one was looking, and not a soul missed him. Class 40 is, you guessed it, a Class 40. 261 is in fact a real number worn by one of the class, making D261 real. The real 261 entered service in 1960 and had a working life of about 23 years. In 1973, it was renumbered to 40061 under the new TOPS system, and in 1983, it was withdrawn and scrapped at crew. Several Class 40s survive in preservation, though D261 is not one of them. Now, in the books, however, Class 40 had a totally different number, D4711, which is baffling. Not only was this not a number worn by a real Class 40, but it's also totally unlike the numbering system, having 4 digits instead of 3. I'm not really sure where Audrey or the Edwards got this number from. Perhaps it was pulled from some of the photos they used as reference. I genuinely could not tell you. It is a very rare flip-flop where the TV version actually has a real-life counterpart, and the book version doesn't. Jumping up to 1917 now, which is worn by the somewhat forgettable Stafford. Stafford is a fully electric engine who runs on a battery that has to be recharged. He made his first appearance in Season 16 and has been a regular sight in the shunting yard since. Stafford's strange-looking design is based on the North Staffordshire Railway's Number 1, a unique battery-powered locomotive designed to navigate the tight, narrow internal railway of the copper works it worked at. It had a fairly long working life, being finally retired in 1963. She is preserved and can be seen today at Locomotion in Shildon. Stafford's name is obviously lifted from the railway this engine belonged to, the North Staffordshire, and his number, 1917, is a reference to the year the engine was built. Another funny detail about Stafford is his unique face shape, which isn't a circle or a rectangle like the others. It's instead in the shape of a UK-styled wall plug, a cheeky nod to his fuel type. Jumping all the way up to 2991 now, which is worn by the great Salty.
I'll do something with this eventually.
Salty, pride of the seven seas.
Really just trying to get
Dockyard Diesel
most of the
first
buildings
appeared
up.
in Season 6.
Next
Ever
thing
since
I
his
would want to
debut,
do
he
though
has
is get
consistently
a.
been the main shunter at
I don't really
London
think I
docks.
need this at both ends. I
Salty
just
is
like
a
it.
BR Class
I
07,
think one end
and
would be
is
perfectly
surprisingly
fine.
also a real
In
engine.
fact, this end would probably still
14
be the
of
end I put it on.
07s were built, with 2991 being the 7th of the class. 2991 was built in 1962 and had a service life of 11 years before being withdrawn in 1973. 2991 is preserved though, and currently wearing BR blue, and for a while the number 07007,
Should come up with a name for this town.
which would
Name
have
for
been
this
its TOPS number, Had enough
Which I
to
guess once I come
withdraw
up with a name for
and
the
was
town,
reunited
I'll
with the rest of the class.
figure out how to
As
do
of
something here. Now, there's
2023, it is
two
again
ways you can
wearing
go
its
about doing
original
this, by the way.
2991.
So, you can see here,
In the Thomas
not that
universe,
button.
though, 2991 seemingly found
Chests
a
are
second
this
life
color.
on the island of
So if I
Sodor.
wanted to, I could just go up way in the sky, because
Next
chests
up
don't
is another
load
big number,
unless you're
4002,
like a certain
which is
distance,
worn
unless you're
by
so close to them.
Frankie.
So if I went up to
Frankie,
build height,
like
for example,
Hurricane,
which
first
would be
appeared
way
in the
overkill,
2017 movie
and then I just
Journey
built
Beyond
or
Sodor,
placed a
and
ton of
works at the
chests,
Mainland Steel Company
and they'd
with
have to
him.
be fairly large, but
Frankie
I
is
could do it
based on
like
a particular Hudswell Clark 060 diesel
5x5.
shunter that worked at the Manchester Ship Canal.
Yeah, 5x5
This diesel,
per
affectionately
pixel.
known as Billy,
So
was numbered 4002.
here, we'll get an
and Frankie's
example of it
number
right
is
here
a
with
direct pull from that. Billy
anything
is
that can be
preserved
broken
and
really
kept in
quickly.
working order by the East Lancashire Railway Diesel Group. There's a bit of some clever design going on with Frankie. She wears MSC on a plate above her face, which in canon refers
So
to
if I do that,
Mainland Steel Company. But it's also a sly reference to the place that her bases
it's a pretty
worked,
decent
the
size, but if I
Manchester
made
Ship
it
Canal.
bigger, let's say,
And our final number
for
of
the
the
sake
video
of argument,
is
and this
the
would be
whopping
absolutely awful for me.
11001, which goes to no other than Dennis. Dennis debuted in season 9.
Yeah,
and we
that's
haven't really seen him since.
those are going to be
Dennis is
huge
based
letters
on
if I made them that big.
specific diesel, number 11001, who, you guessed it, is where Dennis's number comes from, implying Dennis is this diesel. 11001 was designed by Oliver Bullied, the same guy who designed Neville and Rebecca's bases, and was built in 1949. It was an experimental prototype diesel with a larger engine than most and rather high top speed. It wasn't exactly successful though, and 11001 was scrapped 10 years later in 1959 for being non-standard. In the Thomas universe, however, it seemed it was never scrapped and went on to find a second life on Sodor as a lazy diesel that tricks others into doing his work for
I guess
him.
we've got this space right here. I could
Despite
just write
only one of these
right there,
diesels ever
all across
existing
the bottom
in real
there.
life, two exist on Sodor. Another diesel, Norman, is also based on this engine, and according to his official character bio, he and Dennis are in fact brothers. And unlike his brother, Norman would prove to others that he is not lazy at all, if he was ever given the chance. Norman, though, does not wear a number. And I believe that was just about everyone. I know there's a few scattered background engines in the Railway series I skipped over, such as everyone's favorite, 31120. Or how could I have possibly missed 98462? Or the world-renowned 10751? Yeah, I intentionally skipped those ones, because there's not much to say about them. Bill and Ben also have numbers in the books, Sodor China Clay 1 and 2, but again, I mean, what's there to say about them? But tell me, was there anyone else that I missed in this video? Anyone significant that you believe I should have covered? Tell me below in the comments. Now, I don't have really all that much to update you all on here. My New Year's video pretty much covered it all. I would like to just give a big thank you to the very positive response Tugs the Lighthouse edit has gotten so far. Everyone seems to be fairly happy
this
with
is
it,
roughly the
which
spawn
of course
area.
makes me happy. This was a project that I did
Bees make
purely
funny
for
noises.
fun. It started out as just a small test thing,
Nope.
and it
So
turned
we
into
have,
something
I'll
much
highlight it
bigger.
this time.
And it
So
was
this
so
area,
satisfying
which
when I finally
is
finished
my
it. The new episodes are still coming out.
production
a new one is
area.
being posted daily until
Where
all
we,
13
for
are out.
minerals and
At
all
the
this.
time of
You've got
this
wood,
video being posted,
wood being
episode
produced
5
here,
should be up.
wood,
Still
spawn.
got 8 more to go. So head on over and subscribe to the Lucky
In
Tug
fact,
if you haven't
let's
already.
do something fun
so
here.
you don't miss them.
So we have
And once again, I just want to give a big thank you
wood,
to my patrons for all the continued support. You all are fantastic, and I've been enjoying my monthly Q&A sessions with you all. If you'd like to hop aboard the Patreon train, the link is below in the description. That's all from me, folks. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you all in the next one.
So there's a lot of O's. I'm going to go ahead and pause YouTube right now. Just gonna stop that. Bonnie, it's just you and me right now, hanging out. I have these letters present. Wood Spawn Town. Let's do something fun. Come up with a name for this area, not an M. So I'd really like to take these letters specifically and put them, that's the wrong button, and put them together in such a way so I can have a word ending in ton. So not London, but I'm saying London because that's the only town that's coming to mind. Hampton? Northampton? Town names ending in ton, using ideally these letters here. So I'd like to, and they don't even need to make any sense, but I need to be able to put it together so that we have something interesting to work with. At least an interesting town name. Because if I keep calling it Wood Farm Town, it's not going to be any interesting. Spontan, not going to happen. Hello. I'm trying to come up with a name for my new guy in chat. I'm trying to, and he gone. As soon as I address him. Sweet, okay. Well, I guess it's also important to note that it's spawners. Spawners. Well, I mean, there's other things to consider here. So what do we have here? We have ocean, big old ocean right down here. Then right up here, there is cove. I'm looking around to see if I can find anything with a. Spawns right here. Do a Oh, I guess I've got B's here too. So altogether, WOD. SPANER. T. E. So if we take these letters and we do it, A, I want to have it end in ton. I guess there is. That's using, I guess, the collection of the letters from there. I don't like that, though. So we have T. It'd be great if I. Sop. How do we want to pronounce this? Sop PB? Be nice if I could point and click like it's in a book. Sopper? Sopper? Spobber? Spobberton? You know what? Screw it. I think Spobber. Spobber! This is gonna be the old Spobberton. Spobbertown. Spobberton Station. And now this is the thing, and I have to come up with. I don't have to come up with goofy names, but I'm going to come up with goofy names because if I do, then I can justify having. I can I can better justify the passenger trains that I don't have built yet. F3, which was north, south. There you go. I'll take another one right here. And this is about to be the next most not difficult, but annoying part of the process is I'm going to go over there. I'm going to get a bunch of jungle logs. I'm going to make a ton of chests. And then we're going to give it a go, see how big we need to make it. Did I ever pick up those, by the way? I did not. Maybe we'll use that as an example then. So, giant letters like that make it more visible when we're close, but once we're so far away, it's hardly even. It's hard to see. And considering it's going to be block letters, right? So, the simple ones will be 3 wide, 5 tall. The more, like this is just going to be ridiculous. I think I'm just going to make nothing short of 1,000 chests, and we'll just see what happens. And they're all going to be capitalized. Ooh, if I can get this worked out just right. Oh, I got to go back and get zinc now. I've had an idea. I need zinc because I need more bytes. Can I copy? Control V. Spobberton! I like it. Now I need an audio recording, which I think you can do with this. What am I doing in here? What am I doing in here? Get some bytes. That's more than enough. You know what? We'll take a chest. Good on all this. Everything has a K on it, which is usually a good thing. Yep. Limestone is one of those blocks I forget I have. What do you mean? Yeah, I feel like I should have used that for a bunch of my bridges. I'll try to remember that. Hello. I'll try to remember the limestone for when I go to continue the other section. Got 2 stacks of bytes right here, and that should be more than enough to get the word written out. I could do this the easy way, but there is very little fun in that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to and it's one of those letters I just feel like it has to be 4 pixels wide. Otherwise, how do I do it? Aside from the fact that these are all five wide in the chat, I don't quite like that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21 blocks wide. So it's an odd number, which is important. And with it being 21 blocks wide, we go to this, I think, so what I could do here, I could take this and I could write the words above the tracks. The tracks are 15 blocks wide, so it would extend 3 blocks across, 3 blocks over on the top there. which I feel wouldn't be as visually interesting. What about here? What can I do here? This building is 9. Ah, oh no! So if I wanted to do it here, make like a billboard or something for the town, I'd have to build it out from here, and would have to, it would basically have to just continue across. However, if I did it over there, where there's nothing, I could also take up a good amount of space with it, and then I could use, say, scoria, since I have a ton of it left still. Go for the more, can I get a larger, I mean, I'll take it. Now, how am I going to, I think, there's multiple options here. I think it would be more interesting if I took either like quartz or, for example, some wood planks of some kind. I'm not entirely sure what just yet. I'd also have to find the center of this because it would annoy me if it was off-centered, and then I'm gonna have to move it later on anyway. 10, 11, 12. What am I doing? M. Is that exactly? That is so close. That is. That is almost a full chunk right there. 3G. 3. 3. So this is 19. This will be 35. 51. Be really embarrassing if I got this wrong, wouldn't it, Bonnie? 67. And then, oh, just shy. 69, 70, 71, 79. It's 79 blocks long, so with it being 79 blocks long, we can go ahead and figure it out, because I'm not there yet. I could actually do this whole thing with this whole wall with bytes, which I have a feeling would be super annoying. But then it looks like it's painted on, or painting? Is there spray paint? Can. I'm remembering. I'm thinking of the wrong mod pack, perhaps. Anyway, it was 79. 79 minus 1, 78. Divide that by 2. Get us 39, right? Correct? Yep. No. 39, so that'll be 32 plus 3, that's 35, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is the center right there. And do we remember what it was? 21? 21, correct. It was 21, so the next thing we'll want to do is, can you keep it down, Billy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, come into. One shy. There we go. So now that... Keep it down. So I remember I made it 2 blocks smaller and a little extra. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Which also means I could, with this the size it is, I could also make it very slightly bigger. Slightly wider if the N annoys me enough, but I would also have to shift everything 1 block over. Well, multiple blocks really, but... Correct, okay. So now I have to remind myself to do the inverse of all the letters I had already done. No! In fact, let's just... Yeah. I don't suppose you see the same thing I see, where this looks almost like a, I see this so that in such a way where it looks like these are individual lights. No. Oh, that's right, because the last one's supposed to be 4. What was the town's name again? B. Alright. Do you wanna... Nah, we'll keep that there. No. Why does it occasionally do that? Am I shifting? What is the cause? So that doesn't really make a difference. Let's stop doing that. I like it. It's kind of ridiculous, but I like it. Now, if only I could get off the tracks from here. That's a bad thing too. If you fall, I guess if you fell on the tracks from here, you're kind of SOL. I do think I need to fill this in with something. It could be anything. In fact, you know what? Give me a second. Maybe. No, I think it needs to be seamless. It's got to be seamless. So it's got to be like smooth quartz. Because if I try and do this with frog lights, for example, probably not going to look the best. Or alternatively, I got nothing better to do with all this. Let's take 12. Matter of fact, let's take 42. Even better, let's take the whole dang thing. Take a whole stack. Let's take all of it. Let's not take all of it. It's not a number. I feel like that's the wrong one. Wrong place for it. I feel like this also kind of gives a light effect, but also makes it just look more lit, I think. Which I'm honestly kind of digging. Which is unfortunate. Because those aren't expensive, they're just kind of inconvenient to collect. While I'm here, I should probably actually breed them this time. First thing in the morning is probably the best time to breed them, not right now. gotta be kidding me. Okay. I'm probably gonna do the same thing on this side with, hopefully I can get a different shade of any color and have it be, tickets. Let's do, can we find any other color other than these? This is yellow. That one's simply not gonna happen. Do have a bunch of iron. I've got a stone cutter in this backpack, and then if I make metal plates, it can be made. Yellow would be a bad one. Yellow would be a really bad color. Could do them in just black, I think. Sheets. Plate. I'm gonna have to do this all out again. See, if I wasn't trying to challenge myself to make these smaller, I would have gotten it right. And then there's the two letters. I got the two C's I got wrong. Except there's no two C's. That's supposed to be an E. So let's add 2 to that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12, which makes this unfortunate. Actually, you know what? It's an even number. It's not number. However, if we do tickets, because I forgot to include that there needs to be an S, and I could have also messed this up, because T... We'll cut that. T I C K E T S. Come on, there you go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 13. 14 once that's in, which I find annoying. I'd almost rather not have. It's got to be an. I feel like it has to be an even number, or it has to come to a full block. So just ticket over here. 3, 27. I need either bigger letters or smaller ambitions. Instead of doing the I like this, what if we did it more like a lower? So if we did like that instead, and that only took 2 off, it's still not number, it's still 25. I still want to put tickets on this wall though, so TICK. What else could we do? Separate window. I guess the other thing to consider is, since I have it in front of here, I can see we're going to stick as we are. It's about a block over here. So I move the whole thing, block over here. It still puts it You might just have to be a half block closer to one side. Well, maybe I'll spell it out and it won't bother me too much. I'm gonna have to get up there anyway. Tickets. It's gonna be easier to do because it's plural. Well, it'll make me feel better. So that's enough for 5 letters, but tickets will have. And then there's going to be the additional space between them. That's not right. Okay. Do we want it closer to that edge or this edge? I say we want it closer to this edge because there's going to be more going on this way, so there'll be more to draw our attention away from it. Put it right here. Me out of the way. Take a step back. It does annoy me. Like I knew it. It's almost like I know me. Okay, we're gonna try and ignore it. Spobberton. It's been 48 minutes since that video ended, and I said, alright, I should probably start getting ready to call it. I guess if I knock this down to a smaller eye. If I knock this down to a smaller eye, then it'll still be closer. It'll be closer on that end. However, it won't be so close to the edge here. Maybe it will bother me less. It does kind of bother me less, especially when you consider I'm probably gonna I'll hopefully be looking at it more from this end, so it won't even matter. Thank you, Douglas, for getting in the way. That could have been anyone. I have no idea which train that actually was. I have a few minor problems. Well, I have many problems to be fair, but I think one thing I should probably try to do is get those reconfigured. Maybe not above here. However, that would be more convenient, I think. Is if I have to be present, then that way I can make sure that Blaze. I'd have to kill the Blaze myself, I think. But if I want to get this, I can kill the Blaze. But I can get Blaze Powder from crushing these, but I don't want Blaze Powder. I want the Blaze Rods just in case. Well, also because Blaze Rods are used in the production of train hulls, so I like those specifically for that purpose. Stop it. Ah, goodness me. Might be time to call it for the night shortly. I'm gonna get cheap and trying to avoid. Oh. Okay, we'll just do it this way. One at a. Nope. Always gonna end up with one more. Unfortunately. Which also means I have a weird number when it comes to actually if I want to make more of these beehives. You need an odd number now. As it is, there's no way for me to get back to 3. Well, multiples of 3 when I was at 16. So now do it like that. Now I have a ton of beehives, which also, by the way, I find this interesting. Something I've seen like Ethos Lab do. You can they have different they did not like that at all. But they have, beehives have directional textures, right? So you can do all this stuff with it. I should probably just put Silk Touch on these then, because they're not going to let me get away with this. So you can do directional texture like that. You can have this kind of texture right here. which also means that using this for a floor is probably a really bad idea. Guess you have to silk touch them for them to not care. I think I will hit 8 hours. That is twice the length of the stream, at least from when I went, man, I've already been streaming for a while. And then that way I can call it a day. Maybe even, no, I probably won't start uploading this just yet. Because I don't think I ever had dinner. So, I don't think I've eaten since before like 3 p.m. Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're gonna call it quits at exactly 8 hours. But until then, let's check out the clipboard. So we have station. I'd call this pretty much done. It's built. It's not pretty, but it's effective. Maybe I should have a whole page 16 interiors. I might actually have to leave it like that. Just in case I ever, I don't know, feel like it, have time to kill between. Can I get away with? I can't get away with a little bit more there. Okay. Nope. So what is the name of this place? Strawberton. The sign's right here, and I couldn't be bothered to read it. There's also no door, no windows, which probably is going to mess with me for a little bit. But, you know, I don't really care. No. No, the same way I do most things. So, Guardian Farm, I don't know why this is. This should be entirely separate. In fact, the farm is done, and then the dockside village, fishing village, is its own thing, which I do have. I don't know how to spell jetty. That just felt right. So the idea the thing I've decided recently is I want to try and make this world more of a. I want to make all this more of. I want to make this more of a. Trying to think of it. Instead of this, instead of it being, just a Minecraft world, make it more of a. Goodness, I am so bad with words. I might just be really tired. Make it more of a model railroad, a train set sort of thing, like a model model railroad kind of thing. So like you can see the track plans, and I just remembered what I was going to do earlier. I probably won't be doing it now, and a matter of fact, it's going to be a lot harder to do now because this guy is actually here to collect everything. But there's a chance. It's not going to be here though. It's going to be here. I want jungle logs, and there are thousands. So we're just going to fill up the inventory. I got about a minute left until I want to call it a day for the stream. Stream. Let's look at how many. So I need 2,000 logs from here to make 1,000 chests, and then we'll just figure this out. I'll probably just do all that off stream on my own time. What I do want to do, not this, I want to just kind of ditch all these saplings, and I'll get. I would like to, while I'm still here, while we're still hanging out, thank you for, well, hanging out. Bonnie, you've been in chat for like 4 or 5 hours at this rate. I cannot imagine why. I don't think I've really done anything super interesting that's really worth all that time. However, I really thank you. I need to get a building around this. It's been sitting like this for about 1,700 days, about 800 days. So that's got to be done. But yeah, we're actually it's actually coming together. And this right here will be the thumbnail for the VOD. There you go. All right. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and end it. End the stream. All right. Good night, guys.